Good morning, beautiful humans, and welcome to day 11 of Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed. So exciting. Another day of probably a little boring testimony. Maybe we'll get a good witness today. It's one of those things where Allie had kind of a apt, interesting comment. She's like, she's trying to figure out how Brennan's putting this, his order of witnesses together. And she's like, is he just trying to keep Turtle Boy Aiden out of the courtroom and he'll pluck in a witness, every other witnesses, or just to keep him out of the courtroom every day? I wouldn't put it past him. Because there's not a lot of rhyme or reason as to the order in which he's putting witnesses on. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see who's coming in today. Should be exciting. I'm excited. I hope you all are excited. I am always looking forward to hanging with y'all. Every day when I click that go live, I know I'm going to be with friends. So that makes me feel warm and fuzzy. So we got, as far as our members go, I did have a nice amount of the voicemails come in last night. We got about 7 or 8 probably came in. So we're building up a nice little stockpile. I'd like to get some more. I think we had somewhere between 15 and 17 on our first members only live, where we play your voicemail for all of us to hear. And it can be a question, it could be a comment, it could be anything you want, really. Maybe you just want to hear your voice on a live. That's the place to do it. So we'll drop that link again in the chat today a few times so that y'all know where that is. It's real simple. It's just a website. You just click on it, boop, right there. So don't be shy, please. For the love of God, don't be shy. You're amongst family here. We want to hear you. I loved hearing from you guys, like actually hearing from you. It's great. It's like putting a face to a name. Same thing. Putting a voice to a name is equally exciting for me. So I hope that people that are reticent or nervous about doing it, don't be. Please. Right, exactly, Shiloh. Don't be shy. They're certainly not shy in chat, but see, here you go. Meg P, perfect example. No way. I hate my voice. Nope, not a bullshit. Bullshit. I'm sure your voice is great. My God. Come on, people. Don't you guys know that you're all amazing? You're all beautiful humans, all of you. Don't you know that? I mean, seriously, how many times do I need to tell you all that you're beautiful humans for you to believe it? Because you are. Trust me. All right, so let me see what I can get. Let me get this thing chalked up. Oh, you know what? Let me make sure ads are off. Bear with me, please. All right, ads are off. Okay, good. Good. Okay. I think I'm gonna do. All right, hold on. Okay. All right, perfecto. All right, so those are off. I'm adding a goal. I'm adding a goal. Like to add the goals. Like to remind y'all. But the biggest thing that I always forget to remind you guys is make sure you like, share, subscribe. Like, share, subscribe. Like, share, subscribe. It gets us out to the world. It's a nice little thing you all can do if you enjoy our content to help get us out in the algorithm. That mysterious algorithm that we don't know how it really works, but everybody's got some theory on how it works. And I think one of the most common theories is that you have to get people to like, share, and subscribe. So, and that seems to make sense. So, we would really appreciate if you did that every day, every day. Spread the word. If you love our show, if you discovered us very recently and you're like, wow, where you been all my life? Let your friends know. Let people that you chat with and other because this doesn't have to be, you're not cheating on another channel if you bounce around. Okay. I do it all the time myself. I bounce from all my friend creators. I'll bounce if I'm not live. I'll bounce to their shows. I'll pop in the chat. I'll be like, what's up? Hang out for a while, answer some questions if I get any. And it's great. There's no shame in that game, y'all. There's no shame in that game. So, all right, let me pull up OnlyFan. She's looking lonely. Aw, my guy's back there. His new bark box came yesterday, so it's got a nice little squeaky toy. All right, pull up this guy right here. All right.
What the dog doing? What the
What the
dog
dog
doing?
doing? He's hanging. He's being sweet. Sweetest guy ever. Are we still talking about the bouncing?
Oh Lord,
Oh my god.
my bouncing or your bouncing?
I don't think I was bouncing, but
Okay, do you want me to make tea?
I
before
do
you
a
go
lot
down?
more like stretching on the ball, like a lot of this kind of movements on the ball.
I'm just gonna put my chair. Do you want me to make you tea
No.
first? Or?
I insist that you sit on the yoga ball. You can't let four people that are annoyed by your bouncing. I'll just remind you that you're bouncing if you're not aware. Because it's like anything else. Like I don't know if you want to call it restless leg syndrome. I don't like, I've got nervous energy, I guess sometimes. So I put my I bounce my knee bounces all the time, like if I'm just kind of sitting there. So and I'm not even aware of it. When I was taking the bar exam all those many years ago, actually, I was taking the LSAT, and the guy sitting in front of me, he turns on, he's like, dude, it's like you're not doing that like leg shaking thing the whole time, are you? I'm like, oh man, I'm not even aware of it. I'm not like I will really, really try not to. I'm like, if I'm doing it, dude, just like turn around, give me a glare. Cause I don't even realize I'm doing it. So it's the same with these balls. You kind of just sit there. Woo. I mean, this is a blast. Kind of makes me dizzy to look at the screen though. That's kind of what Allie's a little, she's more like this. She does like a little bounce. So, Sleuthy, I got your message. I didn't get to watch it, but I'll watch it on a break because I'm sure it's hilarious. Sleuthy sent me something from her and T's live. A little story. It sounds like there was a near death experience with our friend and confidant, Sleuthy Goosey. All right, so what do we got going on here? All right, I'm setting a goal, y'all. I like to give you all goals. Hey, if McClellan's in here, Jason, if you're in here, you won the wheel yesterday. You won the wheel. You won yourself a tasty, tasty Defense Diaries t-shirt of your choice from our Bonfire store. And we've got some good ones. And there's more coming. There's more coming. Promise you that. I mean, it's ridiculous. Like Mandy made the awesome art to process image a long time ago. I should have up and had that in the store months ago. I mean, it's like our whole vibe over here. You know what I mean? Oh, thanks. Remember, Ember says this is literally the only YouTube channel that I watch. LOL. I'm a podcast girl, but I came to the YouTubes for DD Lump. Smooches. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Like it's funny. we had the podcast out for a year and a half prior to starting the YouTube, and I really started the YouTube to promote the podcast. And I soon came to realize that, I mean, there's certainly some bleed over between people that listen to podcasts and watch YouTube. I don't think there's a ton of people that do both consistently. I think either you love podcasts and you're an audiophile and you just like to listen to things, and it's awesome because you're running your errands, doing your stuff, exercising, walking your dog, cleaning the house, whatever you're doing, and you like to listen. Like I do that. Like I've got my over the ear headphones every time I'm out walking my dog, and I take him for long walks. So I love listening to podcasts. Oh, thanks, babe. She brought me some more of tea. Megan sent us some wonderful tea yesterday, and I'm snarfing it all up. I'm drinking it down. So I found it that there's people that are YouTubers. Like some people are visual; they want to see. So that's why we started to convert our YouTube lives, at least some of them, like interview style, not our lengthy live trial streams. Those would be ridiculous to have as podcast episodes, but and they're not as clean as like when Allie and I are recording a traditional podcast, but they're pretty good. Darren does a good job with them. He does the best he can. So but I'm always trying to get people from here to go listen to Gacy and Garcia, the first 2 seasons of Defense Diaries, because I think I'm proud of them. I'm proud of them. I think it's pretty good storytelling. I think that most people that I've never had, and they probably wouldn't tell me. They're like, God, dude, that thing sucked. So, but it's like most people that have listened to Gacy and Garcia seem to enjoy it. I think that it's been worth their time. Just dropped a new Garcia on Patreon yesterday or the day before. So if you're listening to Garcia, that's out. If you're not a patron, it's coming. Should be out today. Or maybe it came out yesterday. I'm not sure. I got to check with Darren. So I'm just desperately trying to finish the Garcia season so I can move on. I can move on. And I don't know. I just got some interesting news yesterday. I don't know if any of you are aware that it's probably been about a year and a half, maybe a little bit longer. I was covering's a weird word to use. I don't know what I was like investigating a story of this woman named Lucy Studi, who has claimed for her entire life since she was a child that her father was a serial killer and that he had killed somewhere between 50 and 70 women or people and had been dumping them in the wells on their land out in Iowa. So like it's when my TikTok blew up. I was doing lives because I went down there because she had finally convinced people to do a dig. And you had this weird dynamic because Lucy's sister, or one of her sisters, was adamantly denying it, was saying that Lucy was making all this shit up. And, she's just trying to make money and she's just trying to gain notoriety, whatever, all the things that you would say in order to try to get people to think that somebody's making something up. And I spent hours and hours and hours talking to her, and I believed her. Like it didn't in no way, shape, or form did it seem like a grift. And the primary reason that I didn't believe that it was some kind of grift was because she had been telling teachers, cops, priests since she was a kid. I mean, for me, that's compelling. So at any rate, she got a documentary filmmaker to do to get the thing sold to a streamer. And apparently we're going to do this dig at the end of the month. So I haven't decided if I'm going to go. I feel like I have to follow through with the story. I think it's potentially a devastating story. And I don't know. So if you've been following that at all, then, and you've been wondering what's going on, that's an update.
So I'm told counsel wants to see me as the jury's coming over. Why don't you come up to sidebar?
Tell me what it is, Megan. Tell me what it is. Yes, it is, Erica. It's the Garcia case, the Omaha case. I loved Omaha. I loved the people there. We spent a lot of time there. The people in the courthouse and certain people didn't like us very much, but I had a great affinity for the town. You know, I mean, you're defending somebody who's accused of doing some incredibly evil, awful shit that usually gets imputed onto the lawyers. So, and we tried the case very hard because it was a death penalty case, and it's the duty that I have to my clients. So that wasn't an option. Was not an option. All right, so we're back at it. Usual suspects in the courtroom, and I can't remember. Did we ended off with somebody still on the stand, right? That was trying to remember, or did we finish? Who was the last person on the stand? Tell me in chat. Ah, yes, Kevin Bacon O'Hara. That's right. Who I found to be credible. I found him to be credible. I mean, aside from this, like this timeline switch up, which for whatever reason, Jackson is not addressed yet. Like he moved up the timeline from the first trial. He is done, right? So all we're on is the redirect of O'Hara, right? Yeah, I don't know. Little Miss, yeah, we are doing either tonight or tomorrow night. I have not decided yet. I've got to bring Scout to watch the high school softball team tonight. Our whole team's going. I think that's an earlier game, but I'll probably end up doing it tomorrow night. So what we have is we have all of our subs and our members. Like everybody can leave a message, but you won't be able to hear them unless you're a member. It's a members only. We try to do nice things, extra things for our members because they support our show. And we are so appreciative of that. So what we're going to do is we play them. So on the show, you can ask a question, you can make a comment, whatever you want to say. You can tell us to pound sand, say, Bob, shave that beard off. It looks ridiculous, whatever you want to say. And we play it. We play it on the show. And I really, really enjoyed doing it. So we'll drop that link in the chat today for y'all. We think it's a really cool way to connect with y'all. And like I said, I just love hearing your voices. There is no stupid questions. Just there aren't any. So anything that you ask will be, no, don't worry, Michelle. Beard's not going anywhere. So y'all, it's like, I think it's a lifer type situation. I'm like 10 years. I think like the last time you'll see me without a beard is like early on in the Garcia case. Like the first press conference, I think I was clean shaven. And then during that case, I grew a beard. So don't worry, the beard's not going anywhere. I think Allie initially was like not a fan, but I think either she's given up or she's grown to love it. So I don't know. You'll have to ask her. It's one of the questions you can ask. So yeah, we'll drop that link. It's a website. You don't actually have to even make a call, but you can leave us a voicemail. We then, during the live, we go through them all. We play them. We answer the questions. It's a great interactive, really fun way for us to be able to hear from y'all. And I think it's a great thing. And I'm going to do it forever because I think it's awesome. Thanks, Jay Haig. Appreciate that. So, hold on. I keep threatening to start a goal, and I'm going to do it. You guys were amazing yesterday. I have to admit, I felt a little bit guilty because I set the goal for 30 people, because it's like I'm not trying to. I mean, I can only grift so hard. You know what I mean? It's like otherwise I start to feel like a scumbag. But to be honest with you, I feel like I earn it. Allie and I both earn it. So I don't really feel that scummy with the grift. All right, let me see. Let me get into this thing here. So I kind of burned through that 4 seasons that just dropped on Netflix. It's like, uh it's so funny. I was sitting there watching that, and it's kind of they made a like an 8-part series of that old movie with Alan Alda, and I'm sitting there watching it, and I'm like, oh my god, it's like it's so relatable to me because they're all like people in their 50s, and I'm like just sitting there. I'm like, oh my god, it's funny how life is like that. You know, you're sitting there watching things that are like I watch some I try to watch some of the stuff that like even Cameron are 18 going on 19-year-old watches, and it's just not relatable to me. It's like so funny, you know, as you progress through your life and what continues to be relatable moves along with your age, you know. It's like 40, 50-year-old humor, and you're like, or 20-year-olds are gonna watch be like, this sucks. Like, yeah. Like there was a funny scene where like Steve Carell's character is dating a much younger woman. Like he's in his mid 50s, and he's dating like a woman who's in her early 30s, and all of his friends are being super judgy because he divorced his wife of 25 years. And then they had this, and like every season is covered. So you got all 4 of your seasons, and like in the last season, he had been bringing his girlfriend to his friends like vacation gatherings where they had a group gathering, and he decided to go to her homie's spot. It was like it was so relatable because it's like Steve Carell sitting there with like a bunch of millennials, you know, his stories are flopping. They're all like half of them are all sober, and he brought like a bottle of nice wine when she had said, you know, so it was just super, super awkward for Steve Carell. But I thought it was cute. It was cute. I thought there were some truths in it. I always look for some truths. Oh wait, I keep threatening to start a goal. You guys, you get me off. Megan, I saw your comment. Yeah, I'm not current on Yellow Jackets, but I've watched I think the first 2 seasons of Yellow Jackets. So that's kind of where I'm at. Okay. Oh, Mandy, we can get rid of the pinning on the girl one because I'm going to be doing Boston 10. Remember, we did that because we switched over to Law and Crime because
All right, can we bring the jurors in, Tony, please?
oh, jury's coming in. That was a long discussion sidebar.
Thank you.
You are unmuted.
I have to say, Judge Bev sounds a little crabby today. Right from the get. Right from the get, she sounds like a little crab ass. Little crab apple. Yeah, I gotta get caught up with Yellow Jackets. I think I'm like through the 2nd season. I think. There's shit that we watch. Like we're big on Handmaid's Tale. And that one is what a show that is. Love that show.
Hey guys.
Little crab ass, play a little crab ass.
Who's playing a little grab ass?
Not me, babe. Hi, baby. Oh, look, it's my beautiful and brilliant co-host, Allie. What's up, girl?
Hey babe. Hey y'all.
Hi, honey. Hold on, I'm trying to make a goal here. Got to get the grift going.
All right, well then make it 100,000.
But that's not how the goal works.
Oh.
It's a monetary goal thing.
I'll take 100,000 again then.
I bet you will. Is that me? It kind of sounds like Mandy.
It's not
will,
you.
Well, that the son of a bitch one's me. You know.
I know that. I know your voice, babe.
You don't think I could do that? That goddamn.
I do think you
Grifters
could
clip?
do that. That could be you for all I know, but it sounded a little like there was something behind it.
Hey, little miss got her ball, her bouncing ball. Woo! It's fun. It's fun. I'll tell you, if you don't sit with good posture,
Yeah.
it really starts to ache in your back. It forces you to sit with good posture, with your shoulders back. I love it. I love it. That's me. That's me. I sent that as it was a voice memo. I sent the group, and she made a clip of it. It's me saying "son of a bitch" if you can't tell what I'm saying.
How come we're not hearing words? Do you have?
They haven't started yet. They're waiting for either the jury to come in. They had a rather lengthy sidebar initially.
Man, it was a lot of work making tea this morning. We
Well,
only had enough water for 1 cup. I had to schlep in the gallon of water.
babe, what should I make the celebration for if we hit the goal? Give me something.
Oh, that they're gonna get?
Yeah,
I
something
mean,
we'll do.
people like a shirt.
I'm not doing it. I can't do a shirt every day. I mean, I guess I could.
Well, I guess it depends how much you're getting. A celebration.
It says share how you'll celebrate. That's the thing. Like, because we always shout everybody out, so that's not really a celebration because we do that
That's
anyway.
not a goal. That's nothing.
Not a goal.
That's some shit.
Some shit. Total bullshit. All right. Let me think.
Tell everyone who won the shirt because the person that won probably wasn't here.
I
yeah,
did.
Jason
McClellan.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if he's in here yet, but he usually pops in. So, hopefully he'll pop. I mean, we could do another wheel. Should we do another wheel?
I don't know. We got to figure out how much it's going to cost us to ship to Australia. It might have cost the whole.
Just for the record,
yesterday.
if you gift memberships, that 100% gets you, like when we're doing a wheel situation, in case it's not clear, because frankly, the membership things is better for everyone. It like, I don't think YouTube gets a cut of the memberships.
I'm sure they do. What are you talking about?
Mandy says they don't.
What?
She's done her research.
Well,
I wouldn't be doubting Mandy.
I'm not doubting Mandy.
Okay. As long as we got that straight. And then, plus people get free memberships. It's like a win-win.
Right. Win-win.
Pretty awesome. Yeah. All right, let's see. All right. I guess I'll do another wheel spin. We'll give away another shirt. Ever watched if you watched,
just for the record, I think Mr.
Oh.
Cole had an opportunity to review the redacted exhibits from
Oh.
yesterday, and I don't think
Are you
there was
on
any
2 times?
objection to them.
All right, thank you.
we're live. Finally.
I was making sure it was boosted.
Yeah, I had it boosted. That was like Herb Clark or something.
Yeah, I get you.
He's not on the mic.
All right, if anyone still sees my face at, well, I guess
Aw. Rebecca Wright 7, new member. Family
2
hug.
hours from now, I'm supposed to be on Zoom court.
Remind Allie in 2 hours she's supposed to be on Zoom court.
I was
Liz
supposed to
Reed,
be in
Dr.
person.
My sister Karen and her spectacular team. Thanks for your generosity, Liz.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Liz
that.
Reed.
JD.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your presence, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
I think that's
Hi, good morning again,
JPG
Council.
Gausa. That's how I want to. I think it's all 3 initials and then the last name. Thank you.
Could be Juris Doctorate.
Yeah. Well, what's the G? Extra G.
Great.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively.
I don't know.
You
Aw.
also able to follow the instructions
Get sober
there.
hipster in here.
Hey.
Even though it hurts. We love you.
Thanks for your generosity.
Everyone said yes and nodded
Contrary Mary.
affirmatively. Did anyone
You don't want a
happen to
criminal
see
lawyer,
or
you
hear
want
of
a
any
criminal lawyer. Jesse Pinkman knew. Jesse
All right,
Pinkman
Mr.
knew.
Brennan, your next witness, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Connor Keith.
We missed you too, Unsolved Christies. Welcome back.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Who? Connor Keith. Oh, got him. Got him.
Now I wish I had a. You know what? I see that.
Woo! Woo! Bingo time. I'm closing in on a couple of different lines. I wouldn't say I'm like dangerously close. Thank you, Unsolved Mysteries, for your generosity. We appreciate that. Oh, look, our girl, Olivia Yates.
All
there she
right.
is. Yeah.
Oh,
Family hug.
Olivia.
Yeah,
We know Olivia in real life.
we
She's a
do.
wonderful human being.
And we love her.
We do.
She's
Thanks,
delightful.
Olivia.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, girl.
About to buy you a
All
drink
right,
this
Mr.
time
Brennan,
around.
whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your last name for the record?
Sure. My name is Connor Keefe. The last name is Keefe.
Someone just said
Mr.
he's
Keefe,
from.
where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
What's your position with the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Are you a trooper?
Yes,
When did you first start beginning working as a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
2017.
Did you go to basic training?
Yes, the Academy.
How long was the academy?
Approximately 6 months.
Did you have any further training after the academy?
On the job training?
Yes.
Yes. In various specialties.
What's your role at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I am assigned to the homicide unit where we investigate homicides, unattended deaths, suicides, stuff like that. And I'm also a digital forensic examiner
Aha.
at the District Attorney's Office.
Did you have a role in investigating this case?
Yes.
Were you assigned investigator in this case?
I wasn't the main investigator, but I was involved, yes.
Did you deal with any of the digital forensic evidence?
Yes.
Specifically regarding the digital
on,
forensic evidence, did you meet anybody to obtain a phone?
Yes.
Who did you meet?
I met Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts.
When you met with them, did you have to obtain anything from them?
I obtained a consent form and their cellular device.
After you received their devices, where did you bring them?
They were brought back to the forensics lab located at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
And what, if anything, did you do with either or both phones?
I conducted a forensic extraction on those devices.
An extraction, is that a copying an image of the phone?
Yes.
Is that different than analyzing the phone?
Yes.
Were you involved in analyzing Kerry Roberts' phone?
No.
Were you involved in analyzing Jennifer McCabe's phone?
No.
Was your role limited to attaching it to grade key and doing the extraction?
That is correct.
And did you do that?
Yes.
In addition to the phone extractions, if you take us back to January 29, 2022, were you involved in going to 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Massachusetts?
Yes.
Do you know about what time you went there?
Approximately 5:30.
What was your role at 34 Fairview Road that evening?
I was asked by my supervisor, Lieutenant Brian Tully, to assist in processing the scene at 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Massachusetts.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview Road, was there anybody else there?
Yes.
Who was there?
Lieutenant Tully, members of the Massachusetts State Police CERT team, the Special Emergency Response Team.
Are you part of the CERT team?
I am not.
Did you see what the CERT team was doing?
They were conducting an area search very front of the lawn and the street or road in front of 34 Fairview.
Did you have any role in that actual searching of evidence?
No, I did not.
What was your role, limited role that night?
To process any evidence that was discovered during the search.
When you say process the evidence, can you explain briefly, what does that mean?
Sure, I was had evidence bags, and if a piece of evidence or an item was found, I would place that item into the evidence bag
And why would you do that?
to secure it.
How would you become aware if there was a
Positive.
piece of evidence found?
The CERT team would alert.
Your dad was watching the live yesterday. He was complaining about both lawyers. Alan Jackson, the prosecutor, they all suck.
Yeah, I heard he told me the same thing. He's like, I was trying to watch some of the testimony about that cop with his background. It was so boring. I couldn't watch. And then he was kind of critical of Alan too. I said, "Oh, I'm gonna message Alan. I'm gonna tell him that you didn't like his style."
He just told me just now on his way up that defense lawyer doesn't have any flair like you.
Yeah, he's like, that's what he said. He's like, yeah, they should let defense diaries ask the questions. I'm like, I don't know how that works, Dad, but
Well, obviously he was kidding. He
No,
still knows. He still knows how it works, baby.
I think he was definitely serious. Like he was.
But I'm
trying
just
to
saying,
get-
he still knows how it works. He knows it's not possible.
he does.
Right.
He does indeed. He does indeed. All right. Yeah. Oh, I saw. Yes, Venmo, 100%. Venmo should double count.
Except we're not doing double counts because it's not.
We're not done.
But in theory, it should double count.
It should, in theory, double count because. So I checked the Venmos. If you send a Venmo, Cash App, whatever, you're on the wheel.
The supervised Lieutenant Telly.
Found. How would you become aware if there was a piece of evidence found?
The CERT team would alert the supervised Lieutenant Telly or myself that there was an item or a piece of evidence, and Lieutenant Tully would then take a photograph of it, and then I would secure the piece of evidence in a bag, evidence bag.
Do you know if those photographs were time-stamped?
I believe so.
Your role was to put the evidence in the bag and return it to the evidence room?
Correct.
Did you do that?
Yes.
Oh,
I could begin. I'd like to show you on the screen a series of exhibits. If we could start with Exhibit 74.
this guy might
please.
have like a little, like, he's pretty stressed out about testifying this morning.
He looks super young.
Mm.
Trooper, do you recognize that item?
Yes.
What is it?
That is a black Nike shoe.
Did you see that item that night?
Yes.
74A, please. 74B. Thank you. Is that the same sneaker?
Yes, sir.
After you were alerted to that sneaker, did you place that sneaker into an evidence bag?
Yes.
Did you bring that item with you today?
Yes.
Do you have gloves?
Yes, sir.
How did that shoe get there? How?
Do you want the lights on, Mr. Brennan?
Please, thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Gilman, you
Every
can take the
single
photo down,
person
please.
out there that morning missed that shoe.
Right when there was
With the
only
court's permission, I'm going to move this piece of evidence.
3 inches of
item
snow.
into evidence.
No way.
at 6 a.m.
There's no way.
I think I'd have to go back, but I'm pretty sure it was like something like that. 3 inches, 2.8 maybe.
Let me ask you a few questions before you open it. Could you stand and show that bag? There's red tape on it. What's that for?
To secure the bag closed.
If
I
the
just
bag is open, is it then retaped?
Yes.
Do you write on the outside of the bag?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
To memorialize the date, time when the evidence was collected.
Could you open the bag and show us what's in it?
Yes, sir.
It's like, wow, I'm doing it.
Betty. I mean,
Oh, she's really invested in this opening of the bag.
she's like, that is fascinating. Sir, you are excellent with those. Don't cut your finger. Don't cut your finger. Oh my
I
God,
think
watch
maybe
your
she is
thumb.
thinking that.
I know.
I got to make sure he doesn't cut himself.
Sorry.
Look.
He's scared. He
Look,
is
she
scaring me.
smiled. She knows how nervous he is. She's like, yeah, I got to keep an eye on this kid because he's about to stab himself. Look, she is. That is what she's getting nervous about.
About to get an eye. About to get an eye.
Oh, well, maybe not. She's still looking. Oh, because he had to pick it up again.
With the court's permission, can he show the item?
Yes.
It's like she's dying to know what's inside.
Les choux. Les choux. Hey, quit hitting the mic, dude.
Trooper, is that the same item that you found that night?
Yes, sir.
If you could place it back in the bag. I'd ask this to be marked as an
Show me
exhibit.
the
Right,
soul.
any objections, Dean Eddie?
Oh,
Bum, bum, bum. It's white. Oh, that's right. Everybody said there was a shadow, and it really is white. I was texting Mandy yesterday. I'm like, well, that soul's white. That's not right.
Sir, you mentioned there's writing on the outside of the bag.
Yes.
What type of information do you write on the bag?
Date, time, location, who's collecting it.
The time that you write on the bag, is that the specific time the item was found, or does that represent a different time?
That could represent a different time.
And why would that be?
If you're processing multiple things at once, you're bagging things at different times. Then when you seal the bag, that could be the time that is annotated on the bag.
Can the item be found before the time on that bag?
Yes.
Would you ever write a time later than when the item was found?
Yes.
I'd like to move now to Exhibit 75, please.
What look at him. He's what, this guy. I just don't
he's in
understand.
high school.
And preferably 75A, please.
He's in high school.
He looks like he's in high school.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
Is that one of the items you bagged that night?
Yes.
And if we could turn to 76A, please.
You put a later time than when the item was discovered.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
Is that an item that you bagged that night?
Yes.
Do you have both of those items with you?
Yes, sir.
Could you, use those, please? Ms. Gilman, you could take that down, please. Thank you.
You'd have
570.
to get scissors again.
All right. Somebody like all of us that have watched can somebody explain to me, like I'm 5 years old, how in the hell these things appear out of nowhere? How do they appear on top of the snow?
Okay, they
And they
weren't on top of
there
the
in the
snow.
morning.
They weren't on top of the snow. It was like they shovel, they flip.
Huh?
Yeah, that's what they said. That they shoveled and then they would flip the shovel. So when you're seeing it on top, that's a shovel flip. That's
a
what they
shovel
said.
flip. That's a
That's
shovel
what they
flip.
said.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what they say. Okay. All right. Thank you.
That's their story and they're sticking to it.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yes, sir.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the trooper to open the bag and show the jury.
He is the one that bagged them. So he's the one that put this time on them. Oh, they better figure this shit out because the time, that's a thing. I remember from all my deep dive into this shit last year.
I think Bev's a little more confident in his scissor skills at this point.
Yeah, she's like,
She's
"All right."
not watching as closely.
Oh boy, Bev. Bum bum bum. Wow.
Wow.
Ooh.
Wow.
So I can tell you, I'm certain.
Sir, on those items that are stickers, did you put the stickers on them?
I did not.
Do you know where the stickers come from?
I'm dying to hear what you're going to tell us.
Just that those pieces actually, those are pieces that make it back into the taillight. You remember last year I was convinced
Puzzle.
that one piece was a different piece. Then we
Yes.
did like a poll.
Yeah.
A lot of people did say that one piece looked like a different piece.
You were
but then-
sending the poll to your family. Like your mother and your brother. So does this piece, which piece looks like it fits? It's like a multiple choice poll.
I do not.
Do you know if these items are ever sent to anybody other than your evidence locker? Are they ever removed and given to lab personnel and technicians?
Yes.
Do you know if that was done in this case?
Yes, I do.
Inside that bag, is there just two pieces or is there another piece in that bag?
There was another piece in the bag.
When you put the taillight pieces in that bag, how many pieces did you put in the bag?
I put 2.
Do you know if the other piece in the bag is a piece that broke off? Or do you know how
Wow.
that arrived there?
Objection,
Could you just pull out
fuckface.
that other small piece and show the jury as well?
I'm just going to tell him. Wow. You know, is that other piece just a piece that broke off of the one piece? Can you could tell me that? That's just a piece that broke off the one piece.
That's how Allie always objects.
Is that
before the
smaller
record.
piece consistent with the same color as the two bigger pieces?
Yes.
Is it consistent with the same material?
Yes.
If you could put that back in the bag, please. I'd move this into evidence, please.
Who'd objected? Yanetti? Sidebar. He's like, no, there's 3 pieces, and this bullshit he just said about did this break off this one?
All right, so you guys, it's never too early. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, like over in Ireland and the UK. Shot. Sidebar shot.
Does it come along with that really ridiculous dance?
Hey, that's my
Meaning-
shot dance.
Well, that was something
Legendary.
legendary.
Legend. Wait for it. Dairy.
Something.
Yeah, like YouTube's probably going to catch that fuck face for sure. I mean, that's their
Wow,
bots.
I'm not allowed to say that.
Yeah, I think you are. You are on our show. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Well, I mean that ship has sailed.
Sailed. It's left the
We do
port.
try. We work super hard on the podcast not to drop F-bombs. It took,
We do. We try to keep it clean.
but
Try to keep it clean on the pod, on the traditional pod. I swear for impact, for effect.
I'll
Only
swear
on
when
the
I
So,
want to
Mr.
swear.
Brennan, I leave it to you and the witness how you do that part.
Yes. Sir, on the small chip piece, you don't know how it became chipped?
I do not.
I'd ask you to remove that chip.
Chip. What? He's going to call it a chip. I'll call it a chip. You don't know how it got chipped? I mean,
Like you
remove
to
that
safely
chip.
secure it, bring with you, and bag it.
Frito Lay's chip?
Yes, sir.
And then I'd like to introduce that exhibit.
Without the chip. What's he supposed to do with it?
So we're going to mark the little chip.
Snack on it?
Would you like to mark
Giannetti
it?
asked to
Okay.
mark that.
We're going to mock the little chip.
And we're going to
What do you
submit
do,
that for
lay it on the-
identification. So the small chip that I
Madam
asked you to
Clerk.
secure.
Madam Court Reporter has an envelope for that.
Thank you very much.
But listen, we're going to mock the little chip.
Stop calling it a chip.
It's a little chip. Do you guys have little chip on your
Thank you.
bingo card? Oh my God.
Trooper, we have one more bag of items to go through.
Yes.
I just dropped the tea bag on the carpet.
Could I have exhibit 73,
Luckily.
please?
Very red.
Anyway, I brought you a little thing.
I know. It's a very small bowl.
Well, yeah.
Sir, if you could look at exhibit 73 on the screen, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
A piece of clear plastic.
Is that piece of clear plastic, when you saw it, was it at ground level?
Yes,
Did you bag that item?
Eating.
I did.
When you bagged that item, was there another item along with it in the same bag?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oof. I did tea bag the carpet.
Come on. Now
Tap
it's 5
said it.
o'clock in the morning somewhere.
Said it. Tap said it.
I'm showing you a photo. You recognize what's in it?
Boys.
Yes.
What's in it?
The piece of clear plastic.
Is that the second piece in the bag, separate from the last exhibit?
Yes.
Fair and accurate depiction of how you saw it that morning?
Yes, sir.
I'd move this into evidence as an exhibit, please.
There's no objection, Mr. Giannetti?
There's no objection. No.
Exhibit 79.
With the court's permission, could we show exhibit 79 to the jury?
Yes.
Wow, Brennan's
Gilman,
really
do you
just
have
a
a
real
quote?
piece
Thank
of
you.
shit the way he did that with the chip thing.
Excuse me. It's the little chip.
You recognize that item, sir?
Yes.
And did you bring those two items with you, the past exhibit and this exhibit?
Yes.
Could you produce those, please?
Oh, Lord. He might stab himself, this guy.
Are these different in color than the last pieces you showed?
Yes.
With the court's permission, could the trooper show these pieces?
Yes.
Yeah, we get it.
Thank you, trooper. I've moved these items to evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, the clear plastic one is their theory on those gashes on
So
John's
stupid.
arm.
You see those little bubble things on there? Is that what caused the
Thank you, Trooper Keith.
giant gashes on John's arm?
Thank you, sir.
All right, any questions, Mr. Yannetti?
Please, Your Honor, thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Trooper Keefe, you testified that you received the cell phone of Jennifer McCabe and of Kerry Roberts.
Correct.
With regard to the cell phone of Jennifer McCabe in particular, you had her sign what is called a consent form, correct?
That's correct.
What is a consent form?
It allows the trooper or law enforcement to, with the owner's consent, we are able to conduct an extraction of the device.
Okay. And on that consent form, there is a description of the item itself.
Yes.
In this case, it would have been an iPhone 11.
Yes.
And there also is an identifier with regard to a specific phone called the IMEI number.
The International Mobile Equipment Identifier.
Okay. And that would be included on the form as well because it identifies the specific iPhone 11 that Jennifer McCabe had, correct?
Correct.
The password was provided on that consent form
Yes.
and the form was signed, correct?
Yes.
By both Jennifer McCabe and by you, correct?
Yes.
And there was also a second trooper that would have signed the form as well.
That's correct.
With regard to the timing of the signing of that form, Jennifer McCabe dated it February 2nd of 2022.
Yes.
But you could date
You
those
also dated it
later, right?
February 2nd of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Jennifer McCabe did not list a time, but you did, correct?
I would have to look at the consent form.
Okay, so your memory, you don't remember what time you indicated or if you indicated a time, but looking at the consent form would refresh your memory?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
What's he getting at, babe?
The time that shit
Now, I just ask
happened.
you to read that silently and
I
then look
mean,
up at me when you're done.
Generally. What's his point? What's Yannetti getting at here?
I don't know.
Having
I had
reviewed
to
that
email
form,
the
does that refresh
ASA
your memory as to
reports.
whether you indicated a date and time?
I did, yes.
And what was the date and time that you indicated?
It was February 2nd, 2022, 12:08.
And that would have been 12:08 p.m.?
Correct. 12:08 p.m.
The document that I handed you is not an original, correct?
No, it's not.
Does it appear to be a precise copy of the original, however?
Yes.
May I offer that into evidence, Your Honor, please?
Is there an objection, Mr. Brennan?
No, subject to redaction.
Okay. So don't put it up on the.
I will not.
Exhibit 81.
Be right back.
Now,
Be careful.
Trooper Keefe, as of January 29th of 2022, you were colleagues in the same state police unit as Michael Proctor, correct?
Oh,
I was.
At that time, was the unit called the CPAC unit or was it called Norfolk County Detectives?
I don't recall when it changed.
Okay, it's been called both, correct?
It has.
As of January 29th of 2022, there were only 10 troopers in the unit, including supervisors, correct?
I don't know.
It's a small unit, is it not?
Relatively small.
Within the CPAC or the Norfolk County Detectives, every case that comes in is assigned to one particular trooper as the lead investigator in the case, correct?
That is something that a supervisor would do, not me.
And have you been assigned as the lead investigator in other investigations?
No, not a homicide investigation. No,
You have not yet.
no.
The lead investigator is the trooper who is responsible for the case, correct?
Yes,
Michael Proctor was the lead investigator for the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe, was he not?
yes.
If somebody asked within your unit while this case was going on, whose case is it or who has that case, your answer would have been Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes,
The two of you have worked cases together in the past, correct?
a few.
You've worked on this case with Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, within your work on this case, you actually partnered with him for certain assignments within the case, did you not?
you'll have to be more specific.
Sure. So for instance, on October 21 of 2022, you and Michael Proctor interviewed Sarah Levinson together, correct?
No, I don't recall that.
At least he will very easily admit that Proctor was the lead
Wanna just have a moment,
investigator.
Yeah, I mean, an important point for the defense here is they're getting Proctor's name out there through this guy.
Proctor.
know,
If you know, the first time they said Proctor, he had to pick that water up and take a drink.
Yeah, the point being is that if the Commonwealth, like they're hammering home the point that Proctor was the lead guy, and if the Commonwealth doesn't call him, the jury's going to wonder why. Like it's you just like in what case do you not call the lead investigator? It's insane. So I mean, I think that's one of the purposes of this line of questioning is to kind of they got to keep pounding Proctor into the jury's names because Hank's making sure that he never comes up with any of his witnesses. You know, none of them talk about Proctor. He's you know, the one who shall remain unnamed.
Love you too.
I was gonna say the beer ye, beer ye. Beer ye, beer ye. It's a court crier thing.
Yeah, I got it.
Do you?
It's pretty self-explanatory. Thanks, Jim.
You skipped Gen X.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. You have to
When
rewind.
you were way too short on it.
Okay, agreed.
Moving on.
I concede, counselor. It was great to put a voice to names last members only meeting. Yes.
Do you not remember interviewing Sarah Levinson on October
Glad you're here, Jim.
21 of 2022 at 12:20 p.m. at the Norfolk DA's office? Is that your current testimony?
Yes,
If you saw a copy of that report, would that refresh your memory?
to an extent.
I mean, I think it's great if it says he did it and he's saying he didn't do it. It's like, I didn't do that. They just put my name on it because I'm clean.
I don't
We
either,
didn't-
Crystal.
We didn't see from this guy. I don't think. Maybe
I don't
someone-
think so. Young, fresh-faced cop.
with hair.
Thanks, Crystal. Samantha.
Oh, Samantha.
Samantha Alley read me that post from your.
She says,
Hilarious.
taking a big risk here by watching this live. I'm probably going to have another crazy dream that I'm at your house and Bob got puppies and Allie is pregnant.
Oh, man. Wow.
That'd be rough.
That'd be rough. Not the
I've
puppy
placed
part.
a
No.
document in front of you. I would just ask you to read that silently to yourself. Look up at me when you're done.
Yeah, I never interviewed that woman. So whoever wrote this shit.
So listen, I don't know who the fuck wrote that shit down, but I didn't do it. I know the lore, and I didn't do it. Must have been Proctor. Fucking guy.
I mean, it says that, but none of this is ringing a bell.
Oh, family hugs. Thanks,
Thanks,
Jesse.
Jesse.
Thanks, Samantha.
Barbara Breeden, love your channel and your coverage. Thanks for all you do. Thank you.
Thanks for hanging with us. We appreciate you. He's really reading it.
I think he does not think he did this. Maybe they did stick his name on it, to innocent cop name.
Is your name on there? Is your name on there?
Probably thinking, what the hell am I going to say right now? Because
He's
no.
going to say apparently. Apparently I did. I don't recall it. See, now this is one of those situations where he's trying to refresh his recollection. He
I
can
think the
say-
guy maybe it's real that he didn't do it, and they stuck his name on it.
Sorry, Trooper Keefe, just so we're clear, I'm not going to ask you any questions about the specifics of what Sarah Levinson said, so you,
I'd
you
just
don't
like
have to
to-
brush up on that.
I'd just like to refresh. Take a
Sure,
look, sir.
go ahead.
He does not remember that shit. I'm telling you.
So, in which case, he will say that his memory has not been refreshed. Remember, refreshing somebody's recollection is like, oh, I read it. I could see I was there. That's not a refreshed memory. He's got to actually, he's be like, oh, shit. Yeah, I remember sitting in that kitchen. Thanks. That paper helped.
No. That face is, I didn't do this interview.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know.
Having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory as to whether or not you participated in an interview of Sarah Levinson with Michael Proctor on October 21st of 2022?
Yes, I don't recall the specifics, but
So when you say yes, is it your current testimony that your memory is refreshed that you were actually there?
yes,
Okay. And
I don't think it is.
the two of you would have participated in that interview together, correct?
yes,
But you
I think
did
he's
not
shitting his
write the
pants right
report,
now.
correct?
no, I did not.
Michael Proctor wrote the report, correct?
Yes, he did.
He was the lead investigator writing the report, correct?
Yes, he wrote this report.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
I did not have any input on how he wrote this report.
Right. You had no input. You weren't standing over him while he was typing it, correct?
Correct.
Now, other examples of, and actually, let me. take
I don't
that
think
back
the guy
from you,
was
if you
there.
don't mind.
Sir, what was
Yes.
Sarah Levinson wearing that day?
What's she look like? I would have asked him, is it based on your recollection, is it possible that Proctor wrote your
Other
name and you
examples are the
weren't there?
reports on the videos that you, well, strike that. Let me
Definitely.
start by saying this. You, or asking you this, you retrieved
He wasn't there.
videos from both the Waterfall Bar and Grill and CF McCarthy's, did you not?
That's correct.
You and Sergeant Buchanan retrieved the videos from CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes,
But lead detective or lead investigator Michael Proctor was the one to analyze the video and write a report on it, correct?
I would have to see that report, sir.
Sure.
I don't think he was there.
I agree, babe.
The defense is missed the whole thing they could have done with this. Especially while he was reading it for that long. He's like, no, I got to keep reading. I got to refresh this shit.
If I may approach?
Okay.
Thanks, April Nunya. It's for your swear jar, babe. For your foul mouth.
Sorry.
We'd be rolling in
Read
it.
that silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
Shar coming in hot. Gifted
Thanks.
5 DD memberships. Thank you.
Yay.
Woo-hoo.
John says I would love an objection fuckface shirt.
I mean, where do you wear it?
Everywhere.
Out. Night out at the bar. Good one.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're not wearing it to the kids' baseball, softball
Well,
games, right?
No, I guess when I say everywhere, right.
Yeah.
Not to the kids stuff.
For their choir recital. Oh my God! You see that?
I had to like
cool shirt
turn
on?
my what is it, funk off or funk yourself?
Go
funk
Yeah.
yourself shirt inside out because I accidentally wore it to a kid's thing. It's like, oh shit. I got to turn this shirt inside out.
April enjoys your F-bombs. Thanks, April.
Okay. Having
Thanks,
reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory about Michael Proctor being the one to write the report on the analysis of the waterfall video?
Sir, I only obtained a copy of the surveillance video. I
Right.
did not do any analysis on the video.
That's my question. It was Michael Proctor who did the analysis, correct?
Yes,
And that, by the way, I said waterfall. Is that C.F. McCarthy's there, or is that waterfall?
this is CF McCarthy's.
Okay, I meant C.F. McCarthy's. He was the one to review that video, correct?
Yes, again, I only got a copy of the surveillance video.
Sure.
I did not do any
And
analysis.
with regard to the waterfall bar and grill, that was another circumstance where you and Sergeant Buchanan were the ones to retrieve the video, correct?
Yes,
But again, lead investigator Michael Proctor was the one to analyze the video and write the report on it, correct?
You'd have to
yes,
show
I would
me.
have to see that report as well, sir.
Lead
Now,
investigator Michael Proctor.
Another member of your unit was Trooper David DeChico, correct?
Yes,
Within your unit, did Trooper DeChico have a nickname for a first name?
Objection.
May we approach?
Approachal. Approachal.
Hey, oh, Allison.
What the hell is that?
I don't know. It's clearly
Hey,
another
oh,
combo.
Allison.
What? Where'd that come from?
Mandy.
Oh, I
Mandela.
know.
It's a secret.
She's such
Wow.
Word.
Oh God. Yeah.
a SpongeBob sound.
You hate Gary the snail, the cat snail. Yeah, I've raged against that. Like that was one of Jay's
Yeah.
ride or die sounds.
I remember because I remember being like, "What is with that sound? Why?" And then
Shannon hated it. Me and Shannon hated the sound.
me too.
Riley says, I don't know how you guys worked it out to be here every day, but I'm so glad you did. Love you guys. Love you back. Riley. Reading room. Appreciate you.
Trooper, in terms of the troopers that were in your unit as of January 29th of 2022, which members of the unit had the least amount of time in the unit at that time?
I don't recall.
Were you one of the newer members of the unit?
As of January of 2022?
Yes.
Yes.
Trooper Michael Proctor had more experience than you did as of January 29th of 2022, correct?
He could have. He'd been on the job longer.
Okay, well, if he had been on the job longer, then certainly that means that he did have more experience, correct?
It depends.
Hey,
You attended the autopsy.
It's like
of
that
John
guy
O'Keefe on
sucked. I don't
January
think he had
31st
shit.
of
I did.
2022.
it was a
And With
douchebag.
regard to other members of your unit, you were the only one to attend that autopsy?
Yes.
That was done at the medical examiner's office
The medical examiner's office in Sandwich, Massachusetts.
in Sandwich, Mass. And it was Dr. Irene
Sandwich.
Scordi-Bello who performed the autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Had you met her prior to that day?
No.
Had you spoken to her prior to that day?
No.
Did you know before the autopsy was performed that your former colleague, lead investigator Michael Proctor, had discussed the case with Dr. Scordi-Bello without telling us what you knew of what was said?
Objection.
With regard to Dr. Scordi-Bello's knowledge of what the state police theory was of what happened, did you have to explain that, or was it your understanding she already knew what your theory was?
Objection.
Objection.
What, if any, conversations did you have with Dr. Scordi-Bello about what your unit's theory was about what happened to John O'Keefe?
There was no theory.
Okay. You did not
Bullshit.
provide any theory to her, correct?
I did not provide a theory.
You learned at the autopsy from your observations that John O'Keefe had 2 black eyes and a swollen right eye, correct?
Yes.
You also learned that there was a small cut above his right eye, correct?
Yes.
And there was a small abrasion on the left side of his nose, correct?
I would have to reference the report for the exact words.
Hey, Tracy, can you tell me, is Scordi-Bello listed for the CW? Are they calling her? Because if they're not, this is a fantastic way to get her autopsy results in and to get her name out there.
Right.
I mean, to me, getting names of people that were critical in this investigation, namely the lead investigator, as well as the medical examiner, who was the only one who ever performed a physical autopsy, as opposed to reviewing a report of an autopsy. If neither of them are called, that should weigh very heavily on the jury, because you have to be asking yourself why.
Just want to say, Spitfire, I'm enjoying my tea.
Okay. If I may have a moment.
Scordi-Bello is on the list. Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
I know they have another forensic pathologist, which is weird.
Oh, I can't leave it with her.
Don't. So listen. Don't trust what she said.
She said
Trust the
consistent
next
with the
person
what?
says.
Consistent
So
with
I
the.
placed another
No.
document in front of you. Just take a look, read it silently to yourself, and look up at me when you're done. And I would direct your attention to the second page for the question I just asked you.
Thank you, weird Debbie M. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Ooh. Salty
Salty
Georgia.
Georgia. H2O.
Having reviewed that report, Trooper, is your memory
Thank you.
refreshed as to whether you observed a small abrasion on the left side of John O'Keefe's nose?
Yes.
Now, was this the first autopsy that you had attended, or had you attended ones in the past?
I cannot recall.
It could have been the first one?
Yeah.
Most likely not.
Okay.
When you're attending an autopsy as a member of the CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, you are expecting
Oh.
that
Hey,
the
Whitney.
medical examiner is going to examine the body, correct?
Yes.
And you're there to witness that examination, correct?
Yes.
At the end of the examination, you are expecting that there will be a determination as to cause and manner of death, correct?
Not.
He had
In
it.
this
He
case,
didn't need to object.
when the autopsy ended, you left the medical examiner's office, correct?
Yes.
When you left, your understanding was that the cause and manner of death was still undetermined, correct?
Objection.
You knew when you left that Dr. Scorti-Bello had seen the scratches or bites or injuries to John O'Keefe's arms, correct?
Objection.
You knew when you left that in your presence, Dr. Scorti-Bello had seen the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm.
Object to the line of question.
Why? What?
Facts
You
not
knew-
Let me approach.
Wait,
Okay.
that last question
Feel free to
was,
stand up.
you knew when you left that Dr. Bello had seen the injuries to John's arm.
Yeah, I mean,
There's nothing objectionable about that.
I mean,
mean, his-
technically it's facts not in evidence yet, but I don't know.
He's putting it in evidence right now. He was there and he saw her look at the injuries with his eyes.
Dishonor on your whole family. Make a note of this.
Thanks, 1 in 400.
I'll tell you what,
4,000
Mandy's a busy bee on the sound clips. Love it. We need a search tool though, because it's vast. We have a vast library at this point.
No applause.
Yeah, I think Mandy aced the applause.
She's like, who needs an applause?
Who needs applauses?
All right. Well, Jim says we need a Defense Diaries bingo version, sound clips, quotes you to say, tech wizardry, rants, impersonations. Would have to be blackout style.
Yeah.
Work, Mandy.
Especially for the tech wizardry. Like, I mean, that's a guarantee. Every single live, there's going to be some tech wizardry. That's every single live. Screw something up. Aw, family hug. Welcome to the fam, Casey. Love having you here.
Man, my stomach's been bugging me since last night.
Oh, you should take some of that Gas X I got Scarlett yesterday.
Wow.
Scarlett was having some massive, intense stomach pains during the game. She's a gamer. Like, she's a tough kid, and she pulled herself out of the game. I ran over to Walgreens, got some Pepto chewables and a little Gas X. Gas X, I think, did the trick.
I'm pretty sure it was the Gas X, yeah.
I think so too. Teresa, thank you. Appreciate you.
I'm gonna grab some water.
Were you watching Dr. Scorti-Bello as she was conducting the autopsy?
Yes.
Did she appear to be looking at John O'Keefe's body?
It's the same thing.
What direction were her eyes facing when she was examining John O'Keefe's body?
Well,
I
I
don't
can't
recall.
leave yet. This is absurd.
Okay. Was she looking at the ceiling, Trooper?
She was doing her job conducting the autopsy.
And
She's
in order to
looking at
do
the
that,
body.
I'm
Did
sorry.
she use her
She's
eyes?
looking at the body, I assume.
Thank
I
you.
see.
Thank you. And looking at the body, you saw her looking at the body, correct?
Yes.
And looking at the body included an arm, correct?
Yes.
And it was at the arm was not covered up during the autopsy, correct?
No.
It was open for you to see, correct?
Yes.
And you saw the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Yes.
You didn't see any bruising on his arm, correct?
I don't recall.
I don't recall.
You didn't notice any obvious broken bones, did you?
I'm not a medical expert.
And it is common
Pause
practice
it real quick.
for the state police to attend autopsies when they're
See, babe, they needed him to lay a little foundation.
Judge Canoni, I asked those stupid questions for you.
I'm wearing this ridiculous thing for you.
an undetermined death, correct? correct?
I mean, he was
Yes.
forced to ask those stupid questions.
I
It
know.
is not at all common for the defense to attend an autopsy, correct?
I've never experienced that.
Right. And there was no defense attorney or defense expert at the autopsy of John O'Keefe, correct?
Not when I was there.
You were there, correct?
Yes.
And there was nothing that prevented you from giving input to the doctor as she examined the body, correct?
We don't give input. We give the facts that we know so far in the case.
Okay. Well, giving the facts is giving input, is it not?
It's not input.
Oh, sure it is, pal.
Okay. Did you talk to Dr. Scorti-Bello during the autopsy?
Yes.
And you gave her information, if you don't want to call it input, correct?
Yes.
And at the end of it, you left without her ruling it a homicide, correct?
Objection.
I have nothing further.
No, none, thank you.
All right, you're all set, Trooper.
Thank you.
So,
I wore this
jurors, this
We
break
think
we're
you
going to
stink.
take now.
for you.
You. So, if you're a juror, and let us know in the chat, what is your takeaway from that last line of questioning? You know, it's like, why be so evasive? Why say something ridiculous like giving them facts is not the same as giving input? Like, I mean, like, what is your takeaway from that? It's like, we're talking about the state medical examiner, you know, a state employee who conducted the autopsy. Like, why? Like, if you're a juror, you have to be wondering why this cop is being so argumentative.
suspicious.
I just don't I don't know. Like, to me, it's a weird look. It's a weird look. I don't know that the jury knows what to make of it, but I think they're going to make something of it. You know, I mean, is it smoking gun shit? Absolutely not. But this is death by 1,000 paper cuts as far as the defense is concerned. You know, I mean, you just got to kind of keep wondering, like, why do they seem to be hiding the lead on this thing? Like, that's just the impression that you get, witness after witness after witness. It's like things have to be phrased just so. Just so. Got to look at it at this exact angle in order to understand what we're saying. I don't know. Love to get J-Bo on. He's got a standing invite. He's got a standing invite. Jay knows that.
All right, we're going to take a break. The lawyers and I have some work that we have to do, so it's a little bit longer.
Oh,
break
shit.
than we normally take, and it's a little bit earlier, but we did get coffee for you, so.
All right. So he ended it on the question, and he got out that Scorti-Bello's finding on the autopsy was undetermined. Now, I cannot recall, as we sit here right now, what the ruling was, because I know that Brennan had filed a motion in limine regarding that exact topic. I don't know if that's what they're going to be discussing right now outside the presence of the jury, but David snuck it in there, if it is sneaking it in. Because I know that he was trying to have it where there was this litigation over it in terms of them not being able to get into evidence that her determination was undetermined. So I don't know. Let's see.
We'll take a recess now for the next half hour.
Half hour.
So to stay.
Wow.
Court, please. Close your notebook, follow me.
That's a lot. I've got some blooping. All right, we're about to hear it.
So I want to talk a little bit more about what we talked about at sidebar. And I read the decision from Maryland, just cursory while we were waiting for the witness. And that was a March decision. And I can't stress enough that this should have been brought up before today. So I'll hear you about your concerns, Mr. Alessi. I'll hear the Commonwealth's response, then I'll go finish reading everything else you gave me. So what are your concerns about Jessica Hyde? I don't know if she's Dr. Hyde or what, but I remember she testified the last trial, so you have transcripts.
Understood, Your Honor. I first want to just get the evidentiary basis. This is straightforward judicial notice. There are two separate decisions which require two separate.
One's a Massachusetts case, so that's easy enough.
Okay, so and that's a shall.
It's an SJC case, so yes.
Yes. Okay. So now to the Maryland case. So that's governed by federal, Massachusetts Rule 39A. And that is records of courts of other states or of the United States. The Act provision is the records and judicial proceedings, and of course, a court is judicial proceedings, of a court of another state or of the United States shall be competent evidence in this Commonwealth if authenticated by the attestation of the clerk or other officer who has charge of the records of such court under its seal. So I have with me, Your Honor, that State v. Herrera, Maryland case. I have the certified copy with me from the clerk.
All right, so we can mark that for identification.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
Thanks, Kaylee.
Okay, thank you.
So, assuming Your Honor determines that the seal is the seal, it is a mandatory under the rule that it shall be competent evidence. It shall be in evidence. And to the extent the Commonwealth seeks to argue relevancy or materiality, that argument is precluded, Your Honor. And the best evidence of that preclusion is the immediate section below in Rule 39, which is notice of foreign law, which is not this, but it says there, the court shall upon request take judicial notice of the law of the United States or of any state, territory, dependency thereof, or of a foreign country, whenever it shall be material. So the drafters of this rule knew how to put in a qualification or condition when they introduced materiality in B, but they didn't do it in A.
Okay, so focus on what it is you think Jessica Hyde should be prohibited from testifying about.
Oh, Your Honor, I am not seeking to prohibit her from any testimony under this rule. What I want to do is to have it admitted in evidence, have it published, and question her on what she presented to the court in the Maryland case, what was presented, her report, because it was deemed not reliable. And that is what.
In one area, right? One specific area?
Well, you can call it.
The decision.
Right. Oh, yeah. Just what's in the decision. But there's two parts to that decision, two areas. It's FLH, frequent location history.
Right.
But what the court also got at was Apple source codes. That she didn't have the Apple source code.
Nobody in the country has the Apple source codes, right?
Point exactly, Your Honor.
Exactly.
What is it that, so you want to put in her report and question her about a proceeding in Maryland? I need to know exactly what you're asking
If I could
me
proceed
to allow.
and give you the answer, Your Honor, I
Go
will
ahead.
explain it. It's a very short answer.
Okay.
What I want to do is with regard to her 227 timestamp and her anticipated testimony on that, where she uses a tool, Cellebrite, to determine and come to a conclusion about that timestamp, she is not using Apple source code to find out where that's located specifically in the phone and what it means. She is using a surrogate to do that. And I want to cross-examine her on the topic using this decision to say in Maryland, you tried to do the same thing with regard to FLH. You tried to use a surrogate approach and make an opinion about whether that is in fact what's in the phone. She can't do it. And that means her testimony on 227 is not reliable. I'm not looking to exclude it. I'm looking to cross her on her reliability for the conclusions I anticipate she's going to make on 227.
So if she is not asked about that, then what?
Oh, if she's not asked about the 227, and I want to think about it, but I'm 99% certain I am not going to pursue that at all.
Okay, what do you say, Mr. Brennan?
This is an attempt to try to malign a witness with something that's wholly unrelated and not relevant to what she's going to testify to or the basis for her opinion.
What?
It is not a law that is admissible. It's an opinion. It wasn't even about a specific case. It was about a peer review. And so in a Daubert hearing, the court did not allow testimony on significant location. That's not the case here. Try to conflate the argument saying it has something to do with Apple 227. There is absolutely no basis for that argument. They want to say that another court rejected something about you, therefore the jury should reject you. There's no
Bullshit.
relationship between what she is going to testify as a
Bullshit.
basis and that opinion. That opinion did not say she was wrong. It said that it was not admissible under Daubert, unrelated.
Because it was
Nobody has the Apple
unreliable.
source code. No expert can testify about Apple source code. It's only owned by Apple. And so
I'm
using the
gonna need
words
that
like surrogate as a way to
citation,
try to
please.
cheapen her testimony in front of the jury. Here, number one, what he said, I really can't follow him. I don't understand, other than he's trying to draw some type of
It's 'cause you're
relevance
stupid.
materiality. There's not.
just hate him. I hate him. I hate
This is not a denouncement. She hasn't been found incredible. There's nothing about her methodology that has been rejected by a court.
Yes.
This is on significant location. And although she looked at it, that's not part of this opinion whatsoever. And so because another court didn't allow something under a Daubert, has nothing to do with this case. Nothing.
And what is it that you expect her to testify to, Mr. Brennan, regarding the 207 stamp? We did not have this issue with Mr. Whiffen, right? This was not raised with Mr. Whiffen.
Oh, it was. The 227 timestamp would.
No, that was raised, but this
Well, it wasn't Whiffen whose testimony was excluded. It was
problematic in Maryland. The same thing that was
Hyde.
problematic in Arrington.
Jessica Hyde.
That's correct, Your Honor. It wasn't raised because Mr. Whiffen has not been Daubertized with regard to
Daubertized.
source codes. And if I
What?
could, Your Honor,
Okay,
Daubertized.
Mr. Brennan has
Like
made
it.
a relevance
He's been
argument,
Daubertized.
anticipating my cross, which he has incorrect, by saying it's not relevant. That doesn't go to the admissibility in my cross. I'm entitled to cross her on her reliability.
Yes.
And if I could,
100%.
Your Honor, in the state Herrera decision, if Your Honor would look at page 3, please, at the bottom, the paragraph, it says, in assessing the reliability of an expert's methodology, I get to do that on cross. It's not limited to a Daubert hearing. Every expert can be crossed
Yes.
on their reliability of their methodology.
Yes.
And lastly, with regard to the Apple source code, if Your Honor would please turn to page 6, the last paragraph, it
We gotta
says
explain all
the
this
issue raised in this case stems from the fact that Apple's algorithms are proprietary and the expert did not have access. That's exactly the situation here and what I want to cross her on. So in conclusion, Your Honor, the fact that how she tried to get around the Apple source code, her methodology in the Herrera case, she got
Rejected.
Daubertized on because it wasn't reliable.
Daubertized.
That's exactly what I want to cross her on, is her reliability, how she's trying to get around them in this case.
Yes.
It's just basic cross-examination.
Basic. So let's all stop
You can
being
see the
obtuse.
plan to dehumanize somebody, Daubertize.
What?
To
Oh
use a
my
term
Pause
God.
this.
Oh
Pause
my
suggest
this.
some type
God.
of conclusion that has no basis in
Please.
fact.
Oh
For
my God.
God's sakes.
Did he just say dehumanize? This fucking guy, man, is
What?
unbelievable. He is unbelievable.
Dishonor. Dishonor of
Every
your whole family. Make a
single
note of this.
expert
Dishonor
witness
of
that
you.
gets thrown on the stand, you have an absolute right to cross-examine them, including opinions that they've given on other cases that were rejected. That's how you challenge their credibility. I don't know what he's talking about at all.
Well, how he does not want, his
I know
expert
what he
being
doesn't want.
dehumanized. He doesn't want her being dehumanized. But wait,
Wow.
wait. What I was trying to figure out is how in the hell did the Commonwealth find out that they were planning? Like, I was like, did they like bring up like, hey, buddy, I'm going to cross-examine your witness on this, like, because they were afraid of something? But I just heard Alessi say he was predicting my cross-examination. I don't know, but standard people is that you do your research on your expert. You find out other cases that they've either been excluded in, that they've been challenged in, or the testimony is different, especially any appeal where they're like, oh, well, that guy's testimony was bullshit. And that's essentially what he's doing here. He wants to use the fact that I'm going to read this either on the lunch break or if there's a longer break after this. But,
Herrera was the
that
case.
site. Yeah, but I need.
I mean, like, for instance,
I'll find
in
it.
one of our cases, we had a criminologist who's relatively well known. His name's Brent Turvey. And this was a pre-trial hearing. And the state dug into all of his old opinions and like came up with 5 or 6 different times that he had been either completely disregarded or was not admitted as an expert. You know, it was like,
It wasn't quite that extreme, but there
it
was
was pretty
something.
extreme. I think you're forgetting how like it was. We didn't call him. I mean, and that was partially because he kept looking out the window. He wouldn't look at the
All right,
prosecutor.
let's not talk about.
Yeah, it was interesting.
Mandy, you're gonna need to splice that shit out.
No, bullshit.
The
Like,
man's okay. All right, let's.
facts.
As an attempt to just dehumanize her and limit her testimony and credibility without any basis in fact. In that case, it did not deal with the search of a tab and a suspended state in Safari. It didn't deal with the timestamp. It was an entirely different issue. By their analysis, if an expert goes into court on a motion on anything to do with data forensics and the court says that issue is not admissible, they should be impeached when they go and talk about a totally different issue in forensic data analysis at another case. They have not shown any evidence that this issue has anything to do with her effort in the timestamp. They just used the word methodology. Her methodology was questioned in an opinion in a different court. Has nothing to do with her opinions here. What information do they have that her methodology in this analysis has been rejected by any court? What evidence do they have that the methodology used in this case is unreliable or improper? They don't have any. In fact, they called an expert themselves in the last case who tried to provide what he believed to be methodology, and they presented that. They proffered that evidence as reliable. No different on this subject. Herrera case is a totally different subject.
Your Honor, first of all, as the court has noted, the first trial is the first trial. This is this trial. I wasn't at the first trial. The most important and probative aspect, Your Honor, is I don't want to have to give away my entire cross in this argument.
No one's asking you to. I'm not asking you to.
There is parts of Ms. Hyde's slide that go to location. There's a good part of her slide presentation. I don't want to depart from the 227, but the good part of her slide presentation that she's going to present is on location. It is with regard to health data steps. So there are certainly aspects directly relevant. Here's the issue with the 227 in addition. There is, for her methodology, she's claiming a certain conclusion and opinion about the 227. There is no peer review. There is no article that she can cite to support her methodology to come to the conclusion that the 227 timestamp, 1, doesn't exist anymore, or 2, doesn't mean that the search occurred at 227. That's what she's opined on in her reports pre-trial, and that's what I anticipate she's going to opine on when she takes the stand. I'm entitled to cross her on that. We can't be saddled. It's irrelevant what our witnesses said in another proceeding. It's what this witness is going to talk about in this matter, and I'm entitled, and my client's entitled to have me confront this witness on what she's going to testify and her methodology. So my point is, Your Honor, this decision, how do you impeach an expert? That one of the fundamental ways you do it is, and I don't mean to dehumanize her, I won't even use the term Daubertize anymore. She's been deemed unreliable. Attorneys who do experts all the time, that's the verb you use to shortcut it, but I won't use it. I have no intention to dehumanize her. What I intend to do is to impeach her on her reliability. So in conclusion, Your Honor, the Herrera case She was deemed not reliable. That's competency. You and any expert that's been deemed that, you get to attack that. If the Commonwealth believes the case is not relevant, if Ms. Hyde believes it's not relevant, let Ms. Hyde defend that on the stand. Let Mr. Brennan make that point on redirect. But I can't have my client's constitutional right to confront her on the very subject matter she's going to testify on by anticipating what I'm going to provide for cross. I've given it, and I respectfully submit, Your Honor, this is basic cross of an expert witness, particularly when their methodology on data forensics has been deemed not reliable by a court. And one part is
you can, Holly.
Location. She has in her PowerPoint. She's going to testify.
Do you intend to introduce that, Mr. Brennan?
It's not significant locations. There are locations in the database that develop the opinion that the timestamp for 227 is not related to the search. They're conflating the issue. She has not been deemed unreliable. It is the issue of the significant locations by that court that they found insufficient. There's no opinion from a court that she's an unreliable expert. And this is how they're going to distort it. Invoking the Constitution and invoking the client's rights has nothing to do with the analysis.
Yeah, we
This
should
is a
disregard
totally separate subject,
the
or an opinion
defendant.
simply wasn't let in a different court out of this jurisdiction. It wasn't this opinion, it wasn't this methodology for the opinions that she's going to offer in this case.
It doesn't matter.
So if you look at the case, it is a totally
All right,
different
pause
related report, different related item. It's as if a reconstruction expert.
Here's an example. We were going to use, Bob brought this up before, our medical examiner, my brain doesn't work, babe.
Werner
Spitz,
Yeah.
right. And he had went on that series and made some statements about it being the brother that he thought did it, whatever it is. I mean,
Benet Ramsey.
right.
Yeah.
And then his lawyers said he cannot testify in our case if they're going to cross-examine him on that. So we filed a motion to prevent them from cross-examining him on that. It has nothing to do with the goddamn thing.
It was a TV show.
Right. It's not even proved yet. It is. They've got other ways that they can cross-examine him. It's like it was ridiculous. And the judge said, no, if you put him on, all that's open. He's getting cross-examined on it. Boom. We couldn't call him as a witness.
Yeah, I mean, because he was getting sued.
When Alessi says this is freaking basic cross-examination. Hello. Like, I'm shocked right now that I'm standing in a room with lawyers and a judge, and this is the argument that we're having. That is what he's saying right now, and he is absolutely right. Although I haven't read the case, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
You've been found unreliable in one aspect of something that there's like a little gnat or something. What in the hell? Yeah, there it is, like a mosquito. Oh, the dog. Damn it.
What about the dog?
Like when he pushes the door open.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, his point is that she tried to do an end around, not having the Apple source code. It doesn't matter as to what the specific topic was. The fact is that she tried to do an end around in order to get her opinion in. And I mean, that's going to apply. Like there's no way that he can't question her on that. I mean, that is the way that you attack experts.
And it's like bullshit. Brennan knows this shit. I mean, I don't know, maybe in his mob cases, there's not as much dauber, issues with experts coming up, but no, he's been practicing. God damn it.
Kill it. Kill it. All right, let's go.
All right, back up a little bit because
and attempted to give information.
We've
so if you look at the case, it is a totally different related report, different related item. It's as if a reconstruction expert went into a court and attempted to give an opinion about a medical diagnosis, and the court wouldn't allow that medical diagnosis in. In another court, in another jurisdiction, they would not be able to be cross-examined that in some court, there was an opinion they offered that was deemed inadmissible, unless they were talking about the very same methodology and the very same point.
No,
This has nothing
No.
to do with her opinion whatsoever. It's
Wrong.
just an attempt to try to endorse the defense's attempt to suggest she's not credible by hiding behind the shield of a different judge and distorting the fact that it's two different methodologies, two different issues.
Yeah, that's how you attack.
One last word.
Anytime.
Go ahead.
Thank you,
Guy.
Robert.
Any
This is
issue.
credibility. This isn't a credibility issue. This is a reliability. This is the
And
essence of what
credibility,
experts do.
And
You have
credibility.
to show that your methodology is reliable. It's a red herring to bring up credibility. The court
think so.
opinion.
And this is the equivalent of a Superior Court opinion, right? It's not an appellate
It is, Your
decision.
Honor. It is, Your
Doesn't
Honor.
matter.
It is the equivalent. I respectfully don't think that the level of the court is at all relevant. Any court, unless you get it overturned on appeal, then this would be a different matter. But this is a valid case. And even if it wasn't, it shall be in evidence. So there's two issues here. And I think the Commonwealth is conflating that. The question first for the court is this admissible? Can it come into evidence? To me, that's a non-issue. Rule 39 says ipso facto, yes, as long as I've got a certified copy. So it is in evidence.
Oh,
I don't know
motherfucking
why we're
facto.
perseverating respectfully on whether I can question her on something that's going to be in evidence about her. Final point, Mr. Brennan incorrectly says that this wasn't about her. The final sentence, the decretal section on page 7 says, accordingly, defendant's motion to exclude expert testimony regarding the significant location data obtained from the forensic cell extraction is granted. She's the only expert, and her name is mentioned throughout this opinion. It's all about Ms. Haack. And I'll conclude my last point, Your Honor, where I started, and that is Ms. Hyde's methodology with regard to her PowerPoint. You heard Mr. Brennan's answer. He is going to include, he has included in her PowerPoint locations, steps, etc. It's exactly what was at issue here. The 227 timestamp, she has no, and this will be developed further on cross, she has no peer-reviewed article to say that how she is determining that 227 timestamp should not be in the data. She has nothing to support that, just like she had nothing in this case with regard to data forensics. Final point is, if the Commonwealth believes that this is irrelevant to what Ms. Hyde did, let them come back on redirect on that. I shouldn't anticipatory have my cross-examination struck before I even get to pursue that with the witness. And I believe once I pursue it with the witness, it will become evidently clear that it's a proper basis for cross-examination.
Right. And Mr. Lessie, have you thought about if the Commonwealth does not get into the 227 timestamp, whether you think you're still entitled to do this?
Your answer, or Your Honor, my answer is I wouldn't be
Yes.
entitled, but I would say this. If they don't get into 227, I won't go after it. I won't pursue it. I won't pursue use of this opinion.
We necessarily would have to.
It's the
on some
nuclear
basis,
option.
Because in order for the witness to explain to the jury her opinion that Ms. McCabe did not delete any Safari browser searches, she would have to identify the search, where it is in the databases, and how she can tell, how she knows that it wasn't deleted by a user. The same with the second part of the phone calls. But if I could avoid talking about 227, I would, but it is necessary for the basis of her opinion. There's just no way around it.
Tough
And
shit,
again,
bro.
this is something
You get
that
the crosser on it then.
after a defendant expert may or may not testify,
Them's the rule.
could be addressed at that point. There is no burden on the defendant. I'm not being presumptuous, although there was a offer of proof earlier on similar evidence. But not knowing the court's wisdom on whether I'll be entitled to rebuttal, I do not want to lose the opportunity to address points that were made in the opening that have absolutely no basis in fact and have not been proven in any way to this point in the case.
So I asked earlier whether the defense intended to call Mr. Green, and you believe that you do, right?
Your Honor, we have not made a decision on what data forensics expert we're going to call, but if I could just 10 seconds,
Okay, but then answer my question after your 10 seconds.
but I will. Mr. Brennan can't have it both ways. He can't say, yes, I need to address the 227 timestamp, and then deny me the ability to cross-examine fully on this expert's methodology and to impeach her and to get at her reliability and her competence, which is a key issue of crossing an expert. Her competence has been determined in this decision. And it is her, because it was her report that was the basis for the court to not allow her to testify. They can't have it both ways. You can't say, I need to do it in direct, but no, I want to handcuff the defense on cross-examination. Now to answer your question, Your Honor, we are going to have a witness that is going to address the 227 issue. Whether it's Mr. Green or somebody else, we haven't determined. My point on that, Your Honor, is we shouldn't be limited in our cross-examination of the Commonwealth.
No, I'm just thinking it in terms of whether this might be appropriate for rebuttal. That's.
Yeah. And Your Honor, my point would be, that's obviously going to be Your Honor's decision ultimately. But again, the Commonwealth can't have it both ways. They're the ones who are triggering this issue, and I say triggering in a legal sense. They are putting at issue the 227 timestamp with this issue, with this witness. If they weren't doing that, I wouldn't be having this discussion at all. But they're putting it at issue. I have the right, respectfully, to cross-examine on the issue that they're putting in issue, and they shouldn't get rewarded with sort of having a pre-authorization of rebuttal to deal with it. They should have to meet their burden of rebuttal depending upon when the evidence comes. But I don't believe just because we may call a witness, that should dilute my ability to cross-examine this witness on an issue they're raising. I'm not raising it.
You can see why I wish I had more notice on this, right?
Your Honor, I have no good answer for that.
So I will do what I can in the next half hour. I might need more time on this, frankly, but we'll see. She's here.
Your Honor, may I ask one thing? May I ask a question?
I just want to know, is she here?
He is, Your Honor.
Can she stay another day if need be?
I think she'll do what the court directs her to do. She would have to leave by Friday. She cannot be here. Well, may I approach?
Yeah, why don't you come up?
Oh, he probably doesn't want to give whatever her personal business is that she's got to leave for.
She's got
All right.
business.
So we said this is Hernandez,
Herrera,
and what state did he say?
Maryland.
Maryland. All right, so I got a half hour myself. We will get this to
When do you have to do your Zoom?
Oh, phew, I was getting worried. 10:30.
Wow.
Oh my God. I was like, oh Lord, I missed the whole thing.
Oh my God.
I did get an email back from the ASA that Zoom was fine because this was supposed to be in person, but my guy got sick. So
Excellent.
he's not in person. I'm not in person.
Excellent.
And I have to remember to take off this sweatshirt.
Take off that sweatshirt, that hoodie. Oh, you found the zip up. Where
Yes.
was it?
It was amongst my shit.
Okay. Fair enough. All right, well, you're digging. Andrea, thanks for keeping it real, Allie and Bob. And if you're wondering, Allie's trying to pull up the Herrera case, so we can give you a fuller analysis.
What's Hyde's first name?
Jessica. Andrea S says, thank you for keeping it real, Allie and Bob. You speak my language out loud. Allie, effing objection. Hank is a real piece of shiz with that chip. Heart you too. Heart you back, Andrea. Thank you. Or Andrea, whichever way you pronounce it. Thank you. Kaylee, he's distancing hard from Proctor. I'm assuming that you're talking about Connor Keith there. Yeah, for certain. Or Brennan. More Brennan than anybody else is definitely trying to distance himself and the case from Proctor. It's not going to work. Proctor will be a very, very large topic of discussion during the defense case in chief.
Jessica spelled normal, and then how's Hyde spelled?
I'm assuming Hyde.
Goodbye.
She's off the Zooms. She's off the Zooms. I don't know how much time we have.
I'm
Let's see.
finding 0 case
Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop.
with Jessica Hyde in Maryland.
Can I do really?
Maybe because it's
Chat,
a
double check me on Hyde spelling, but I thought it was Hyde. Thank you, Kaylee. I appreciate that. L. McCallie girl. We need more thoughts from Bob Sr., please. Even if the puppet tells us you should have him watch parts and let us know what his thoughts. Oh, he'll be back. He'll be back. He's always lurking, staring at me.
or I'm just gonna check everywhere.
His dead puppet eyes.
All states.
Thank you so much.
Maybe it was federal, Massachusetts federal court.
Not so Zen Jen. What prize we chosen? What are we watching? Not so Zen Jen. Are you talking about? You get to pick if you win on the wheel, then you get to go to the bonfire store and you pick whatever shirt that you want, and then you just send us the size, the color, style, and then we send it off. We got some pretty good tank tops for women with the nice summer weather coming. Thank you so much for that, Not So. Crystal, family hug. Thank you guys for all you do. Thank you for being a member, Crystal. Love you, love you, love you. And Wrestler's mom. I have to watch with people who use swear words. I have trust issues with people who take offense to those words. Thank you. It's kind of like how I felt about when Bill Clinton was running for president and claimed he didn't inhale. Dennis Miller had a funny bit way back when. He's like, do you really trust somebody to run the country who won't even try to smoke weed? It's like, wow. I was like, that's pretty deep, man. I kind of agree with you there. Somebody that's so adamant, it's causes concerns. Kale, does Bob Sr. still watch trial watch, or is he done with it? He'll watch a fair amount of our streams. He actually tried to watch some of the testimony yesterday and felt like it was a little slow for his liking, I guess. He thought, it was a cop, got into a lot of the background experience stuff, which is for all of us very boring. It's like it's a snore fest, where you're going through 20 minutes of.
Somebody double check. Is it HYDE?
Did you guys check in the chat?
Yeah, no, I just saw this. Rosie overruled.
Yeah. Yeah. And you're looking in Maryland cases?
I looked in all states, all federal.
I don't know if it was federal.
I just put all states, all federal. I mean,
okay.
And just Jessica Hyde.
Yeah, it's Jessica Hyde.
Comes back with 5 cases, none of which is...
How are you spelling Herrera?
I'm not even putting in Herrera.
Why don't you try putting in Herrera?
I did think it was Hernandez, so the first time.
All right, let's see.
The name Jessica Hyde, who she work for? He said her name is all over this opinion. All right, I'm gonna get off and look. I gotta get my computer off of this thing and use it for real. Try to find this thing.
For real? For real?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. This does not seem right. This seems like seems like it's civil. This case I found.
Well, it could be. You found it just Googling?
Just.
Oh, wow.
Let's see.
I've got to figure out all the things that my old debit card was associated with before my shit starts getting.
Yeah.
Before the lights turn off.
It's true. From that glorious day when you fell for the oldest trick in the book.
Oh God, perimenopause brain. Try looking for
Ulrich
Sleuthy. Huh?
is dealing with somebody named, their expert was named Elric. So I'm thinking this isn't it. This ain't it.
All right, Sleuthy gave me the name of her corporation, so I'm going to try searching that.
Mark Weber. Adhesive quality.
No. It's brief.
This case about some Velcro. It's probably some kind of horrible like bungee jumping down.
I mean, I found a case, but it's a Massachusetts case.
Well,
Jessica Hyde is a researcher, practitioner, and lecturer in mobile device forensics. She
he
is
cited that he said there's a very new decision that just came down in March, a Massachusetts case, mass case. Is that March this year?
well, it's a 2023 amicus brief. Is she the one who? Huh. She wrote an amicus brief. She wrote an amicus brief. Crazy. Saying, trying to get her shit, probably trying to get her shit recognized.
Let me see here. Oh wait.
It's exactly on this. It says Jessica Hyde and Dr. Eugen, whatever, Dr. Casey respectfully submit that information from Apple iPhone frequent locations history reliability provides reasonable, accurate information that a device was within the vicinity of a physical place around a given time point. The purpose of this brief is to inform the court about the reliability of location-related evidence generated by Apple iPhones, in particular, frequent location history. That's exactly what they were talking about, FLH. This brief explains how FLH functions and its range of accuracy based on...
Found it.
Huh?
That's definitely it.
Well, this is a Commonwealth. This is an amicus brief that they're writing in a Commonwealth, in a Massachusetts case.
But right, there were two. Like he was relying on the Mass case, which is brand spanking, but he was also using this Herrera case from Maryland to drive home the point. So whatever you just found, I think is the Mass case that he was discussing, which she and me, because it was a SJC case.
So this SJC case was decided February of 2024.
Oh, here you go. Sassy Southern gal.
What? Who is showing me up right now? What is happening?
Sassy Southern gal.
Wow. Thanks, sassy Southern girl. Which case did she find? Herrera? Where'd he go? Oh, I think that's the one I'm reading right now. SJ 13499. Yeah, I'm reading that one right now, the 2024 case, but it appears to be I mean, it has the word Apple in here like 5 times. Hmm. All right. Well, I guess I'll talk about something else until Bob comes back so that we're talking about something and I'm not just reading this case. CCR or CRR member for 16 months. Wow. Thanks for your generosity. I would also like a JBO special guest one day. So we'll reach out to him. He knows that we want a JBO special guest. But I'll reach out to Jay and Shannon. Maybe Shannon will want to join us one day.
I went through all these baby cakes.
Oh. Well, let's reach out to Jay and Shannon. If Jay can't come, maybe Shannon will do a pop in sometime.
Yeah, I'll see. I'll definitely check. I'll definitely check.
All right, I'm gonna keep.
I was wondering, Alessi may have given the citations like right at the beginning of his argument.
I'm gonna go back and listen to it.
Here, I'll just whip back there.
Wow.
The answer is I would be entitled.
I'll just see if he did it. Because it was right at the beginning of his argument.
All right.
Hyde. I don't know if she's Dr. Hyde or what, but I remember she testified the last trial, so you have transcripts.
Understood, Your Honor. I first want to just get quickly the evidentiary basis. This is straightforward judicial notice. There are 2 separate decisions which require 2 separate.
One's a Massachusetts case, so that's easy enough.
Okay, so and that's a shall.
It's an SJC case, so yes.
Yes. Okay. So now to the Maryland case. So that's governed by federal, Massachusetts Rule 39A, and that is records of courts of other states or of the United States. The Act provision is the records and judicial proceedings, and of course, a court is a judicial proceedings of a court of another state or of the United States shall be competent evidence in this Commonwealth if authenticated by the attestation of the clerk or other officer who has charge of the records of such court under its seal. So I have with me, Your Honor, that State v. Herrera, Maryland case. I have the certified copy with me from the clerk.
All right, so we can mark that for identification.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
They
Yes.
might not put their lower courts just.
So it sounds like he doesn't give
Okay,
a citation.
So,
I'm gonna try and get on Maryland's docket and see if
assuming
that's.
Your Honor determines that the seal is the seal, it is a mandatory under the rule that it shall be competent evidence. It shall be in evidence. And to the extent the Commonwealth seeks to argue relevancy or materiality, that argument is precluded, Your Honor. And the best evidence of that preclusion is the immediate section below in Rule 39, which is notice of foreign law, which is not this, but it says there, the court shall upon request take judicial notice of the law of the United States or of any state, territory, dependency thereof, or of a foreign country, whenever it shall be material. So the drafters of this rule knew how to put in a qualification or condition when they introduced materiality in B, but they didn't do it in A.
Okay, so focus on what it is you think Jessica Hyde should be prohibited from testifying about.
Oh, Your Honor, I am not seeking to prohibit her from any testimony under this rule. What I want to do is to have it admitted in evidence, have it published, and question her on what she presented to the court in the Maryland case, what was presented, her report. because it was deemed not reliable. And that is what.
In one area, right? One specific area?
Well, you can call it one
The
area.
decision.
Right. Oh, yeah, just what's in the decision, but there's two parts to that decision, two areas. It's FLH, frequent location history.
Right.
But what the court also got at was Apple source codes, that she didn't have the Apple source code.
Nobody in the country has the Apple source code,
Let him
right?
speak.
Exactly, Your Honor.
What is it that, so you want to put in her report and question her about a proceeding in Maryland? I need to know exactly what you're asking
If I could
me
proceed
to allow.
and give you the answer, Your Honor, I
Go
will
ahead.
explain it. It's a very short answer.
Okay.
What I want to do is with regard to her 227 timestamp and her anticipated testimony on that, where she uses a tool, Cellebrite, to determine and come to a conclusion about that timestamp. She is not using Apple's source code to find out where that's located specifically in the phone and what it means. She is using a surrogate to do that. And I want to cross-examine her on the topic using this decision to say, in Maryland, you tried to do the same thing with regard to FLH. You tried to use a surrogate approach and make an opinion about whether that is in fact what's in the phone. She can't do it, and that means her testimony on 227 is not reliable. I'm not looking to exclude it. I'm looking to cross her on her
Doesn't cite it.
reliability for the conclusions I anticipate she's going to make on 227.
I found the
So if
Maryland
she is
docket.
not asked about
Pause it
that,
or
then what?
skip to the
Oh, she's
pan.
not asked about the.
I found the Maryland docket. There are a ton of Herreras. I've limited it by criminal cases.
Here, read the comment. Hale says that he had a certified copy, so it might not be available online yet. It's a very recent decision. It was March of this
The
year.
Herrera was, because that'll.
No, yeah, Herrera was correct.
All right. Well,
You're
that'll
trying
help.
to find the mass case, right?
No. I found the mass case. Now
Oh,
I'm
okay.
trying to find. So that'll help because I can look by the date here of these criminal cases.
Yeah, it's not necessarily sealed. It's just not published yet.
Not published on like Westlaw, Lexis,
Right.
because lower courts often are not.
Hold
So
on.
I found a
go ahead.
2023 case, but that's case type criminal SOC application. All right. Answer people's questions and I'll stop talking about what I'm doing. Oh, he left. All right. Oh.
I had to light my candle. All right. Let's see. Little Miss.
Get to the OnlyFan though. We'd like to see OnlyFan, sir.
Okay. Okay. A lot of OnlyFan time. All right, we're live and in person. Little Miss, did you get the chair one or just get a straight up ball? We've got the one that has the wheelbase, so it's kind of like a little chair. It's got a little back, which I never use. So I'd have to really lean back like this, which would be kind of weird. Let's see. Yeah, it's a good question, Wrestler's mom. Allie made a hard and fast rule that you only get one entry. No matter how many supers you put in, you only get one entry. She feels that that's fair. I feel that no matter how many times you enter, you should get entered in. So we have a divergence, but
well,
she's the
okay,
boss.
here's the thing. If we come up with a number, because most people seem to be doing $4.99.
Yeah.
What my issue was, somebody comes in with $50. Somebody comes in with $2. And then does $2 10 times.
Well, so that one's easy because it's like the goal is teal and above. So the $199 is not teal. Like it's got to be a minimum.
All right, so then let's just deal with, because what we did last time was, because you did that, and then I was like, all right, because most people were at like the same dollar number, so we did add people twice that donated twice as much as the or whatever, twice as much as people who did it multiple times. So I guess as long as you know as long as that's what it is, and as long as people know, I mean, that they know, like, if you're gonna do 9.99 is gonna count once, but if you split it out into 4.99 and 4.99, it would count twice. Then that's their decision, and we can do it twice. So that's fine.
Allie has relented. Look at
Right.
that.
But I just want the people to know, um, I don't want to dissuade people from giving us more money.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. I get it. All right. So, what is your final ruling?
My final ruling is that um that if you donate multiple times, you can do it. And I guess if somebody, I don't know, like, why don't we get some input from the people? I guess
Are
I
you-
think multiple donations should work as long as someone knows.
Oh, I thought you were going to join Judge Bev back there in chambers and taking under advisement.
I'm going to take
So-
this under advisement. I don't know if there's enough time. This should have been brought to me before. And
Dana Lee, thank you so much. Appreciate you so much. Jennifer J25 gifted 5 DD memberships. We love that. Thank you. I'm sure all the people that received those. Should
so
I give
you
away
are putting, like,
today?
Jennifer's name gets on for having done that,
100%.
right? Everyone who does
Absolutely.
anything's name is getting on.
Yeah,
right?
if you Venmo, Cash App, if you gift memberships, 100%
So,
you're on.
so are you telling me that poor Dana Lee here, innocent Dana Lee, she doesn't get on because
She gets nothing and likes it. That's
Okay.
it. It's a well when you
but
set the
people know this,
goal-
right? Like, they know, as long as people know what the requirements are.
Well, it says on the
Teal and above.
goal, it says 30 teal super chats. So I mean, maybe that's not fair to somebody who's colorblind. I don't know.
So you're gonna
Oh.
say 4.99 and above or something. I have no idea, but if you wrote 30 teal and we get more than 30, then you have to do 2 thingies, not 1. That's not fair.
Well, but what happens if I can't fill up 2 wheels?
Well, then you even make 2
But
wheels
that's
even.
what I was gonna do yesterday. We surpassed the goal, and I think we landed at 44. And then so I'm like, all right, what I'll do is I'll create a second wheel, and if we can get 16, then we can have 2 wheels.
All right, well, then I guess
know what
you'll
I
let
mean?
people know. If we surpass it, you say you're all going on 1 unless we get X more.
I have to start a second wheel, but I've got to be able to make that even as well, because then
Or you just do 2 wheels of 22 if you get 44.
yeah, I guess I could do that.
I mean,
That's a pretty good
or you
Steph says I'd like 4 entries, please.
right, exactly. I was gonna say people could do that.
I mean,
So that she gets 4 entries. You're gonna have 2 wheels for sure.
yeah. 2 wheels. 2 wheels. Well, at this point, let's see, we're at 20 out of 30.
It's early.
I know.
Better increase.
The max I can do
goal.
it for is for 3 hours. Like, it doesn't give me longer than 3 hours.
What do you mean?
It must be like on the drop down menu when you're creating the goal, it does not give you the ability to go longer than 3 hours on the goal.
Yeah, because they're like, if you're here all day,
Right.
you better have a higher goal.
Right. You're a psychopath.
Right.
If you're-
I
if you're-
mean, 30. What kind of goal is that? I'd like a 10,000 person goal, please. I mean, we've got to manifest here.
I mean, if you're gonna set a goal, make it a high goal. High goals. But thank you, Jennifer. Sober hipster. Thank you.
I'll take $1 from everybody. And
Happy
then
Annie gifted a DD. Thank you. Sure,
So-
whoever got that. We've got
I have
5
no
left.
idea how much is a membership.
I don't know.
So I don't know.
To be honest with you, I don't know how much they are, but Mandy knows. Mandy, how much are they? If Mandy's still
Because you
hanging
got to
around.
figure out how many memberships somebody gifts to
Well,
get on the
Mandy
wheel.
told me that 5 DD memberships is $50. It's like $10 a membership.
Oh, well then
Yes.
she's on. Get her, she's on the wheel.
Yeah, Happy Annie on the wheel. So thank you for that. Trial Lover, thanks for all you guys do. You're amazing. Thank you, Trial Lover. So are you. And we
All right,
appreciate
let's see if we've got any questions about what just went down. I'm really getting
Luna's mom, who won the last one, who I hope to God this thing gets to her. She has a strange address where I wasn't sure. I was including a part of it that I thought was the town.
this sounds like the grift.
And it was not the grift.
Tends to send a shirt and then no one ever gets it.
No,
Wow.
I definitely,
Just like a
that would be-
Mata thing to do. That's a Mata thing right there.
That's a super grift. That's a super grift. But no, hers is supposed to get in on this one. Mid to late May.
Wow.
So this month. Takes them a couple weeks. So and she knows, we'll hear from her.
I don't know whatever happened to you using Mike.
I don't know. Mike kind of fell
And-
off. Like it wasn't like, I don't know.
My sister sounded much better than what we're doing, and that we were actually getting money from it instead of just
Yeah, the
people wearing-
problem is like our complete aversion to the U.S. Postal Service and like going over there and mailing shit. Like I have stickers. I'd love to give stickers away, but I suck at going to the post office because I just forget. I'm very busy. Like, and it's just boop, it's gone.
You know what? Our little the issue is I've got our like office stamper plugged in up there, but there's like something I coded something and I never fixed it, and now it's just sitting there because otherwise you
up
just
and
stick it
broke
in the
it.
mailbox.
Yep, it broke it.
That'd be easy.
I mean, at this point, so it's 11:13 there. She takes lunch at 1. So all right. We're live, y'all.
Check
So-
Venmo, Mandy says.
Okay. Check the Venmos. Oh, yep.
Remember,
Ooh.
we are commercial free during our lives for
Yeah.
you. We did that stupid shit for you.
Your situation for you would be
I
concurrently-
still would like to know from Mandy if there's a way to at least turn on like the one commercial in the beginning, like when you start it. But it's all right. Bob said
Christina C came in
it's
with
not
a
worth it.
$50 Venmo. And she said, glad to catch you live today. Appreciate all you do, the expertise, community you've created and continue to. Thank you so much, Christina. How
Thank you.
incredibly generous. Thank you. Million times over. Anne, our lovely Ann Piccolo, $5 for the wheel. Thank you so much, Anne. Thank you. Susan W. I never know. I'm careful not to say y'all's full name. I know, like Ann
Chrissy said Dana Lee can have my entry. I Venmoed as Christina. We're sticking them
Ooh.
both on because between Chrissy's $1.99 and her Venmo, that brings Dana Lee right into the $4.99. So they're both going on. Everybody's going on.
Everybody's on the wheel. Everybody's on the wheel. And then Susan W paid us 10. Y'all entertain me so much. Thank you, Susan. And you are on the wheel. Everybody's on the wheel. I mean, while we're killing time, should I pull up the... You guys got to look at the shirts to see what you can choose from. In case you weren't here yesterday. If you go to our bond, I'll just pull it up. I'll keep an eye on this. We'll go right back immediately upon Judge Bev taking the bench. I promise. All right, so let's see.
I'm having real trouble here with this docket.
I know it's very unally like for you not to.
Well, there's a couple criminal cases. Filing date.
What the hell? Okay, there we go.
There must be. Huh.
Okay, let's see. So go to my store. All right. So here it is. I'll pull it up real quick.
I'm gonna try something.
Pull that down, pull that up. Just so you know what you're dealing with. There's my totally lame name I came up with.
Data not found.
See how I tried to get all kitschy with the SHOPPE? Lame. All right, let's see. That's got the big old OG. It's not even the OG. Our OOG. Our OG thing had a bloody knife on it, and we moved away from that. Now people are like, "Oh, I didn't even see there was a gavel." Can you guys see there's a gavel in between the DD?
Wait, we have a new.
Yeah, I haven't gotten it on the. Got that one. We got. I've always loved this one. This is a good. It's a good logo. It's a good brand. So you see, we got some tees now. Y'all aren't eligible for the hoodies, but you are eligible for either a tank or a tee. And then we got this one. My podcast advised me to tell you, come back when you have a warrant. And on the back, it's got the DD thing. I like that one. For those fans of the podcast that know it's your favorite time, it's my favorite time. That's a classic. This one I love. Didn't do well. Didn't do well in the stores. The objection. You suck.
I didn't like one.
You did not?
I don't think so.
Oh, come on. It's hilarious. This is just a straight up old kind of analog looking Defense Diaries. Got the DD on the back there too. Old concept, new look. So this, we add a little graphic up there. Got a little gavel. Let's come back if you have a warrant. I say this a lot on the podcast, but I digress. The intelligent way to say I need to shut the fuck up. Team Alley. Team Alley shirts, classics. Jabo has a Team Alley shirt. Team Alley has your back. It's a good
All
shirt.
right. Well, I just realized that even if I found the case on
Just
their document,
facts, our tagline. That's on there right there. Oh, you found it?
no, but even if I found it, the documents aren't available
Then of course a coffee mug.
online.
So that's it. There's some of our shit. We need upgrades. I think those all came out like a year and a half ago, something like that.
All right. I'm going back to the one in Massachusetts and just see
where we
at.
Where'd that go? Oh, hell yeah. There you go. Okay.
What, they're back?
Yes, ma'am. See, that was perfect time killing.
Your microphone. You can. All right. I appreciate the time. I appreciate people's patience. So, in reviewing the rules, I look at Rule 2. So, Mass Rule of Criminal Procedure, Rule 2, purpose and construction. And so, upon reflection and consideration, it says these rules are intended to provide for the just determination of every criminal proceeding. They shall be construed to secure simplicity in procedure, fairness in administration, and the elimination of expense and delay. Also looking to Commonwealth versus Durand. I don't have the site. I know it's from 2016, 2017, a judge, Robert Kane, was the trial judge. So because none of the purposes here in Rule 2 are served by the admission of the Maryland trial judge's decision, particularly were offered without notice to the court previously, I'm excluding that decision. Your rights are saved, Mr. Alessi. We've got that decision marked for identification, and you certainly are free to cross-examine Ms. Hyde regarding her methodology. So that's my decision. So bring the jurors in, please.
You are unmuted.
We almost forgot about my Zoom. Mandy texted me or Tracy texted me.
So in reviewing the rules, I look at Rule 2. So Mass Rule of Criminal Procedure, Rule 2, purpose and construction. And so upon reflection and consideration, it says these rules are intended to provide for the just determination of every criminal proceeding. They shall be construed to secure simplicity in procedure, fairness in administration, and the elimination of expense and delay. Also looking to Commonwealth versus Durand. I don't have the site. I know it's from 2016, 2017. A judge, Robert Kane, was the trial judge. So because none of the purposes here in Rule 2 are served by the admission of the Maryland trial judge's decision, particularly were offered without notice to the court previously, I'm excluding that decision. Your rights are saved, Mr. Alessi. We've got that decision marked for identification, and you certainly are free to cross-examine Ms. Hyde regarding her methodology. So that's my decision. So just bring the jurors in, please.
Or did I make that up?
Put it back in session, you may be seated.
Jurors, I appreciate your patience. So your next witness.
All right, real quick. So he can't use the Maryland decision wherein the court found her methodology to be specious. So he's not going to be able to attack her reliability with that case. So long and short, Alessi lost the argument. Of course, he can cross-examine her, but he can't use that Maryland decision. Bullshit. Call him bullshit.
Yes, Mr. Brennan.
The Commonwealth calls Jessica Hyde.
Follow me, please. Take the card and raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Jessica Hyde, Jessica space HYDE.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a digital forensics examiner. I'm also an associate, I'm also an adjunct professor at George Mason University, where I teach mobile device forensics in the graduate program. I also own a digital forensics company that does training, services, and research.
Breathe.
In addition to teaching at Georgetown University, do you teach in other ways?
Correction, I teach at George Mason University,
I'm
not
sorry.
Georgetown. But thank you. I also teach, my company writes and develops training courses I teach a mobile forensic analysis course and a data structures course there to law enforcement, civilians, etc.
Do you engage in any other type of academics or research?
I do. I do other research as part of some volunteer activities I do in the digital forensics field. So I'm the chair of DFIR Review, which is a body that reviews practitioner-created research so that it can go through peer review. I often do reviews as a member of a reviewer for Forensic Science International Digital Investigations Journal, which I was a previous associate editor of.
What does peer
Oh, I'm so sorry.
What does peer review mean?
Peer review means that when a study is done or a research paper is done on a topic, that an assessment is done of it. There are 3 types of assessments that can be done. One is a methodological assessment, where you read through the methodology of the academic or practitioner-created paper and state if it is acceptable or not. The second is you conduct your own testing using the same methodology to conduct a peer review with your own generated data sets. And the third is if the original author has shared their data sets, reviewing their data sets and checking that against their work.
Has any of your work been peer reviewed in the past?
I've had 2 peer-reviewed journals. I've had an article that was peer-reviewed and published in Forensic Science International Digital Investigations regarding the standardization of file classification of recovered items. The layman's term of that would be talking about what deleted means. And then I have another paper that's been accepted that I was a co-author on in terms of timelines and correlations of forensic evidence.
You mentioned you work in forensic data analysis. Generally, what does that mean?
It means that I look at evidence of digital forensics devices, be them mobile phones, computers, Internet of Things devices, and do analysis to provide meaning and context to the data that's recovered from them, as well as performing data recovery of those same computer-related devices.
Did you have any specific education or training to learn about forensic data?
Absolutely. I have professional training both from courses I've taken, as well as I have a master's in digital forensics from George Mason University, a master's degree in that. I've taken multiple courses, advanced mobile analysis, iOS forensics courses from SANS, computer forensics courses from SANS. I have multiple certifications. I hold the GIAC GCFE, which is the GIAC Certified Forensics Examiner. I also hold the NWC 3CFE, which is a Certified Forensics Examiner.
Do you, through your company, teach other forensic examiners how to study forensic data?
Correct. I teach government agencies, both federal and state and local, how to do digital forensic analysis, as well as private sector digital forensics examiners.
How do you teach private digital forensic examiners? What's the method?
I've developed an online virtual course that we teach virtual live, so I'm always there when I'm teaching, but I also have a team of instructors. So for example, the mobile forensic analysis course that I developed right now this week is being taught to a police department in Texas right this moment.
Forensic data analysis seems like a broad field. Is there certain parts that you focus in?
You done? You're muted.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Did she cover her head last time? I wonder.
I think so.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if that was like why she needed to leave, if it was.
I don't know.
Personally specialize in mobile phones and Internet of Things devices.
I want you to just give us some very basic, very general and brief background. When you're looking at a forensic device and you're analyzing it, do you rely on any tools?
That is a really interesting question. Reliance on tools is not precisely what we do. We utilize tools to extract data from a device, and then we utilize a variety of tools to attempt to parse results from those devices. But the forensics examiner has to take the additional step to both understand, validate, and provide meaning to those results.
Is there any shortcomings or dangers in simply relying on a forensic tool for a result or an opinion?
There is absolutely a danger in just relying on parsed results. When an algorithm is used to determine what data is stored as, it doesn't tell you what that data means, and that's where you need a forensics examiner. Tools don't necessarily understand how the data got there and what causes the data to exist, and that takes deeper and further human analysis, as well as, if you think about it, if on your phone you can go to the Google Play Store or the App Store, and you can actually download millions of apps. There's like 6 million apps between the two stores. Digital forensics tools maybe support generously 1,000 applications. So in order to be able to parse and understand the data from applications that the tools don't know how to support, you need a forensics examiner who knows how to dig into that data, conduct testing, and determine the meaning of the data.
Were you asked by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to look at and analyze a phone that was related to a person by the name of Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, with a very, very specific scope to a specific date range.
Were you asked during that scope and date range to analyze it and provide an opinion about whether there were any user-initiated deletions of any web searches or Safari-type searches?
Yes, I was asked to look for deletions of Safari searches within the scope of the time frame that was dictated by the purpose of the exam.
Were you asked to look at the phone device and determine whether or not there were any user-initiated deletions of phone calls on the device?
Yes, I was asked to look for deletions of phone calls in that same date range.
And did you do both of those tasks?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you ultimately have opinions on both of those issues?
I do have opinions on both of those issues. That's correct.
And in engaging in the efforts to answer those two questions, did you necessarily have to review and analyze a web history that included searches on January 29th, 2022 at 2:27 a.m.?
I did analyze web searches that occurred at 2:29 a.m. In local time here in Norfolk on January 29th, 2022 from the device I was provided, yes. Not the device, forensic image, for clarity.
So before we get to the two opinions that you were asked to consider or what your opinions were after analyzing the data, I want to begin by giving the background and having you share with us your analysis and your observations and opinions about the search on Safari relative to this 2:27 timeframe. Before we begin that, let me just ask you one question. Did you do anything to ensure the integrity of the data that you were looking at?
Upon receiving the forensic image, the first thing I did was I did what's called a hash of the image. So a hash is an algorithmic representation of a file. So a forensic image, all the data from the phone, it comes in one file that can then be extracted and have the rest of the data. That singular file that's received, there's actually 3, but focusing on the one that has all of the data, that archive file, you can run what's called a hash algorithm against it. There's actually multiple hash algorithms, and I hashed it, and then I validated that hash to the document that was provided along with the image file that contained the hashes that were contained in. Those hash values matched. Now, just for clarity, if you change one bit in a file, it will not have the same hash. So the hash provides integrity, and having used both hashes, which are available in that report, and ran 2 different algorithms, they both matched. Additionally, I reviewed the PDF that was received for signs of alteration. The PDF that comes with a Great Key report is not signed by Adobe Acrobat. However, I was able to take that PDF and then examine it just like I would a phone. So I'm using the same techniques on the phone. using a tool called EXIF tool, I was able to learn a lot about the creation of that particular PDF. And what I was able to learn about it was that it was created by, it's labeled it as being produced by Grayshift using a particular code-based application to create the PDF called PYF PDF, standing for Python Framework PDF. It is on, it's a program that you can download, and developers who create tools like Magnet Forensics, who owns the Gray Key, utilize that script, which is why it says it's produced by it, to create the actual PDF. That's what the evidence there in the data tells me. It also contains a time of when that is created, and that time was February 2nd, 2022 at global UTC, that's the global constant time, think what's in the UK, at 22:49, which local time would be 5:49 p.m. So that says that it was created approximately 2 hours and 45 minutes after the document said the image started, and it correlated with the document information. So that provided some level of certainty that that document was factual. And on top of that, I further opened the file of that PDF in what's called a hex editor, which lets me see like every byte, every 1 and 0. And from doing that, I looked for tag markers that are made sometimes in some modifications of PDFs called XMPs, which is Adobe's format of markup. And I did not find any evidence of those tags.
When you're trying to determine whether there's integrity in the data, are you able to tell whether or not there's been any alterations or tampering before the item is put on the Gray Key machine to make the extraction?
That would be when you're talking about if the physical device had been manipulated, is that correct?
Yes.
I cannot tell if the physical device has been manipulated prior to it being imaged. I can only validate if the image was correct. In theory, all of the data of anything that you did on that device would still show in the evidence of device logs and whatever locations that were touched or communicated with. But at that point, it's the same as any user interacting with the device itself.
After the phone's extracted or at the time it's extracted, does it have the history of the device on that extraction?
Could you rephrase?
Yes. At the time the phone is extracted and the copy is made in the PDF and the digital copy, does the digital copy and the PDF contain the history of searches and calls and other items on that phone?
The forensic image itself contains a variety of different artifacts or traces that are left behind by activities that a user does on a phone. Yes.
You use the term artifact. What does that mean in a basic sense?
An artifact is any type of evidence that is left behind on your phone of an action. So, for example, if you receive a call, there are multiple places in the phone that show that a call was received. That can be in the call log, that could be in a notification, that could be in a unified log that tracks the activity that the phone's doing. There's multiple locations, and each one of those residue of the fact that the call came in, that's what I would refer to as an artifact. So you could have an artifact not just about a call, about a web search, about taking a photo, any action you take on your phone may create an artifact.
Boring.
Before we get into those two questions about any alleged deletions from Safari, a Google search or an internet search, and any alleged deletions of phone calls, I want to start with your explanation or your sharing how the timestamp works relative to that search beginning at 2:27 a.m. on January 29th, 2022.
So for clarity, there's more than one search that happens actually at 2:27. There is some activity that's looking at, and I don't want to mispronounce the name of the town. I'll try Hockomock Sports, looking at activities for the sporting events at that school system, I assume, or county location. There is a timestamp for the search Haas Long to Die in Cold. However, that timestamp isn't about active searches. It's about the time that a tab was either opened or moved to the background. So Haas Long to Die in Cold is the most current search in the tab that you opened at that was opened at 2:27. So if you're using your phone and you go to your browser, you have some choices. You can just open an existing tab, or you can open a new tab. A new tab was opened at 2:27 a.m., and that search was done there. Another tab, actually at 2:27, was moved to the background, and its last search at the time it was moved to the background was for, I believe it's Raining Men, the YouTube video. So those two searches both exist as what's called browser state searches, but that browser state isn't about the time that it was searched. It's about the time that the browser tab that you opened either went to the background, or if it's never been moved to the background, the current search. So the time in the instance of the It's Raining Men video is the time that that video was moved to the background and the new tab took over as the tab that's active. And that tab, the last search done in that tab is Haas Long to Die in the Cold, because that database holds the current search. It constantly gets updated, and the time that the tab was either opened if it's the first time it's opened, or moved to the background if it's an existing tab.
Did you put together an exhibit that would help explain some of the different databases?
I did put it together an exhibit that would show that.
May I approach?
All right, pause it a sec.
Yes.
All right, so what she just said there, I mean, makes sense logically in a way so far to me, okay, that the It's Raining Men went in the background at 2:27, meaning another window came in the forefront. So that would indicate the last window that she was looking at before she switched to this new window was the It's Raining Men, video. So we'll have to see how that data was treated and that time stamp, if there's some sort of corresponding time of 2:27, because that's when that window was moved back. Was that deleted? Did it stay looking like that? So, I mean, I guess we'll keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, I mean, if Alessi's cross is going to kind of live in the world of that Axiom Magnet is still showing it or giving, like, I just don't know how compelling the argument is. As to either way, you know what I mean? It's like with that whole concept that just nobody knows what Apple's source code is.
I mean, it goes back at the end of the day to what we've been saying all along is come this point. I don't care if she said, I hit him. I don't care if she said to search for it. Obviously, that's not the issue. They're not trying to be like, no, Karen didn't ask for it. Obviously, what's of the utmost importance is did Jennifer McCabe have reason to be searching this, beforehand? So,
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, science wins in this case. And to me, this isn't the science that wins the case.
yeah, well, we say that, but then where's
Definitively. I mean,
where's
like,
our juror Ronnie? Where's Ronnie the juror?
you're going to have two. Well, I'm assuming they're going to do a much better job with ARCA under Bob's guidance.
Right. And well, now that they know that that's what the jury thought, they'll be able to.
Yeah, because I mean, like, I'm going to walk away from this case this time still not knowing whether or not that 227, because you're going to have two people saying opposite shit who both are going to sound like they know what the hell they're talking about. You know, I mean, where does that leave you?
Not that Mickey is right at this stage. Doesn't even matter to the jury.
Paper, do you recognize that?
I do. This is table 1 from the first report I created on this case on the phone that I was told was for Jen McCabe.
Is that the something that will help you explain?
It will.
I move this to evidence.
I still say Canoni. At the end of the day, she makes the right decision on a lot of hard matters. That doesn't take away from the
Bad
other
decisions.
right, other issues.
Jason, by the way, you won the T-shirt yesterday. In case you're just getting in here, you won the T-shirt. So, our mods will drop the email where you have to send what your choice is, color choice, size, which shirt you want, and your mailing address. You're in Australia, right?
I've heard Team Alley is a good looking shirt.
Team Alley is a good looking shirt.
I'm just kidding.
Are you?
I am.
Let's see if we have a little blooping. Bloop, 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 bloop. I have to say, I find Jessica Hyde to be annoyingly perky.
Yeah, she's likable though, but she is a little too perky.
Yeah.
But I think she explains things well. which is
Yeah, I mean,
an important trait for
I've seen chat saying she explains things horribly. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
I am also reading that some stuff in the background while this is going on too.
There you go.
Before we look at any chalk, I want you to explain the entire basis for that chalk and your ultimate opinions that are reflected in the chalk. So let's start from the beginning.
May I
And-
look at my copy of the chart?
No.
Or no?
Why don't I just
Yeah,
ask you?
may I?
See if you can answer the questions and if you can, first.
Yes, Your Honor.
When you looked at the phone to analyze it, were you trying to determine when a particular search was made, specifically the search "How long to die in cold"?
Correct. I was looking for two searches, both how long to die in CIKD and how long to die in cold.
So as a forensic
You remember that bullshit when Brennan was arguing that he wasn't going to really get into the whole 227 thing with
You
her?
had to mention it.
The entire thrust of this testimony is about 227.
Well, not only that, it was
Holy shit.
purpose of her. That's what she's saying. Her entire job was
Yes.
right.
Yeah, that's
What you just said.
examiner,
correct.
how do you begin the process to try to identify and determine when that search is actually made?
So the first thing we would want to identify is what application was being used at the time to make the search. So looking at that date time stamped, it was able to, on that date, be able to determine that Safari was the application that was being used as the Google browser. And then you would begin looking at the artifacts for Safari, both those that are parsed by the forensics tools, but then further looking into the data structures that hold that data itself, and then ultimately conducting testing to determine why a certain artifact exists.
So you mentioned the beginning step is the forensic tool or tools. Did you use forensic tools to get information or parse any data regarding this potential search at 227?
Yes, I use multiple forensics tools.
Can you share with us the multiple forensic tools that you used?
Absolutely. I used Celebrate Physical Analyzer. I used Magnet Axiom. I used just the tools I used at first. I used iLeap. There are further tools I used later, but those were the three that I started with.
What tools did you use later?
Later, I used specifically, I've used Sanderson's Forensics Toolkit, the forensics browser in Sanderson's Forensics Toolkit, which helps exploit SQLite databases. And then I further reviewed in a tool called Rabbit Hole.
To begin with, Celebrate, is that a tool that you're familiar with?
Yes,
Is it a commonly used tool in the industry?
yes, commonly used mobile forensics tool.
Is it reputable?
Highly reputable.
Why did you use Celebrate?
I use Celebrate because on any mobile exam, I'm going to validate what is captured by Celebrate and Magnet Axiom because they have the most robust parsing of what is in my tool arsenal. And then I would also follow up with iLeap closely behind because iLeap has a lot of artifacts that aren't supported by either of those tools. Using a variety of tools is going to give you different coverage, and each tool has a different perspective on how they view and display data.
You said you also use Magnet Axiom.
That is correct.
Is that a leading forensic tool as well?
Yes, that is also a leading forensics tool.
Are you familiar with that company?
I'm very familiar with Magnet Forensics. I was actually their director of forensics for 5 years, then continued to consult for them for an additional 2 years under my company Hexordia, and my company continues to be a reseller of Magnet's products.
You mentioned different tools may present information a different way. Do those tools change the underlying data at all?
That's a great question. So when we're talking about the results that a tool shows, the tools maintain the integrity of that original forensic image. And that's actually something we verify as we continue through our exams to make sure that the underlying data hasn't been changed. There are some tools, I did use some other tools, I apologize. I also used Artex and Mushy. But Artex is capital A, lowercase RT, capital E, lowercase x, and then Mushy is MUSHY. You're welcome.
Oh, elephant trunk woman needs some
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I got this, the spelling threw me off.
I mentioned, or I asked you about using multiple tools and whether or not the use of different tools changes the actual underlying data.
So the actual underlying data is always maintained, and we do validate that. Some tools allow you to see parsed results and then allow you to dig deeper into looking at the actual files and data structures. Those would be tools like Cellebrite, Physical Analyzer, and Magnet Axiom. Some tools show you the parsed results and tell you where they got them, like iLeap. It shows you the parsed results and tells you the file location, and then you would open that up in an external tool. And then some of the tools I used are not tools that parse the results, but are tools that allow me to manually look at the data structures. So they directly allow me to look at the data structures. And all of the tools I use in this instance are tools that do not change the underlying data.
Is it important or critical to go beyond the tools presentations and actually analyze the data yourself?
It is absolutely critical. Actually, in the NIST Scientific Foundations paper from the National Institute of Science and Technology that states the foundations of digital forensic science, it states that it is the examiner's duty to not only verify and validate tool results, but also to provide meaning to forensics parsed results.
Does software update regularly?
The software updates all the time. Typically, we get an update about once a month. And to be honest, it's not enough to keep up with how many new apps are developed and how many new phones come out and how many of your applications get updates, new features, for example, maybe in Instagram or Facebook. So the tools update very, very regularly.
When you use the Cellebrite tool to analyze the 227 search, did the search "How Long to Die in the Cold" have a timestamp on it?
There are actually multiple artifacts for How Long to Die in Cold. Remember earlier we defined an artifact and we spoke about it was one of the types of traces. So there are multiple traces for that How Long to Die in Cold. Only one of them is associated with the 227 timestamp, but there are other instances of evidence of that was parsed by Cellebrite.
Is there any danger for an untrained eye to rely simply on the software when looking at a search like this, "How Long to Die in the Cold," and seeing the 227 timestamp?
Absolutely. There's a really scary danger that an examiner who has not dug into the artifact and tested to see what it means may assume erroneously that 227 timestamp is the time that what is there is searched. The search in that field of that artifact is going to always be the most recent search in the tab, but that timestamp actually means either the time that tab was backgrounded or if it's the first time the tab's been opened, when it was opened. So you could erroneously implicate a search was done hours or some time period or even days before it actually occurred. Some of us leave our tabs open forever.
In your teaching, examiners and students, do you teach about this specific concern and concept?
Yes, I teach about this concern both in my mobile forensic analysis class, my mobile forensics course that I teach at George Mason University in their digital forensics master's program, and in the data structures course where we specifically learn how to analyze these databases in question.
In your experience, how common does an untrained examiner make this mistake?
I wouldn't be able to speak to how common an untrained examiner does it, but regularly my students get those questions wrong on earlier examples I give them in class to kind of indicate to them that they could easily make mistakes without understanding meaning, and I use it as a teaching aid. So teaching, 90, 100 easy students a year, I regularly see that in untrained examiners that I'm teaching in my class, but I wouldn't be able to say that across the discipline.
You mentioned that Celebrite showed the search on the report as How's Long to Die in the Cold with a timestamp of 227. Is it 227:40?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether or not Celebrite has updated its software?
In May, Celebrate of last year, Celebrate made an update to their software actually to remove this artifact because of its ambiguity and the risk that an examiner may overstate or misstate what it is.
Is this ambiguity reflected in other types of software?
Could you rephrase, please?
Sure. For example, when you did a report in Axiom, did it have similar reflection in the report?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
Did you run a report regarding this time frame through Axiom software?
I did process the image through Axiom, yes.
When you did that, was it the same or a different result?
Axiom and Celebrate really show their data very, very differently. So Celebrate takes a perspective of alerting people to possible deletions by annotating either a question mark or a red X next to artifacts that come from different areas. Magnet instead marks if the artifact was parsed or carved. I feel like now I need to explain to you parsed or carved. So parsed means that the data was where it was expected to be found, and the algorithm was able to cleanly see that this is there. Carve means that it had to run that algorithm against the data structure as a whole and found it as a partial result. So it carved it out and went and found it instead of it just sitting there exactly where it was expected to be, and shows you both the results. So it'll show all of the results of, in this instance, the sessions, tab sessions, but the data browser DB, the tab state, it's going to, instead of telling you this has a red X, it'll instead say it was carved. So it's a different presentation of the same data.
So I want to talk about deletions in a little bit, but I want to get back to the 227 search.
Sure.
So when you produced or you looked at the report for Celebrite and it showed this timestamp as well as the phrase, "How's Long to Die in the Cold," where did you look? How did you make an analysis to determine whether or not that search was actually made at 227 or another time? What was your next steps for us?
So in looking at that timestamp, the first thing I did was actually go and look at what literature exists on the artifact, if anybody had reviewed this artifact before. I also created my own data set and tested how we could get what that timestamp means. So if I make a search in a tab and then I make another search in the tab, which timestamp is it? If I make a search in a tab and then open a different tab, what changes? I also looked at the documentation in the artifact reference guide for Axiom, which does state, it describes that timestamp as the time in which the tab is backgrounded. And it gives a stipulation that in certain circumstances, the timestamp can be earlier than the search.
Did you specifically look in any databases or for artifacts in the data to help make an analysis of when this search happened?
Of when the search happened as a whole? Absolutely. So there are multiple databases that I looked at that show search information for Safari. So I looked at the plist, mobile Safari plist. I looked at the browser state database. I looked for the history database. I also looked at the Knowledge CDB. The Knowledge CDB is a little bit different. That isn't a database for Safari. It's a database for all of Apple, so it can predict your behavior. So it takes in information that Apple wants to take in, including browser history, and it saves that information so it can make predictive information. I also looked at the caches in the Safari, which is the things that Safari is trying to make quick reference to. This would include suggested terms for commonly searched items.
When a URL or a search through Safari is typed in, or if it connects, does it leave a trace in different parts of the computer or the phone?
Yeah, so when you actually do any search, you're going to leave traces. Now, it does depend if you are in private browsing or non-private browsing. So non-private browsing is what most of us use regularly. Private browsing might be what you elect to use. Well, some people would elect to use it if they're doing searches they wouldn't want their spouse to see, like maybe they're looking at porn, or maybe you're doing something secure like looking at your banking information. You may intentionally use a private browser. For Google users, this would be the equivalent of incognito in Google Chrome, and you may intentionally use that. And so the artifacts for that are more limited than the artifacts for non-private searches. So some of these artifacts only exist for non-private searches, and some exist for private searches.
And in this case, this phone, was it on non-private or private?
So specifically the two searches we're talking about, how's long to die in cold and how long to die in CIKLD, excuse my differentiation there. Both of those searches were done in non-private browsing.
So they weren't hidden?
I don't understand the question yet.
Was there any applications on to mask those searches?
Not to the best of my knowledge. I did not see any.
We began with the 22740 timestamp. The next recording on that tab, do you recall what time that was?
I believe the next, and I'm trying to remember the chart from memory, if that's correct. So I believe the next thing we're looking at is the 623 suggestion from Apple search terms for how long to digest food. Am I matching what you're seeing on your chart?
Well, let me ask you.
Okay.
When you saw that, do you look on the same tab or a database? Where do you find that information?
Fair. Understood. So all of those databases I was just mentioning before, we're looking at all the parsed results from all of those. And I was looking in the entirety of the scope from the time of midnight till noon. That was the time frame of my scope of all of the content that was done in the tabs for Browser State DB, Cloud Tabs artifacts, History DB, Mobile Safari plist, Knowledge C, each one of those. And then I was combining them to timeline out the activity.
At 62351, did you look into how long TIDIE in CIKD?
So that would be the next thing that we see after the Apple suggested term of how long to digest food. That's the next thing we see an entry of that. There's two immediately next to each other. I don't remember the precision on the seconds of which one's first off the top of my head, but one is in Knowledge C and one is in the Mobile Safari plist.
Can they appear in different rooms in the data bank, in different places, the same search?
Searches appear in many different places. They can leave traces, such as that Knowledge CDB. I love that Apple calls that knowledge. It's like what it's trying to learn. So the Knowledge CDB, what Apple's trying to learn about you, as well as in that Mobile Safari plist, as well as at the moment of that search, which I don't have the device in that moment, but just so there's an understanding, that open tab, the URL would have been updated, or URL is the website, would have been updated to that search at that moment. Had we imaged it at that moment, it would have been how long to die in CIKD.
And
Sorry.
finally, at 6/24/47, did you identify any artifacts with that search that appears with the timestamp of 2/27/40? Did you find the same?
Correct. At 6/24, we have 2 timestamps in the same 2 locations for Hoslong to die in cold, the Knowledge C and the Mobile Safari PLS.
So based on your analysis in that issue, did you come to an opinion whether or not the phrase "how's long to die in cold" was actually searched at 2:27 a.m. on January 29, 2022?
There are no artifacts.
So the answer is yes or no?
Can you repeat the question,
Yes.
please?
And so based on your analysis of the phone and the data using all of those softwares, did you come to an opinion whether or not the phrase "how's long to die in cold" was searched at that timestamp tab of 2/27/40?
Yes, I came to an opinion.
And what is your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase the
2
question.
hours
Mr.
later.
The opinion.
By
I'm sorry?
scientific degree of
I'll see you
scientific
inside
search.
Mr. Alessi.
She's going to walk him through how to put in an expert.
So you guys got all that? Got all that? No problem.
So I'm going to tell you what's interesting as I'm reading this is the Commonwealth opinion, the same one that Southern Girl mentioned as well. They're talking about a lot about just because a scientific, evidence has been established as reliable, and I'm going to say AKA DNA, although that's not what they were talking about there. And they were referencing, they used the example of like a breathalyzer test. If there's a new breathalyzer test that uses a different source code, AKA, what is it? Allele, whatever that
True
allele, right? If you can't analyze and prove that the source code's algorithm is actually doing it correctly, then you can't just say, well, it's a breathalyzer. We know breathalyzers work. But I'm like, when are they going to apply this to true allele? It's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, so like here's where I'm at, like in all that testimony. I think I was probably following it a little more closely than you were in light of the fact that you were reading that case.
Yeah.
Here's where I'm still confused. I get the concept that if you have a tab open, okay, and y'all know if you use your iPhone and you go into your web browser and you hit that thing where it shows all your pages, all your tabs that you have open, and say I hit just like this, and it goes into that, and then I make a new search in that. Okay. The newest search that I do, that timestamp is going to be at the time
I just don't
that I made that search. I get that. I get how that time overrides that, the original time. So the Hakamaken that would have been there is now going to appear. That tab is going to appear that I made this search for Setlist FM at 6:04. And but that tab was opened at 2:27. So I get that. What I don't get, what's still not clear to me, is how the deletion affects things. That is where I am still super foggy on this whole issue. I understand the timestamp concept, that if you're using an old tab that you open, it's going to assign that value at that time from when the tab was originally opened, and any searches that you make subsequent to the initial search, it'll always show that
still seems absurd.
But where does
the
deletion play in? She's not answering that question for me.
I don't think she's gotten there yet. I don't think they've gotten.
I think she's done.
Wait, They didn't even talk about deleting things yet.
Dude, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, hopefully Bob's going to get into it. I mean, because that's the thing about this goddamn search.
If not, he can just save it for
I
his
mean,
expert.
if it could be proven definitively by one person on this planet, this case is over. Because if
Right.
Jen McCabe made the search at 227, there's no other explanation on the planet for her making that search other than
Oh,
she
no.
knew that John was out there.
Chandrazella. No.
But like I'm just not getting those answers. And we kind of heard they're not sure who they're going to call. Like, I didn't find Rich Green to be able to give me the answer either. So it's like this is one of those things.
Well, Whiffen
because
called it spontaneous deletion
Well,
last time.
that phrase has disappeared like a fart in the wind.
Yep.
I haven't heard that mentioned at all this entire trial.
I'm surprised
any
the
of those
defense didn't bring it back up. But
Yeah.
I feel like they've got a plan. I don't think that anything's slipping by Alessi on this. Like, and if he doesn't bring up the deletion, it's because they're like, all right, she didn't say it wasn't deleted, so we'll just let our experts say it was.
Right. A spontaneous deletion, like to me, it's not a user deleting it, right? I mean, it's just deleting.
Right. It's that the
on
system,
accord.
for whatever reason, because we don't know how it's coded, but he couldn't recreate it. And that is what is most telling. If you cannot recreate it, then the only fair assumption is the user deleted it.
Yeah, Terrence says that they need to put up an SQ Lite expert rather than a phone digital forensics expert. I mean, I just want somebody to be able to give a definitive answer that can't be challenged effectively by either side. I mean, to me, this isn't the science that's winning the case. I'm going to say that again. The
Well,
science
unless
wins this
unless it-
case
unless they could show she made the search. That would be the
definitively.
case.
But
Right.
like, what is going to change between then and now, where somebody's going to be able to give definitive? I mean, she's giving the same testimony that she gave the first time. I mean, and whoever they're going to put up for the defense is going to say, yeah, it's there. Brendan's going to challenge it. I mean, it's going to be your typical expert shit where they X one another out. And then you don't have, to me, the science, the battle between Welcher and Wolf and Rensselaer is where this case lives. And I'm going with the ARCA guys.
And I'll tell you, based on the reading of this, at least the Commonwealth case, all that location shit of O'Keefe on the ground and his location didn't move and his location didn't move and the big circle and the small circle, that would have been excluded. It was excluded in that case. I don't know if the defense didn't bring up that case, they didn't find it beforehand, but
So Matt M87 says because it's deleted from before the extraction by someone with tools. I mean,
well, or
So-
deleted from the
how does that happen? Like who's doing it?
who did the extraction? That guy the young kid? Or he
No,
just
I don't
gathered it?
think, yeah, I don't think he did it. He was the gatherer. He wasn't the hunter.
You've explained to us the analysis you engaged in and the process you engaged in. In forensic data analysis, is there a methodology that you use, not just looking at the printout of the programs, a methodology you use that is accepted in the industry for experts to analyze this data and come to your opinion?
Absolutely. Beyond looking at what was in the tool results, I further looked at those databases independently and conducted testing of the artifacts.
And in addition to what you did, can you share with us how and why this methodology is accepted in your practice as forensic analyst?
This methodology is accepted by NIST. and by organizations like the Scientific Working Group of Digital Evidence. I'm intimately familiar as both a member of the Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence, who helps work towards the building and development of these consensus-based documents of procedures to be followed in digital forensics analysis, and as a member of the National Institute of Science and Technology, NIST, Organizational Scientific Area Committees, OSAC, Digital Evidence Subcommittee, where we also produce guidelines such as the dataset guidelines for generation of the guidelines for dataset generation, which is how you do your actual testing and creation of datasets. And I was also a part of the subcommittee that drafted that. So I'm intimately familiar with the accepted policies and procedures because I am also a member of the groups that help author these, as well as review them and look and use them.
Are there articles and guidance in the industry about this particular practice of analysis?
For analysis, just for clarification, you're talking about for analysis of Safari artifacts, of mobile forensics, of browser state DB, just for clarity on the question.
Let's work our way through it. How
Sure.
about through Safari?
For Safari, there are multiple different blogs that talk about Safari, as well as I have analysis of Safari through classes I took, such as SANS 4508, which is their, 518, SANS 4518, which is the Mac and iOS analysis course, which I took.
How about the specific guidance regarding searching the different databases for artifacts?
In terms of methodology for digging into databases,
Yes.
Is that correct? There are multiple, I've taken courses throughout my master's program, courses on how to analyze digital forensics artifacts, including mobile device forensics, throughout my GIAC certifications. I've taken multiple instructor-led courses on how to do these, as well specifically that cover mobile Safari history in mobile forensics at GMU in his master's program as part of the SANS 4518 class. And in terms of data structures, I've taken study on how to analyze databases like SQLite and PLIS are covered in those courses.
There are books on study on this methodology?
There are multiple books on digital forensics, many of which I've read, and including books specifically on analysis of SQLite databases, such as Sanderson's SQLite Forensics, which is probably the most authoritative because not only was it written by Sanderson, who makes a tool, it was tech edited by 3 renowned forensics examiners, as well as Dr. Richard Hipp, who created SQLite itself.
The methodology, the technique you use to look past the reports and actually look at the data to make your determination and arrive at your opinions, is that methodology regularly accepted within the forensic data community?
Absolutely. Again, using the methodology from the consensus-based documents from the community, from the Scientific Working Group Digital Evidence on best practices for analysis, as well as specifically for the SQLite databases I was looking at. I do that deeply verifying and in accordance with the understandings from Sanderson's book.
Now, you share with us that you had an opinion regarding the timestamp and whether that it was applicable to the search term "How's long to die in cold."
That is correct.
Now, I want to ask you, to a reasonable degree of forensic data, scientific certainty, what is your opinion about whether the phrase "How's long to die in cold" was made at the time of the timestamp 2/27/40?
It's the last time, Mr. President.
Yeah. All right, I don't know if we have any blooping. I think we're current. No blooping. Yeah. So yeah, the concept of Matt having the knowledge and tools to have been able to do it prior to turning the phone over, because I mean, obviously, the question from the defense side of it is, how do you get that information in a trial? Like even the suggestion of it.
I don't understand how people found this
What?
Maryland case.
Brandy found it.
I see that.
She outlaw searched you. You've been outlaw searched.
Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying, Little Miss. I don't know, like that concept. I mean, it tracks, right? I mean, it definitely tracks. I mean, because Matt kind of like sitting off in the background there. The more you learn about him, he was pretty active. And then, him calling John O'Keefe that guy. I don't know. Yeah, that's what we're saying, Holly Ann. Terrence says if they published the raw WAL file, the wall file, we'd be able to get to the bottom of this. But no, it wouldn't take an expert to delete the search on this version of the iOS. I mean, I guess my question for you, Terrence, would be how, if let's say theoretically that McCabe did it, that he hooked up one of his tools and he's like, all right, I'm gonna make this thing vanish. Like, how does that reconcile with the hash value issue? You know what I mean?
Well, here's the issue with the hash value. So this is what, so there's, she does not, I don't know that she was actually able to verify. So she's got her hash when she does her, like when she starts doing stuff, she creates a hash. But when Ian Whiffen testified, he said there was no way for him to like verify the hash from the police extraction. So that data wasn't changed. And I think one of the comments was like, well, the data could have been changed before the extraction report. Like after the extraction, I don't know how you get in there and manipulate the actual data. But
well, in like, in programming for dummies, which is what I am, because I'm an old head. I mean, like if you're just breaking down what hash value is, it's just as simple as verifying that there hasn't been any kind of manipulation to the data.
yeah, but I don't know that she can verify that from the date of extraction until the date she got the report, as opposed to once she got the data, anything she did to it.
Yeah. I mean, look, here's the bottom line. We've got a bunch of really smart people in this chat. Allie and I aren't too stupid. It's a complicated issue. And I don't know that it's ever landing with this jury, no matter which way it goes down.
Right. Alessi will explore it and it'll give us some knowledge.
Yeah.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Brennan.
I'm now going to ask you for your first opinion. So you shared that you have an opinion about whether that timestamp 2/27/40 was, whether or not that was the time the search "How Long to Die in the Cold" occurred. Can you tell us to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty your opinion about whether that search, "How Long to Die in the Cold," occurred at 2:27:40 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Okay, the objections are overruled.
What I can state to a scientific degree of certainty is that search occurred at 6:24 a.m. and was the last search in the tab that had been opened at 2:27.
Do you have an opinion to a degree of scientific certainty whether there was any other searches similar to "How Long to Die in the Cold" that evening on that tab?
May I first inquire, you meant morning, as I
I'm sorry,
assume?
that morning, yes.
Just clarifying,
that
I did not
tab?
look at evening searches. And can you repeat? I apologize. I disrupted my own train
Do
of
you have an
thought.
opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether there were any other searches on that tab
On that tab.
before the final search at 6/24/47, How's Long to Die in Cold?
Just ensuring that I have the question correct.
Please,
You're asking if what else occurred in that tab prior?
yes.
That I cannot say with a clear degree of certainty.
Boom.
Did you develop a chalk that I showed you
did.
earlier?
Yes.
Like to approach?
There's your
Yes.
Matt McCabe answer right there. Theoretically.
Again, I show you. Same document, you recognize it?
Where's
Yes.
What is it?
KKP?
It is
what,
the
what the jurors were doing.
exhibit that
I mean, I think that the way that Alessi has to go about doing this is he has to ask hypothetically if somebody, without pointing any fingers at anybody, if somebody had the tools and the know-how, would somebody else be able to, could somebody manipulate that data so that it would appear as to what her final opinion landed on, so that it appeared that that search didn't take place at that time. You know what I mean? Like I think he's got to try to delve into that with
I might just
hypothetical.
repeat that last thing that she said.
Well,
she
I
could
think he's trying to clarify.
Rehabilitate it.
Yeah, right now with her.
We shall
chalk.
see. But if she doesn't bring
Created-
up the deletion, then I don't anticipate maybe, I mean, I don't know, but maybe Alessi won't because he'll just let his expert do it.
was labeled Table 1 in the first report I had delivered.
And does that provide information that will assist us in understanding your opinion?
Yes.
I'd move subject to redaction that this be introduced into evidence.
You haven't
Your Honor, I have
redacted
no
shit yet?
issue with regard to the redaction aspect, but consistent with my prior objections, I would object to that.
Okay, I'm going to allow this into evidence. Your rights are safe.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
Madam Clerk, 82? Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 82 to the jury.
Okay.
I thought it needed to be redacted.
Could we enlarge the first two? And we're going to need to get the right column in if we can, please. Thank you. Ms. High, can you see it from there?
I can. Thank you.
If you can walk us through how this exhibit assists us in understanding your explanation and the basis for your opinion.
This exhibit shows the Safari artifacts and artifacts of Google searches in Safari related to the two searches in question, How Long to Die in CILKD and How's Long to Die in Cold, that occurred on the morning of November 29th, 2022 on the device under examination.
If I look at this chart and I see in the top left, it says 2:27:40 a.m. And then under the search term, it says, How's Long to Die in Cold. How do I understand your opinion that that search didn't happen at 2:27:40?
This document is showing you the data that is the parsed result. The source of that artifact that you see in the last column is a little bit cut off, the browser state db-wall file. That database does store how the data is stored, the search term How's Long to Die in Cold, with an associated MAC absolute epoch timestamp that translates to 2:27 a.m. That is what is physically stored. That does not annotate the meaning of that artifact. That was determined through testing following the NIST OSAC data generation guidelines for testing.
In the second row, we see a timestamp on the left-hand column, 6:23:49. And it provides artifact, the cache record.
Mhm.
What is the term, and what does that mean under the search term?
iOS Safari cache records. A cache refers to something that a computer program wants quick and easy access to. When we search on our phones, anything, a lot of times, be it in Google or in Safari, depending on what type of phone you own, it'll suggest what it thinks you're going to type in, right? So you can click it. It's trying to be helpful. In this instance, at 6:23:49, we have a cache record that indicates that Apple suggested the phrase, "How long does it take to digest food?"
And then under that, 623:51, it appears it says a recent web search, and the spelling is changed. How long? TIDIEINCIKD.
So this, in reference to these two search terms, this is the first actual search that occurs at 6:23:51 a.m. Upon beginning the typing of that phrase, Apple provided the suggested search, and the person inputting into the phone at that time continued to type out a phrase and finished it as "how long?" TIDINCIKD.
Why isn't
Which
that
that is available to us in the Mobile Safari plist, which tracks recent web searches. And then we'll see 6 seconds later, we get that reference in that Knowledge C database that I mentioned before. That's the next line. So that's the Knowledge C database is Apple's way of keeping knowledge about what the user's doing. It sees and holds your knowledge. It's an easy way to remember it. That's what I teach my students. So that Knowledge CDB tracks a lot of things for predictive purposes. And so 6 seconds later, it's logging that same search. So that search is being tracked in 2 places.
And so one search can be left as artifacts in different locations on the database?
Correct. There can be multiple traces or artifacts of the same user action in different places on a mobile device.
And if we go down to the bottom, the last column, at 6:24:47, we again see "how long to die in cold." And if you look in the first column, it's the same phrase. Is that a coincidence that it appears at the bottom at 6:24:47 and also appears up at 2:27:40?
As mentioned before, through testing of the artifact for Browser State DB, that artifact will hold the most recent search that happened in the tab. So it is logical that HOS long to die in cold was searched at 6:24:18, tracked in that Mobile Safari plist, repeated in Knowledge C. Knowledge made its tracking in Knowledge CDB, and then that table for Browser State DB, which again has the time that the tab was opened or the last time it was backgrounded, and updated just the website that was visited. So the website, that is why we get that 2:27 time. That's actually, as far as the data storage is, the first thing I have in there, because I want to put it in chronological time order for exhibit purposes, is actually the last thing to happen because it's the update to what's in the tab.
You offered that the "how long to die in cold" is the last thing to happen. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the time when that search was made?
Objection, Your Honor.
To a reasonable degree of certainty, I can say that "how long to die in cold" was searched at approximately 6:24 a.m.
Now, moving on from the 2:27 search, there are 2 other issues that you were asked to analyze. We
Here we
talked
go
about
with
it
the
at the
deletion.
beginning. Let's begin with whether or not you looked at the data and analyzed the data and came to any opinions about whether that phrase, "how long to die in cold," was user deleted on that device.
So there's 2 really key elements as to if that was user deleted. If the question is, did I come to opinion? Yes.
And
I'm
can you
good.
explain how you came to an opinion that we'll ultimately share with the jury?
The first line in that exhibit, the ending of that, if you remember, it said browser state.db-wall. That's important. So we'll talk about that in a second. But the first thing I want to bring up is kind of how the database works, because I didn't just look at the tool result. I extracted that database and I did a deeper analysis on it using Sanderson's tool, because that information was in that dash wall file. So when a SQLite database, which is a specific way of storing, very, very common on mobile phones, actually one of the most common, when that database stores data, it has two versions. The most recent version and the version in use here uses what's called a write-ahead log. So before data is committed, it is written to a write-ahead log. I'll kind of explain it. So let's say we're in a restaurant and we're sitting at a table and we're ordering food. Our table is the table. Data is going to come to the table, and that's going to be our food. So when we order food, let's say we've got a chicken sandwich, a burger, and a pizza coming to the table. The chicken sandwich, the burger, and the pizza, the kitchen puts it in the warming area. It's the write-ahead log. The server grabs it from there. It's where data sits before it goes to the table, just like your food goes to that serving station before your server brings it to your table. Server brings it to the table. That table's got its burger, its chicken, and its pizza. Another table orders waffles and pancakes. They think it's breakfast. The waffles and pancakes are made by the kitchen. They're put on the serving area. Waitress comes over. This pizza has pepperoni. I don't eat pepperoni. Can you send it back? Waitress picks up that pepperoni and sends it back. That's a deletion. Pepperoni pizza was just removed from the table, right? We're deleting it. We're moving. We said it's not what we wanted. The waitress is removing it. She brings it back to that serving area. At that moment, that serving area has the deleted pizza, but also the waffles and pancakes that are waiting to go out to the table. That's how a write-ahead log works. Any changes that are happening sit in the write-ahead log until the database is closed, and then when it's reopened, all those changes are made, both additions and deletions. So often when a phone is imaged, when we make a forensic image, the applications are still open, so we have those wall files. When we look in our Safari browser, the database knows to read it to you in its current state. So it tells you where the waffles and pancakes are going. They're going to that table. So it shows it as if it's in the table, but it's not in the table yet. So if when we parse the data and we look at the restaurant and we don't look at the back kitchen, we would only at that time see the chicken and the burger, right? Pizza got sent back, waffles and pancakes haven't come out yet. So when we get the data, we get two files. We get the restaurant, that's the database, and we get the serving area, that's the wall file. Just because it's in the wall file does not mean it's deleted. It means that that record wasn't where it naturally sits yet. It could be that wall file can contain deleteds and food or data that hasn't yet been delivered to the database. So the wall file consists of both. So an assumption that the data was deleted just because it's in the wall file is actually not true. And the peer review paper I mentioned earlier that I had accepted in Forensic Science International actually has a section that explains this exact presence for SQLite databases about how we refer to that as recovered and not deleted. Actually, through that entire document, we don't use the phrase deleted. We refer to things in statement of recovery because we need to determine why it's there. So we can't say that it's deleted just because it came from the wall file. Some tools will automatically indicate to the examiner that they need to dig deeper into that. I did do further analysis by looking at the wall file. That particular item is a little bit more complex, actually exists on multiple pages because it moves as the database is being created, but all of them have the same unique identifier. So it's the same entry. It's not more than one search of Haslong to Die and Cold. If there was more than one search that had occurred where it became the top element in that database, we would see that. There are, as I mentioned, other carved from the database, from the wall file elements, such as the search for the YouTube video, It's Raining Men. because at some point that was the last viewed item in a tab when that tab was retired right before, also at 2:27 a.m., but a couple of seconds before the How's Long to Die in cold search. So we can see that that table is put
You
to the
mean
rear. The newest tab that's open, which is why it's in the wall file, it's the most recent thing because it's like our waffles and pancakes hasn't been delivered to the table yet. So it can sit in the wall file for that reason. It doesn't indicate it's deleted. The second reason
This is too much.
is there is no user interaction in the interface to delete a tab. You can open and close a tab, and open and close tabs are tracked in that database, but you cannot delete a tab. There's no, if you were to pick up your iPhone, I know you don't have them right now, but if you were to pick up your iPhone and look, that wouldn't be a physical option you have in the
You
interface.
delete it.
So it
decide
could not be deleted by a user through the interface for that most basic reason.
if you wanted
So
to.
a user, could they delete?
Here's all I have to say about that line of testimony. Huh? Huh? If you think one person on the jury knows what the fuck she just said,
Delete a tab if they wanted to?
There's no actual option to delete a tab. For your web history, you could clear the cache, for example. Most of us are familiar with clearing the cache in your web history. You might do it because you don't want your kids to see what you searched, or maybe your kids don't want you to see what they searched, so they'll delete it. But you can't delete the tab history. It's just what tabs are there. The device is tracking that.
When you looked at the software, whether it was Axiom or Celebrite, when you look just at the report, not the data itself, do either of those reports have any indication noting that that web or that Safari search is characterized as deleted?
Tools Celebrite denotes it with a red X, which means that it is recovered. Axiom indicates that it is carved. In the same paper that I referenced earlier that I authored, there's a chart in there that shows the distinction between how different tools, some will use red X's, some will use question marks, some will list carved or parsed. So every tool chooses to do that differently. That does not mean deleted. It means it needs further analysis.
Should an examiner who looks just at the reports of the software assume that if it is marked as recovered in Celebrite or carved in Axiom, should
An examiner should never assume something's deleted without doing a manual examination.
The manual examination, is that a method that's used, that's generally accepted in the forensic data field?
The NIST Science Foundation paper, as well as the dataset generation guidelines, both speak to conducting testing to verify and validate, and it states clearly that an examiner is to verify and validate findings and to determine meaning.
So
given that you use multiple tools to look at reports regarding this phrase, how long to die in cold, and have seen indications or characterizations of recovered and carved, and in addition to the fact that you actually analyzed the data, did you arrive at an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether or not the user deleted, any user deleted the phrase, how long to die in cold?
spontaneous deletion is
Yes,
popped
if it's
back into
how's
the
long
chat.
to die in cold. Sorry, trying to clarify.
Pardon me. Did you come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether any user deleted the phrase, how's long to die in cold?
Yes.
And what is your opinion?
My opinion is there was no deletion that occurred by the user because it is not something a user can delete.
Finally, I want to ask you about your analysis of the phone records on this phone attributed to Ms. McCabe. Did you go through an analysis of the phone logs and the phone records on the
I
phone?
analyzed the call logs and the phone logs on the device that I was given, that I was told belonged to Ms.
Am I crazy, or Ian Whiffen testified as one of his three possibilities was user deletion? Someone in the chat, check me if I'm wrong, but I could have sworn he provided three possibilities. So. All
I
right.
can't remember, honestly, if he said that.
People in the chat are saying he did.
McCabe, yes.
Would a suggestion or a claim that a user deleted irregularly a number of phone calls, would that be accurate or inaccurate in your experience?
It is inaccurate in this instance.
Can you explain to us why and how you came to that conclusion?
Yeah, this is actually really interesting because of what it appears in the forensics tools and additional artifacts that I looked at that are not parsed by the forensics tools. So the call logs, when you look at it, it appears, I don't remember if it's 8:57 or 8:59 a.m. in my mind at the moment, but approximately either 8:57 or 8:59 is the earliest phone call we see on the 29th of January. We see no call logs before, but we do see FaceTime logs before. So if an examiner, again, was making assumptions without testing or reviewing, the first assumption might be, well, things must have been deleted because there's data that exists before, but not current data. So then you have to go, how do phone logs work? And again, create test data and
This
review.
is absurd.
What the situation here is that there are 3 types of call logs on this particular phone. There's regular calls, incoming and outgoing. There are FaceTime video chats, incoming and outgoing, and FaceTime audio chats, incoming and outgoing. The storage for that is actually 200 records. So you can only store up to 200 of each. Now, if you were a user of, let's say, WhatsApp or Signal or Telegram, those would each count 2 and they'd get their own logs. So when we look at the database for the number of calls between 8:59 a.m. or 8:57, again, I apologize, I'm not looking at that precise time, on the 29th of January in 2022, there are exactly 200 calls still in that record from then until the imaging of the phone. There are 199 FaceTime video calls and only 27 FaceTime audio calls. So the question is, how do you validate that that's what's happening? So we actually have call logs.
All right, at this point, like in my mind, this is exactly what she sounds like.
Right now, she's actually explaining.
If you know, you know.
Everybody knows.
No
But
one knows.
everybody knows. So one of the people in the chat actually said that's all they heard earlier.
Oh,
But right now she's explaining why those calls weren't deleted, like the calls that she made. So to me, what she's about to say is very interesting, but what makes no sense is that I don't know. Well, if she's got to keep going because I don't know.
what? All right, I'll bloop back 5 seconds so we can hear some more of it.
logs that we can pick up, and how do you validate that that's what's happening? So we actually have call logs that we can pick up in other places for recent call logs in the last 7 to 30 days, depending on the exact version of the device and how the biomes are running. We can actually see incoming call logs, the number they go to, and if they're incoming or outgoing in the biomes. So we actually can see the history going back for the entirety of that day on January 29th till midnight. Again, my scope was from midnight until noon. So we can actually see all of the calls. They're just not all on call history state DB. Now, the call history state DB, from a user perspective, that button on your phone doesn't say call history. It actually says recents. And what it's determining as recents is the most recent 200 of each category. Now, how did I determine this further? There is a running log that exists in a phone. It lasts about 3 days. It's called the unified log. The unified log tracks multiple things that are happening on the phone. In manual analysis of the unified log from this phone, I can clearly see each time a 201st call comes in, the 200th call gets deleted. So it's constantly just the last 200 calls.
And every call should be deleted.
It may not be typical that we see 200 calls in 3 days, but on this device, we do see 200 regular phone calls in the 3 days between 8:59 a.m. on the 29th and when the phone was imaged.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether there was any user deletions from the phone call log that morning?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
The opinion is that I can see that it's done by the device itself utilizing unified logs, that the system is deleting the 201st call every time a new call is received or outgoing.
The phone did it.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, can I see Councilor Sidebar regarding scheduling and a few things?
All right. Do we need to go to lunch right now? I would say so.
Shit'll never not be great. It was great when I was a kid, and it's great now. Yeah, I imagine why even let Alessi start right now? They're 10 minutes from lunchtime, so I'm sure Bob's gonna tell her. I just assume wait and start after lunch. All right. What do you guys want to watch during the break? You want me to pull up?
No, they
Should I
do not.
torture you guys and make you watch her first trial testimony?
They don't
Yeah?
want that. I can't imagine.
Should I torture you? Yeah. Who do you want to see? Or do you just want OnlyFans? It's your call. I leave it to the people. We are a democracy over here. Unless Allie rules. And then we're not a democracy. We're an oligarchy. So any witness you want, I'll find them. I'll throw them on.
We got one OnlyFan.
We got a couple of OnlyFans, got a few OnlyFans. I mean, y'all can chat. Y'all can try to rewind and go back and figure out. I mean, you know who's gonna have a really good grasp on it? Good old Bob Alessi. He's gonna have a pretty solid grasp on it. You know, like, and here's the way you have to look at it. If Bob Alessi cannot make any headway with this woman,
I think it's going to be hard to get yes/no questions. Happy Annie. I hope Alessi elicits yes/no questions only.
I mean, it's going to be a battle of the nerds. I mean,
You got any
Bob and
blooping?
Chick. There's no blooping.
Okay.
Maybe a little. Maybe a blooper too.
Mhm.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll recess for 45 minutes.
Okay.
All rise for the court, please. Here's your notebooks. Follow me.
12:50 for 45 minutes. I mean 11:50 or 12:50.
Actually, a little later. It's like 11:52 now. So, all right. Okay, y'all want OnlyFans? Oh my God, it's only
No.
Oh,
No.
oh,
Chandrazella.
oh.
Ugh.
Deja
Yeah.
says after that testimony and demand certification and what course she teaches. Bob will get into all that.
What is wrong with this guy? The camera guy.
I don't know.
Now what are we gonna do? You can't be stuck looking at Chandrazilla.
I'm afraid all the subs and the viewers will be blinded by the end of lunch. Thing's hideous. No one wants that. No one wants that. Don't they understand? All right, let me see. I'm gonna find somebody. I'm picking a.
I thought it was a pool camera. How's there gonna be somebody's gonna be on OnlyFans?
I don't know.
I'll go check it. Because we actually have up our long crime background right now still. Instead of
Let me see. Oh. Okay. First trial. Okay. Let's see what we got.
blinded by the light.
Wrapped up like a douche. Let's see.
Wow.
Wow.
This cameraman should be fired.
I mean, for real. All right, are you gonna walk the guy with me or no?
Of course, but are you
All right,
looking at law and crime?
Get your little butt up here and do whatever you got to do to get ready to walk out the door.
Okay.
Okay, I'm trying to find.
You checked law and crime?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Let me go over there. Check. Those be videos at this point? Let's see. Karen Reed. Boop. Four weeks ago, 1 year ago. Jury selection day. What?
Just go to Law and Crime and click on the little logo.
I am. I'm in there. What do you
Well, then
mean?
it's-
Oh, you want me to check if we're gonna keep OnlyFans? No, I moved beyond that.
Oh,
I'm,
well,
I'm,
let's-
I'm trying to find a witness. Trying to find a witness. Let's see.
well, Law and Crime's not even. They don't even have on OnlyFans. So
You can randomly watch day 18. They're not telling me who's on the stand.
oh, someone suggested Trooper Paul. That would be fun.
Dadgummit, Bobby. All right, let me see. Oh yeah, that's what
See
that'll be
what other
great.
people are saying. I don't know.
That'll make everybody laugh. Be fun. The most awkward, painful testimony. Oh, it did. I
Somebody said something else. Let me see what they're saying.
oh my God. Let's see. Oh my God. This is going to be glorious.
It is wrapped up like a douche.
This is going to be so fun. I'm going to go right to the cross of Trooper. Okay.
Trying
You're
to get
welcome.
to show it now. Like Sam Poop says, trying to get Bob to show it now, but I don't know what they.
Number of those crashes have involved.
Right.
We're not going to listen to any of the direct.
So,
Sorry, I'm trying to
so
upload it.
you know what?
This is the. I've never felt more
strike
bad
that.
for a guy.
Associate's degree.
In what?
Administration.
It starts right from like his degrees.
I have an association sucking farts. Hey, you're supposed to be getting like
All right. Well, then do the banner. You got to make a lunch break flashback banner.
Okay, I'll do that while you're getting
The
your
scientific discipline of
little shorts
mathematics.
on or whatever you're doing.
I do not.
Do you hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of physics?
I do not.
Hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of biomechanics?
No.
How about in engineering?
No.
How about in kinematics?
No.
What's the highest degree that you do hold, sir?
I have an associate's degree.
In what?
Administration of justice.
You mentioned kinematics on Friday. Do you hold any certificates in the specific area of kinematics?
Yes, it's covered in the basic crash investigation classes.
Okay, so you took a class, in other words, correct?
Multiple classes.
You introduced the idea of what kinematics is, right?
Correct.
Testified about that on Friday.
Yes.
Define kinematics, the jurors.
It deals with the aspect of motion.
It's a subfield of what broader field?
Kinematics.
Kinematics is
No,
a
fart
subfield of
sucking.
what broader discipline of science?
I'm not sure.
Physics, maybe?
Physics, correct?
Yes.
And it describes how points and objects and systems of objects, how they move and how the rate they move and the rate of their velocity, correct?
It deals with the motions.
What's that called? The rate of velocity. What's another word for that?
The rate of velocity.
Correct.
All right.
I
see you
mean,
guys in a bit.
it deals with the motion. It deals with forward, and also deals with speed. It deals with travel and speed. If something's moving, it also has a speed to it.
Right. The word you're looking for is acceleration, correct?
Sure.
What role does acceleration play in the field of kinematics?
What role does acceleration play in kinematics?
Correct.
It talks about, like you just said, it talks about the speed and talks about motion.
Is kinematics also known as the geometry of motion? Is that correct?
I have not heard that.
Never heard that. What's the difference between constrained and unconstrained motion?
Constrained and unconstrained motion.
That's what I asked.
Constrained motion. I can't recollect at the moment.
Constrained motion is motion on a predetermined path, isn't it?
Yes.
Unconstrained motion is what?
When it doesn't have a predetermined path.
Free movement, correct?
Correct.
Could you remember that from your class?
For the most part, we don't go that in depth, constrained and unconstrained.
Constrained and unconstrained, not restrained.
That's what I said. Sorry, unconstrained. Yes.
Kinematics uses algebraic formula to model these motions, right? The motions of these points, systems of points, correct?
Yes.
And it includes concepts like displacement and speed, velocity, distance, acceleration, which we've talked about, correct?
Correct.
And it looks at how these things, these values vary over a point in time or duration in time. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you actually understand the physics behind the study of kinematics?
Yes.
The word you learned in class.
Yes, we had to go over the physics part of it.
On Friday, you said that this incident is a pedestrian strike from a vehicle. You reiterated that again this morning. Is that right?
Correct.
I want to be clear. That is your opinion based on your training and experience, correct?
Yes.
And on Friday, you said you based that opinion on the fact that you noted a half-mile-an-hour decrease in speed and a steering input of less than 10 degrees at some point in that reverse motion, correct?
I said it was consistent. That data point in general was consistent with something that you would see within data of a pedestrian strike or striking something else. I do go in my report saying I can't say that's definitively where a pedestrian was struck, but
I'm sorry, I could barely.
it wasn't definitively. Sorry, in my report, I do say I can't say that is definitively where the pedestrian struck.
You cannot say
Definitively, yes.
Okay, so you're going to have to slow down and speak up, okay?
All right.
You just said, I just want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly, and I apologize.
Okay.
You said you cannot say definitively that that resulted in a pedestrian strike.
That data point within the text stream data is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
That specific point, that time frame.
Because there's a multitude of reasons why when someone is driving in reverse, they might slow down by a half a mile an hour, right?
It's when I say when it's consistent, it's because there's the other aspects of it is the fact that the accelerator is consistently strong.
Let him answer. Finish your answer.
So the accelerator is at a constant rate, and then it just drops by half a mile, and the steering wheel all of a sudden abruptly goes to the right. That's what I'm talking about when I say it is consistent with a pedestrian strike. That's something that you would see. It's not going to be a huge change of speed during this collision.
You also note that at the time, it had begun to snow, correct?
Yes.
There would be snow on the lawn, right?
Correct.
There would be snow on the cars,
Yes.
snow on the trees,
Yes.
snow on the roadway.
Yes.
Snow on the roadway could impact how tires move over the roadway, correct?
In a way.
And obviously, there are a multitude of reasons why somebody might input a 10-degree input on a steering wheel, correct?
Correct. That's why I said I couldn't definitely say it.
Right. So every time somebody slows down, going in reverse or forward, and introduces a 10-degree input on the steering wheel, doesn't mean they're looking to hit a pedestrian, correct?
Correct.
You testified that you determined the area of impact by basically following, if I heard your testimony correctly, basically following the debris field from the body from where you believed John O'Keefe's body's final resting place was, almost linearly to the furthermost piece of debris that was found. Did I get that right?
Yes.
In other words, you established what in your mind, or what you were told was his final resting place, and what you were told was the debris field. And you indicated that the furthermost piece of debris would basically be the area of impact, right?
It's within that line. I didn't say that is the area impact where the furthermost piece of evidence is.
All right.
It's just the linear, like you said earlier, it's that linear. We're throwing that path. That's the path that he traveled post impact with the vehicle.
And that is on which that fact that you stated is on which it's a terrible question. That's the basis for your opinion of where the area of impact was, correct?
Yes.
Let's take a look at exhibit, with the court's permission, 587. It's your diagram 3. If I may approach you on it just for.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
So you can see it. Your Honor, may we publish exhibit 587? diagram
Yes.
3? Okay. Sir, you see diagram 3 on the board. You also have it in front of you, correct?
Yes.
It's easier for you to refer to what's in front of you because that's a little bit further away. Just let me know.
Okay.
The red arrows adjacent to the blue writing, where I'm highlighting right now, indicate basically the debris field that you explained to the jurors on Friday, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a point of an arrow that comes back to a wording that says pedestrian's final rest, basically right there, correct?
Yes.
And the debris field ends right in the middle of that spotlight, correct?
Yes.
All right. So that's the area of impact that you indicated to Mr. Lally you believe occurred because of the debris field and the linear portion of that debris field going from the pedestrian's final rest all the way out to that final little red arrow that says red plastic B in parentheses, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, can we have exhibit 492 published to the jury, please?
Okay.
Approach.
Yes.
While that's coming up, have you ever seen this?
No, I haven't.
Take a look just above the arrow. Your Honor, with the court's permission, maybe highlight or magnify the area just above the arrow.
Okay.
You see that?
Yes, I do.
Right underneath fire hydrant, correct?
Correct.
What does that look like to you?
Piece of plastic.
It's debris, correct?
Correct.
All right. Can we go back with the court's permission to exhibit 87?
Okay.
Diagram 3. You see the fire hydrant?
Yes.
Fire hydrant's right there, correct?
Correct.
That's another, according to your scale, that's probably a good 30 feet from the pedestrian's final rest, correct?
Yeah, that's about right.
That is the furthermost in this diagram, the furthermost piece of debris on the diagram, correct?
Correct.
So now your testimony changed that this, in fact, is the area of impact.
No,
Why not?
because it's just a piece of debris. I'm talking about the path. You follow the path of debris field. Debris can move and change.
The debris doesn't fly backward, does it?
I'm saying you pointed to like just the fire hydrant as the area impact where the debris, where that one piece of plastic was, saying that's the area impact is right next to the fire hydrant.
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah, that's what you said, right?
I'm asking you,
I'm making sure I'm understanding what you're saying so I can answer the right.
Ask the question again, Mr. Jackson.
in fact, You indicated on Friday that your analysis of the area of impact was predicated on, based on, the furthermost piece of debris from the pedestrian's body that you were aware of, which is right there. Red plastic B, correct?
I said it's well, I said you said earlier with the linear equation. I mean, it might have moved it over more, but it's the debris, the start of that debris, and where that is. I can't say that's definitely the point of area impact or the point of impact.
You can't.
I cannot say that is the point of impact right there. You just kind of follow the linear path because they have to follow in a direct path that way.
Okay, so now your testimony is that's not the area of impact.
I never said that was the area impact. I said it's after that.
Trooper, we were all here on Friday.
Okay.
It's exactly what you said under questioning by Mr. Lally, wasn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Didn't you say on Friday that you determined the area of impact for Mr. O'Keefe, the point of impact was red plastic B because that was the furthermost piece of debris you were aware of from the final point of rest from Mr. O'Keefe's body. Isn't that what you said?
I don't believe that's my exact words.
Okay, I'm not asking if it was your exact words. I don't have a transcript of it. I'm asking you, is that what you tried to impart to the jurors?
What I said to the jury, I said after that. That's the start of that's the last point of evidence that I had. I said the area impact is probably along the roadway after that point. I mean, like before it, if you have to walk towards him.
I'm sorry, I keep doing that because I think you're done. Are you done?
I am done now, sir.
Now you're aware that there's a piece of debris, looks like taillight material, right under the fire hydrant, correct?
Correct.
If the area of impact, which you indicated on Friday was where this red plastic B is, you would be wrong, right? Your analysis would be flawed.
No, because that's not what I said. I said it's along the roadway and it's going to be after that point.
Okay, so is the area of impact now where the fire hydrant is?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Are you now indicating, because now you realize that there's a piece of debris directly under the fire hydrant, are you now indicating that that's the area of impact where John O'Keefe's body was struck?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's take a look at exhibit, with the court's permission, 279.
Okay.
Taking a look at exhibit 279, I want to draw your attention to that piece right there, okay, of plastic. You see it?
Yes.
You describe it for me. Just physically, what does that look like?
It looks like clear plastic with a little bit of red and black on the top part.
Okay, maybe in a triangular shape, is that fair?
Correct.
Okay, now if we could go back to, with the court's permission, exhibit 492,
Okay.
and highlight just above the ruler. How would you describe that piece of material?
It looks like the same piece.
Does that, based on that, does that appear to be part of the taillight material that was found at the scene?
Correct.
Okay. Now, based on that, are you now suggesting, if we could go with the court's permission, if we could go back to 587, I'll stop jumping around just a second. I think we
Okay.
just get back to 587. Oh, sorry, it's diagram 3. Okay. Now, seeing what you just now seen in terms of that piece of plastic that appears to be from the taillight, does that appear to be under the fire hydrant, which is highlighted? Same piece.
Yes.
Okay. Based on that, does that change your opinion? Is that now, the fire hydrant now, the point of impact?
No.
Where is the point of impact now?
It's along the roadway. I don't know the exact point of impact.
So you don't know the area of impact?
I said the area impact is along the roadway after the debris.
Okay.
I mean, only thing it would change is maybe it was a little further away. But besides that, it's still it's a linear field. I'm not talking about like one point. It's you kind of follow the middle of the debris field, and that should be the path.
Well, if the point of impact is along the roadway, where along the roadway, if you can show the jurors where along the roadway, in your expert opinion, was the point of impact?
It should be within, if you follow from pedestrians, find a rest here, just kind of follow back. That's what I'm talking about, linear field. I can't.
So now you've indicated an area, if I can follow your laser pointer, an area along here, correct?
Yes, somewhere in there.
All right, if I have my spotlight, is that, if I leave it right there, is that about where the middle of the spotlight, about where you believe the area of impact is?
It's within, I guess you can say it's within that area. I don't know differently. There's nothing on the roadway that has a definitive point that says this is the area impact right here. It's within the roadway based on the evidence at the scene.
Okay. Mr. Paul, sorry, Trooper Paul, I'm asking you, based on your expert opinion and your conclusions, based on your full analysis, can you point me to within an area of 5 feet or so on the roadway where you believe the area of impact is? Is my spotlight basically highlighting the area that you believe, in your opinion, is the area of impact?
Do you have that laser pointer?
I do.
Why don't we let him show you? It'd be easier for the jury to see.
So what I'm trying to say is, so we follow the linear path back around this area.
Okay, can you?
And sorry, I'm trying to keep it straight as much as I can. Follow back to here. I can't say like if this definitely is, but it's possibly based on also vehicle damage to the back of the vehicle. So if you follow all the way back to here, that could be a possible area impact.
So when you say that area there, just I want to be very clear for the record that what you highlighted is an area basically just to the left of an X that's on the roadway, on the bottom of diagram 3, toward the lower part of diagram 3.
It's
correct.
You would use your circle almost to kind of be a good area around.
Sorry.
You can use a circle around here. Just this would be around the area.
Okay.
Okay.
So using your scale, that scale is going from full left to full right. It's plus or minus 40 feet, right?
Switch. Can't see it. So say again. Say the question.
That scale is 40 feet. Going full left, full right, 40 feet.
It's 40 feet. It's a 10-foot scale.
Okay, sorry, 20 feet. My mistake.
I was okay.
I was terrible. 20 feet. Thank you. All right. So if you use that scale, can you estimate for the jurors? I'm just going to use this X as a starting point. You estimate for the jurors from this X that I've highlighted to the pedestrian's final rest. What's that number? Doesn't have to be exact. Give me an estimate.
So, I mean, it could be within 30 feet because I tell you this. Also on my scale, this 2 and 3 is 50 feet from each other.
Is how much?
50.
Okay.
50.
So would you agree that from this X down here to pedestrian's final rest, as a crow flies, that's probably a good 35, 40 feet.
I mean, I could try to use the scale. With me as a scale.
If you wouldn't mind. Can you use paper?
Yes, please.
Court's permission?
Okay.
Just a blank piece of paper.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
You need a pen?
I got one. Thank you. It's a little around. It's approximately 30 feet.
Approximately 30 feet.
Yes.
Okay. Can you place, with the court's permission, can you estimate 30 feet in here?
gonna
Can you point to a place in the courtroom that looks like it's 30 feet from you?
Objection.
No. Next question.
Does the court have a diagram of a diagram of distances?
In this courtroom? No.
You indicated just now, and I'm finished with this. Thank you. Thanks. You indicated just now in answer to Mr. Lally's last couple of questions that in your expert opinion, when the SUV struck the pedestrian, John O'Keefe, he was, quote, projected forward and to the left to the front yard to his final place of rest.
Yes.
So your expert testimony is that John O'Keefe was hit with the SUV and flew 30 feet.
Projected mean like I don't say he flew all the way there. He was projected in that way. He got pushed forward in that direction.
Which he was rendered incapacitated, landed there, and had to sort of fly there, correct? Didn't walk there.
I mean, would you definitely flying like literally off the ground the whole entire time? Or,
Well, you tell me, you're the expert.
I mean, when we say projected, we mean he gets projected and they usually have a landing phase and they land and then they either roll or tumble to final rest.
Okay, how far do you think he landed? How far was it until he landed of that 30 feet?
I don't know. There's no indication of where his exact landing spot was.
Was there any evidence whatsoever that he landed and rolled?
And there was no evidence that he landed or rolled. Rolled.
According to you, the evidence that you have in front of you is that you get hit, fly 30 feet, land where he ended up in his final rest, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Based on your expert opinion, you believe that he was projected through the air to his final rest place.
That's not what I was saying.
But you said there's no evidence that he rolled.
And there's no evidence that he flew through the air either.
Exactly. Right? Exactly.
Objection.
Sustained.
You said on Friday that in your experience, people tend to lose objects that are not strapped to them. Is that right?
Yes.
In other words, get hit by something, car, truck, bus, whatever, train, and if you have something in your hand, boom, you lose it, you drop it. If it's not strapped to you, correct?
Correct.
How do you suppose that Mr. O'Keefe, in your opinion, held on to that glass cup that was found right next to him over the course of 30 feet being projected?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Do you have a theory on that?
I don't know. I mean, it just could have been with him the whole way. I don't know. I wasn't there, so I don't know how the glass stayed with his body and went with him to the final rest.
So it's just common sense. You have to believe that it was in his hand. He held on to it the entire time he was being projected 30 feet, right?
It could have been in his hand. It could have been tucked next to his clothing. Did
you say tucked into?
I mean, like, could have been next to his body. So when he projected, the glass was with his body as it was also flying. So there's a number of reasons why the glass, because it also got projected with the body while he was holding it.
I thought you said on Friday, and you just agreed with me, that people drop things when they're hit.
Yes, not everything it tends to fly off. I mean, some stuff flies off, some stuff will stay on.
I see.
It's not uncommon to find piece of clothing and stuff, that you find at the scene.
Decent clothing.
Like clothing, like shoes, like shoes and stuff like that to come off the body during a pedestrian crash.
Well, that's not what I asked.
I know, I'm just saying, you asked me, you said why this, I'm just responding to what you said and trying to make sure you understand what I'm saying.
No, I don't, but I'll ask another question. Shoes are strapped on by definition, right?
Yes, but it's very common for shoes to come off.
How about a cell phone?
Cell phone, yeah. Yeah, it depends. Depends on where it is.
It was under his body.
Okay.
How do you account for that? He held onto a cell phone with one hand and held onto a cup with the other.
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
If the cell phone was found under his torso, under his body, what's your theory on how that cell phone ended up flying 30 feet with it?
It just did.
Just did. And somehow, as he landed, tucked that cell phone underneath his body so he landed on top of it.
It just did. That's the evidence at the scene. I didn't put the evidence there. So
Well, you didn't.
Objection.
All right, so jurors, I've told you before, lawyers cannot make comments, so disregard it. Mr. Jackson, don't do it again.
I understand. So in
You
one-
understand, but don't do it. Your answer is always, I understand. Don't do it.
Yes, Your Honor. Cell phone in one hand, cup in the other hand, flew through the air, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were informed of this incident on January 29th, 2022 at about 2:30 in the afternoon. Is that right?
yes,
At the time you were working out of the CARS facility, which is located on West Grove Street in Middleborough. Is that right?
yes,
By the way, that's a facility that has multiple garages. Sally ports, I don't know if they're called Sally ports, but garage bays, correct?
the mechanic shop are there.
The mechanic shop
Yes,
is, if you're going to review, for instance, for purposes of reconstruction, if you're going to review a vehicle, is the vehicle placed in those mechanics bays?
no, not there. That's for state police vehicles.
Okay, so where are the mechanics bays, sorry, reverse that. Where are the Sally ports where you do your analysis, your reconstruction, your review of the vehicle, inspections, things of that nature?
We don't have Sally ports for that.
You don't have anything dedicated to that?
No, the only time we would use a Sally port is the crime scene would have some Sally ports that they would do to document their crime scene stuff. And I've gone there, they've done my inspections, but most of our inspections are done either at the tow yard or some type of facility for that.
Ultimately, was this SUV ever taken to the Middleborough facility?
Yes, it was.
Where was it placed?
There's a fenced-in area inside it's a fenced-in area
Is it outside or inside?
outside.
Okay. Did it remain outside in that fenced-in area the whole time?
I don't know the exact time. It was there for a while, then it got moved.
Where did it get moved to?
I'm not sure exactly where they moved it immediately after it left Middleborough.
Are you familiar with the Foxborough location at MSP?
Yes.
That have Sally ports or bays for inspection and evaluation?
It has garages in it, but we wouldn't use them. We don't normally use those garages for inspections.
Is it possible to use those garages for inspections?
It is possible.
Okay. It's happened before, correct?
I've not used the inspection in the garages.
But it's,
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and
Sorry,
speak
yes.
slowly.
but you know that it could be used.
Sorry.
Sorry, you know that those bays could be used for inspections or analysis or evaluation if needed, correct?
Yes.
All right. Given the fact that the SUV that was being seized on January 29th was being seized as potential evidence, best practices would suggest that you want to get it in and out of the bad weather, the inclement weather, as quickly as possible, correct? You wouldn't want to subject it to continued forces from nature like rain, wind, snow, sleet, hail, right?
That would be beneficial, yes.
All right. You're aware that the Foxborough location and the Middleborough location with the mechanics bays are all closer to Dighton than Canton, right?
Both Foxborough and
Foxborough and Middleborough are both closer to Dighton than Canton. In other words, you have to pass by, depending on which way you go, pass by Middleborough, pass by Foxborough to get to Canton.
so from where?
From Dighton, sorry.
So from Dighton.
Where the vehicle was seized in
Yeah.
all going toward Canton, you pass by either Middleborough or Foxborough to get to Canton, right?
I don't believe you'd pass by Middleborough to get to Canton, but you pass by Foxborough.
All right. The car was not taken to Foxborough, was it?
No.
As a matter of fact, the car was taken basically double the distance all the way to Canton to that Sally Port, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that? Is that double the distance?
I don't know the exact distance. I know it was in Canton.
And you know it's farther to Canton,
From Dighton, yes.
right? And you're also aware that because you've been to the scene, assuming, correct? The 34 Fairview,
Yes. Yes, I have.
and you've been to Canton, PD.
Yes, I have.
You know, those two locations are about 3-4 minutes apart.
Yeah, I can say that.
When you started let me ask this a little bit different way. Before you began any review on this case, any physical review on this case or analysis on the case, you were told that there had been a crash, correct?
Yes.
You testified to that at the state court grand jury in this matter. Is that right? That you've been told in advance this was a vehicle pedestrian crash and you were asked to analyze it, right?
Yes.
You wrote in your report that it was a single vehicle collision involving a pedestrian and you were, quote, assigned to reconstruct that collision, correct?
Yes.
So when you began your analysis, Trooper Paul, you were told conclusively by the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, that the deceased was hit by a car and your job was to reconstruct it. Is that right?
Objection.
Okay, so there are lots of parts to that. Break it down.
Sure. Were you told by Michael Proctor to reconstruct this incident?
Objection.
So were you told that by Trooper Proctor?
I was not.
Okay, next question.
Sure. Who were you told, who were you given your instructions by
Instructions for what?
to reconstruct this incident?
I wasn't given instructions to reconstruct it. It's just I was assigned to it.
Right.
That was requested. My assistance was requested to reconstruct it.
That's my question. Who assigned you to it?
I talked to my sergeant at the time who gave me the phone call.
And you were told some basics about that reconstruction, the event that you were asked to reconstruct, correct?
Yes.
The information that you were told came from the case officer. Is that right?
Who's the case officer?
The information that this was a pedestrian vehicle incident, as opposed to motor vehicle incident, pedestrian bicycle, motor vehicle motorcycle. You were told it was a motor vehicle pedestrian incident that you were asked to reconstruct, correct?
Yeah, I was told that. Yes.
All right, and you had to be given some basic parameters of what that incident, how that incident occurred. The car was going in reverse. It's got a damaged taillight, things like that.
Some basic stuff. Yeah.
What I'm asking is, I'm trying to get to is, who gave you that information? Where'd it come from?
That the car was traveling in reverse. Like which part of the information? You asked me several different things just now.
Were you given information from multiple sources? Or did someone give you a summary of what you were being asked to do? At the very beginning,
Yep.
who gave you the summary?
Summary of the whole entire of what?
Of the event that you were asked to reconstruct?
I was passed down when I got to the garage. That there was nobody that sat there and gave me the summary like that I can remember. I was told that it was a pedestrian crash. I knew it was a Boston police officer involved. That this was the vehicle, and that it was traveling in reverse. That's all they had.
Okay. What I'm asking is, that's great. Thank you for the summary. Who gave you that summary?
I don't know if it was definitely anybody from the get-go that was like I talked to.
From where?
I don't know if it's anybody that I could definitely say that was the person. There was multiple people going around when I got there. I think I talked to Trooper Zach Clark. He was doing the crime scene. I think he was Zach Clark. He was the crime scene photos at the time. I knew him from past crashes. He just said this is the vehicle, and I think he kind of gave me a little bit of a lowdown on what the vehicle was.
Okay.
So
My question is this: when you got that, did you call it a lowdown? He gave you the lowdown?
he gave me information. Yes.
Right. When you got the lowdown, you were told Boston police officer was involved. The vehicle pedestrian incident, car was going in reverse, ultimately led to the death of the pedestrian. Struck the pedestrian in reverse, correct?
Correct.
And you were assigned specifically to try to reconstruct that incident.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of the phrase confirmation bias?
I know the phrase. Yes.
You know what it means?
I can't definitely say what it means.
Developing a conclusion and then trying to find evidence to fit that conclusion. Does that sound right?
If you say so.
You noted in your direct examination that there were scratches on the passenger side rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes.
How exactly were you able to scientifically determine that any of those scratches were from an incident on January 29th, 2022, as opposed to any other time?
I didn't have anything else on the time. Is that those scratches happened prior to this collision?
I'm sorry.
I didn't have any information that those scratches were caused from a prior collision. And so when I looked at the evidence, I knew it was in that same area, the right rear tail light.
Bye, Trooper Paul. All right, we're done with Trooper Paul. Poopa Troopa, we're done with you. Put this guy back up there. Oh. Okay, that horrific light. So did you guys enjoy some Trooper Paul? Good old Trooper Paul. What a guy. Oh, hold on. The door to the secret chamber's open back there. All right, we're live. We live. Oh, wait. Ali would yell at me. Okay, now we live. All right, hold on. I'll be right back.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Did Bob not come back? What's going on here? What is going on? Oh, I see what's happening. Got to alternate, babe. All right, we're back from the lunch break, so we can. What you guys and anything that you guys forgot as far as what Trooper Paul's testimony that you're now like, wow, I did not remember that shit. Mm-hmm. Misty became a YouTube member. Thank you, Misty. If Bob were here, he'd have something for you. He's hiding back there, lurking. What does Misty get, babe? All right, a family hug. That's what she gets. Glad to have you, Misty. I think Bob already said hi to and thank you to Happy Ann and Decline. So, what'd you guys, anything you remembered about? Brian says, I forgot how bad I felt for him. Trooper Paul. He's so incredibly passive. Well, I think he just had no faith in what he was saying. I think that's why he was so incredibly passive.
Hey, never
Hey, there he
forget.
is.
Never forget. Paul. I found Allie's family hugs to be completely insufficient. So
Exactly.
Aw.
I was told council
Family
wanted
hugs.
to see me at sidebar.
Sidebar.
And that goes to Decline, Happy Annie, and Misty. I think there were some other in Sydney Collins, in
They're all
Miles
going. They're all
Selena,
going on the wheel, by the way.
and Brian gave out some love. Thank you very much, Brian. Kara S is a new member. Fire Lawyer.
Oh, see, we have to figure that out though, because
Family hugs.
now I got to think about it.
Yeah, you take that under advisement, counselor.
Yeah, because we can't tell who got a gift and who got a membership.
So went downstairs, get the guy all girded up, take our nice little afternoon walk with the guy. My dad's down there. He's like, Bob, I tried to switch out the tank toilet thing, Majigger. I went to the A. So my dad went into the toilet tank because it was filling slow. And my 80-year-old father, who is not a handyman, decided to take upon himself without asking me at all or inquiring and decided to try to fix the toilet. So when I went in there, it's quite a nightmare. So
I think he wanted to prove his usefulness, his
well,
capability.
he proved that he can create even more work for me around the house. It's the only thing he proved. Yeah. I'm like, Dad, man, like, I don't even know how he got on the ground. Like seriously, like the thing was leaking from the tank to the water. It's just a nightmare. Plumbing is no joke, Melissa. Go, play with plumbing. I mean,
Well,
do that.
the issue was that it was running really slow.
Oh, there's that. Now that's the girl, the ex-girlfriend, right? Right there on the end, striped shirt. That's her.
Drama, so I know nothing.
That's her.
But anyway, it was running slow, so you can't do like a dump and flush, a courtesy flush,
Courtesy flush.
because you got to wait and I don't know when that started because I've
Or
never
the masking flush if you've got a potentially disturbingly loud.
Well, that's the first
bowel
time I
movement.
noticed it was today, but I know your dad's been asking you to look at it, so he must have noticed something.
Well, he knew the tank was filling slow, so Yeah. What are you gonna do? His heart was in the right place,
Yeah.
Trying to be helpful.
Yeah.
All righty. Okay, so I mean, it's Bob Alessi time. Let's see what he can do. See what he can do with the uber cheerful. The uber cheerful Jessica Hyde. See what he can do with her.
You are unmuted.
All right, jurors. As you know, I think I told you in the beginning, one of my functions is to make sure that a case is tried fairly and efficiently and not to waste anybody's time. So if I get frustrated at lawyers about something, I try not to, and I don't think I can, but if
What?
I seem to cut somebody short, the lawyers are just doing their job. When they request sidebar conferences, they're just doing their job. I am going to try and keep all sidebar conferences to a minimum, but the lawyers are just doing their job.
Yeah, good luck with that.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Alessi, if you're the witness.
I just need a witness.
Just needs a witness.
Yes.
Just needs a witness. Oh, hi. Come on down. The price is wrong.
Wow.
Wow.
Certainly.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hyde.
Good afternoon.
I notice you have some documents with you. Could you just state what is in front of you so I know that I might be able to help expedite this if I know what you have in front of you?
Absolutely. I have the first digital forensic analysis report I completed for the previous trial.
Do you have a date?
Um,
You have several of them.
I do. It's the first one. I apologize. This is the one, I believe it's May. I don't remember the
May
date
of
off the top of my head.
2023,
May of
perhaps?
2023, obviously. Then I have the second one. This was the one that was used in the pretrial motion.
December 2024?
December 20, yes, that's correct. Very nice. Then I have the third one. This is the final one regarding the phone that was identified as Miss McCabe's.
Yes.
And then I have the fourth one, which is the phone of Mr. O'Keefe. And then I do have the opinion from State versus Huera, but if we don't need that, that's fine.
Okay, very well. I appreciate you telling me that.
She may know phones. She doesn't know Spanish.
In March, and you recall on your direct examination, Attorney Brennan asked you questions going to your experience and qualifications. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
You were involved in a case, is actually a murder trial in the state of Maryland in a case called State v. Herrera as recently as March of 2025, correct?
Correction, it's an attempted murder.
Attempted murder.
Oh.
And in that
nerd
particular
battle.
case, you had attempted to offer various opinions to the court, correct?
I object.
You have to move along from this case, from what you're talking about. You have to move along from that Maryland case.
So with regard,
wait, what?
Do you recall another case from the state of Massachusetts, Arrington case, in which you submitted a pro se amicus? Do you recall that case?
I do.
And is it correct that in that case you submitted arguments on behalf of the prosecution in that case?
I submitted an amicus brief, which is not on behalf of anybody. It's as a friend of the court.
Right, but the friends of the court, you took a position in that quote, friends of the court brief, correct?
Took a position on the evidence.
Right, and the position you took on the evidence was
Supported the
that the
prosecution.
frequent location history data is reliable and should be used. Is that correct?
The statement is that I do not have that amicus in front of me. It has been a year and a half since I've read it. But that amicus does discuss frequent location history records. And I want to be clear, it speaks to both bias on both sides and negative and positive of submitting it. It was an unbiased writing, and it was not specifically in support of the prosecution.
So you are testifying in this case on behalf of the prosecution, correct?
In this case, I was hired by the prosecution.
Right.
That's correct.
And the prosecution is paying you for your services in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
And with regard to this case, you have been paid and have been on this case since May of 2023, correct?
That is correct.
With regard
Why is he
to
asking how much
the
he's being
various
paid?
reports that you have submitted in this case, you have mentioned one, which is a report with regard to the iPhone of John O'Keefe. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you have, in that report, you have made a statement, have you not, that from 12:20:50 a.m. on January 29th of 2022 and after, there is no indication of interaction with the device. Is that correct?
There is no indication of user interaction with the device. There is all received until about 6:04 a.m. when there is again Apple Health data that picks up.
I'll ask it again. And you can feel free to turn to page 1529 in that report.
Page 15.
Page 15, 1529.
The report is.
Would you like the
50
page of the
pages.
report or the page NDA number at the bottom? I can do either
Oh,
way.
I'm sorry. I thought you were saying page 15 in the report.
No. It's
I
NDAO
apologize.
1529 or page 7, whatever way is
Page
easy.
7. Okay, Roger.
Okay, so page 7, you see there's a heading interactive phone activity, correct?
Yes.
And at the top, it says, using a variety of different artifacts, we can see active interaction with the mobile device up until
Nerd battle.
12:20.
Yeah, you have to
Slow down. Okay, sorry about that. I'm just trying to move it along, but I will be slower. I'll repeat, using a variety of different artifacts, we can see active interaction with the mobile device up until 12:20:50 a.m. ET. You see that statement?
Yes.
And then if you skip down, I'm going to skip a couple sentences to the paragraph under the chart, and this is the key part.
Okay.
It says, from that point, and I'm understanding that point to be the 12:20:50 a.m., correct? You need to say yes or no, I'm sorry.
Yes.
There is no indication of interaction with the device. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
So I am going to, and you believe that statement is correct?
Until 6 something a.m.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just asking if that statement is correct. Not if you have other information, but is that statement correct?
Can you answer that? Uzziah, can you answer that, yes or no?
Did I read that correctly?
You read it correctly.
Thank
yes.
you. If we could, Your Honor, have a document that is put up already in evidence and publish Exhibit 39. And it will be, thank you. And if we could go to slide 82, please. And Ms. Hyde, if I could draw your attention to the entry that is, it says 3209 under app lock, but we know that the 00 is a 12. So it's 12:32:09 a.m. on January 29, 2022. And I'm going to read what it says in red. And this is a timeline of Mr. Whiffen. You know Mr. Whiffen?
I do know Mr. Whiffen.
And so he put in red, not us. He said device locked with lock button for the last time. Do you see that?
I do.
And you know that to lock a phone, you actually have to hit the side button with regard to an iPhone to make it lock. Do you know that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is an interaction with a phone, is it not?
I concur.
So that means that that interaction with the phone occurred at 12:32:09, correct?
I did not review that specific artifact. I cannot attest to Mr. Whiffen's exam, only to my own.
So do you have any reason to believe that what is in evidence in this case that Mr. Whiffen has produced, and that do you have any basis to contest the fact that the device was locked with a lock button for the last time on the phone of John O'Keefe at 12:32:09 as you sit here?
I cannot contest it because I do not recall looking at that specific artifact.
Don't you think it would have been appropriate to be accurate as a digital forensic analyzer on the topic of the last of an indication of interaction with the device? Don't you think it would have been appropriate to look at that 12:32:09 in any of the tools you said you used on Direct?
I did not correlate that artifact in my timeline.
I understand you didn't. And my question is, you make a statement. Well, let me back up. Do you understand that in this case, as in many cases, that matters of seconds in activity can be determinative of a case? Do you understand that from your experience?
Absolutely.
So it's important, therefore, to get activity right for any data forensic examiner when they're issuing reports about activity.
I want to be very clear. She is not crying. This is a full-blown nerd battle. She's not going to be crying. This is going to be nerd war.
Particularly of a deceit when they're issuing reports about activity, particularly of a decedent. Is that important?
Absolutely.
So isn't it correct that the statement that you make on page 7 of your report, that from that point, 12/20/50, there is no indication of interaction with the device, is incorrect?
I cannot make that without going back and reviewing and validating the artifact you just produced from Mr. Whiffen. I would need to validate that in order to respond to that.
But as you sit here, you have no basis to contest what Mr. Whiffen has stated, that there was a lock button on the side of the phone of Mr. O'Keefe a full 12 minutes after you say there was no interaction with the device. Is that correct?
I don't. I would have to review that portion.
Is there anything that had prevented you from reviewing that in that data before you wrote this report?
Not that I can think of. I would have to go and re-review that.
My question is,
I don't know if that artifact, I have not reviewed that artifact, so I cannot speak to an artifact I have not reviewed. And I did not, that is not my report, that's Mr. Whiffen's report. So I cannot speak to that without going back and reviewing that evidence.
Isn't the interaction with the device, a lock button, readily available to you in the data that you have and had in your possession when you wrote this report?
Yes.
Thank you.
Furious page turning.
If you could please turn to, in the same report, page 1528, which is your page number 6. And I just want you, please, to go to the, just put a placeholder in that. And if you could now just go to the conclusion, which is your page 50. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
So in the conclusion, you state that starting at 12:01 a.m. on January 29, 2022, the mobile phone was in use with activity of Waze navigating to 34 Fairview Drive, Canton, MA, active interaction with the screen, steps, audio playing text messages and calls until 12:31 a.m. EST on January 29, 2002. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
That statement is also incorrect, isn't it?
On what basis?
Do you believe that statement is correct or incorrect?
I believe that the statement is correct regarding those artifacts that are mentioned in that statement, yes.
Okay, if you could please, if you could turn to page 1535 of the same report.
Can you give me my page number, please?
I will. I'm just,
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nerd war. Moved out of battle stage.
If you could turn to your page 13.
13, Roger. Yes, I'm there.
And do you see an entry that says 12:31:56, which is the same time in the conclusion, but I'm going to develop it.
I believe I know where you're going.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I need to ask the
apologize.
questions.
Yes.
I appreciate you looking to help, but if I could, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So it's got health steps and it has steps 36, duration 20.9 or 20.398 seconds. Did I read that correctly?
That is absolutely correct.
So if you look at this data point in your report on page 13, the steps began at 12:31:56, but they ended 20.39 seconds later at 12:32:16. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So therefore, your statement in your conclusion, if you could go back to 50, and this is in your conclusion, your statement there is that the steps, the mobile phone is used with activity including steps until 12:31 a.m. EST. That should read until 12:32:16, correct?
It depends on your interpretation of interaction. As a user is walking, they're not actively interacting with their device. It's their movement that is. It's not direct interaction with the screen. But I would agree to your view that that could be interpreted as needing an additional 20 seconds.
Isn't the more correct way to state the conclusion that
this jury has no fucking idea what is going on right now. This is spectacular. The jury has no idea what is happening or what these two people are talking about, and it's glorious.
active interaction when it comes to steps is not calibrating using the screen, but the phone is calculating steps taken. Isn't that correct?
That is correct, but that's not interactivity with the device.
I understand,
Yes.
but the sentence reads includes steps, and the more accurate way to have stated that would have been to put 12:32:16 instead of 12:31 a.m., correct?
I'm sorry, you just said 12:30. I did this to the minute, not to the second. Could you rephrase what you were citing?
Well, I'll state it again.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome. So isn't the more correct way to state this important data point in your conclusion, instead of saying active interaction with the screen and steps, etc., until 12:31 a.m. EST, the 12:31 should be 12:32 because the steps that you have on your page 13, by what you concede, is the duration of 20 would have brought it to 12:32:16, correct?
I would state that depends. I believe either is a correct way to state that. Based on interactivity, based on your interpretation, your definition is more correct.
Okay, thank you. And it's not my interpretation. I'm reading from your report, correct?
Your interpretation that 12:32 is a more correct representation of interaction is based on your theory that interaction concludes when the steps end. And I'm saying both would be acceptable.
Okay, so let's follow up on this.
Sure.
Isn't it correct that it isn't my theory when the steps ended?
Oh, it's not,
if I
agree.
could just finish,
Please,
because if
absolutely,
we
sorry.
talk over each other, the stenographer's not going to get both of us. Thank
Agreed.
you. So it's not my theory. It's just the simple math from an entry you've made on page 13 that the steps began at 12:31:56. They ended 20.398 seconds after that, which just doing the simple math is 12:32:16. Did I do the math correctly?
That is
Babe.
correct.
Okay,
I'm not
thank you.
debating
You're
that.
muted.
Thank you very
too. You're muted. He knows.
Page
You can
Oh, wait,
only
wait,
fix
pause
one
it a
fuck at a time.
28 of
Pause it a sec.
All right. Yes.
All right,
yes.
so I had to take a client call. But I was hearing through my speakers while I was talking that things seemed like they were spicy.
Nerd war. That's all you need to know. Nerd war. It's a full-blown nerd war. It's like this is the most beautiful example of polite hatred you will ever see. Like these two. It's a flat out unmitigated nerd war. It is a battle of the nerds that it'll go down in the annals of history, like the Battle of the Bulge. We'll have the battle. It's phenomenal. And the jury has no fucking idea what they're talking about. There's that. But it's delicious.
report.
All right, go back.
Do you have my page number for that? I'm sorry.
Laughing. It was
Go back
The
before I oh yeah.
End
Gotta
of
see that.
interaction is based on your theory that interaction concludes when the steps end. And I'm saying both would be acceptable.
Okay, so let's follow up on this.
Sure.
Isn't it correct that it isn't my theory when the steps ended?
Oh, it's
if I
agree.
could just finish,
Please,
because if
absolutely,
we
sorry.
talk over each other, the stenographer's not going to get both of us. Thank
Agreed.
you.
Oh man.
So
Great.
it's not my theory. It's just the simple math from an entry you've made on page 13 that the steps began at 12:31:56. They ended 20.398 seconds after that, which just doing the simple math is 12:32:16. Did I do the math correctly?
That is correct.
Okay,
I'm not
thank you.
debating that.
Thank you very much. So now what I'd like to do is to go to page 1528 of your report.
Do you have my page number for that? I'm sorry.
Yes, and I appreciate that you go page number. So I center in on the lower one, then I'll go immediately to the one. So it's your page 6, Ms. Hyde.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Just let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
If you could please go to Apple Health Data Steps.
But I was starting
Mm-hmm.
to figure sound.
And we've been talking about steps because they're important enough that you put them in a report, correct?
That is correct.
So let's go to an important data point, therefore, in your report, in the chart, which is the second entry, which is, as you've stated, 12:21:10 a.m. Do you see that?
I do.
And you note under the data that John O'Keefe's phone registered 80 steps at 12:21:10. Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly.
And those 80 steps constituted 191.253 seconds, as you state, correct?
That is what is stored in that database, correct?
And is my math correct, so that the jury understands this perhaps a little better?
Sure.
That 191.253 seconds equals 3.2 minutes,
Approximately, yes.
approximately.
I'm doing the math in my head, so that's why I said approximately.
Understood. So am I reading this entry correct, that you're stating what the data shows, that 80 steps were taken by the phone of whomever had the phone of Mr. O'Keefe? There were 80 steps taken at 12:21:10 a.m. on January 29, 2022, for a length of time of 3.2 minutes.
That is what the phone registered.
That's what the phone registered. Very well. Now what I'd like to do
I need to write that down. Shit.
is to turn to the phone of Jennifer
Did anyone take
McCabe.
notes? I missed it.
Okay.
And that is for your reports. You don't date your reports, so I can't give you a date, but it
I know,
says
it's report 3, I believe, is what you're looking at.
exactly.
Yep.
It's 3. And there is, bear with me, I'm accommodating your page reference, and I'll have it soon for you. It is your page 7. And let me know when you are.
I guarantee you, David Yanetti's sitting there at council table like this. Ah, not just looking at Bob. Just like, this is amazing.
It was 80 steps that started at 12:21 and lasted 3.2 minutes. Is that
I bet
what-
you Kaylee's taking notes.
There.
I am there.
Are you aware
Yes.
of an issue regarding the time of an interactive phone activity on Jennifer McCabe's phone at 5:07 a.m.? Are you aware of that issue, and particularly a communication to a person named Coco? Are you aware of that?
I would need to check in my report. May I turn to the page for
Absolutely.
that time?
And
I
if
do
it
see
is-
an outgoing call to someone labeled Coco at 5:07:21 a.m.
And you can tell that because in your report on page 11, you list a 5:07:21 a.m. call to a Coco as outgoing, correct?
Correct.
Have you discussed that call with any member of the Commonwealth?
No.
And again, this call is at 5:07 a.m. on January 29th of 2022, correct?
That is correct.
There is no duration listed for that call. And if you just follow my questions, if you can, yes or no, is that correct? There's no duration yet listed.
Correct.
So what I want to do is to also note that that omission is not the only omission of durations from this report, or I'll state it differently. Let me withdraw that. There is no population of the duration column for any call from 12:14:30 a.m. on January 29, 2022, all the way through this 5:07:21 call. And you don't start listing durations until 8:59:34 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, and explainable. The artifact.
I understand
Yes,
Mr.
okay.
Brennan can
Sure.
handle those on his redirect.
Absolutely.
So there's not a population of duration of calls after numerous early calls and phone, as you call it, interactive phone activity. Nothing populated in this report until 8:59:34. That's correct?
Yes.
All right.
I think that's the hard
Now
truth.
what I'd like to do is to turn to the 22740 artifact that was the subject of much discussion on direct. And I am going to refer to that as an artifact. Is that a parlance that is familiar to you?
Yes.
And if I refer to that as a timestamp also, is that a parlance that's familiar to you?
Absolutely.
So I can refer to 22740 as a timestamp and you would find that parlance acceptable.
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm going to do that. Just to keep it simple, I'm going to refer to it as a timestamp. Now, you've been on this case working for the Commonwealth since May of 2023, correct?
May 4th, 2023. That is correct.
So you've been on this case for 2 years, correct?
Not actively the entire time.
But you started on this case in May 2023. You issued a report in May
Correct.
of 2023, correct?
Correct.
You issued a report in December of 2024, correct?
Correct. After being rehired in November.
Right. And you issued more reports in 2025, correct?
That is correct.
So all of that activity has been on this case, correct?
All on this case. That
And
is
that's
correct.
been all on behalf of the prosecution, correct?
That is correct.
None of that work has been done on behalf of the defense, correct?
That is correct.
So let us now go to the timestamp of 22740. Your opinions on what is the meaning of that timestamp have varied from May of 2023 until today. Is that correct?
No, that is incorrect.
Let's cover that issue.
Sure.
Let's do it.
Let's turn to your May 2023 report. Isn't it correct that the report and your findings were pursuant to a request from Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully?
Correct.
And how many interactions have you had with Lieutenant Detective Brian Tully on this case approximately?
I really don't know. I'd have to go look back at email and call logs.
Is it more than 5?
Yes.
Is it more than 10?
Yes.
Is it more than 20?
I don't know.
So somewhere between 10 and 20, would that be fair?
Again, I'd have to review my call logs. I'm not
But it
going to
was
test.
more than 10.
More than 10, I'm sure.
So the issue was your use of various forensic tools that revealed a timestamp, 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp on January 29, 2022. Is that correct? Is that a fair characterization of an issue you looked at?
Correct.
So if you could go to page 5 of that report. And I would ask that you go to the last paragraph that starts with "in the instance of the Google search," and let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
So it reads, "In the instance of the Google search, house long to die in cold, that was recovered from the write-ahead log associated with the X browser state DB SQLite database with the timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m. was marked by Celebrite as having this timestamp and being deleted." Did I read that correctly?
Fair. Yes.
So you use the words that Google search, "house long to die in cold," was associated with the timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m. Isn't that what your words are in this report?
In that database, they are associated. That is correct.
Right. And in terms of page 3, if you could go back, of your report, under relevant findings.
Mhm.
It starts with, "There were 2 searches of interest that took place on the iOS device," and we're talking about Jennifer McCabe's device, correct?
The device that was identified to me as Jennifer McCabe's. Yes.
That's identified to you as Jennifer McCabe. And it's what you talked about on direct examination as her device,
Absolutely,
right?
yes.
It's not a mystery as to whose it is. It's not like you don't know, right?
In direct, I also use the phrase identified to me as Jennifer McCabe's.
Right. But your conclusion is the device you've been working on and analyzing for 2 years is the device of Jennifer McCabe.
That is how it was identified to me.
And do you have a different conclusion as to whose device it is?
I always am very, very careful that I did not assess the ownership. That was information that was given to me, not information that I personally assessed.
So are you uncertain as to whether the device you've been working on for 2 years is the phone
The
of Jennifer McCabe?
device that I've been working on for 2 years is the device that was identified to me by the Massachusetts State Police, Detective Tolley, as belonging to Jennifer McCabe when I began working and received that device, as stated in the evidence analyzed section on this same page.
So let's go, and we're talking about, again, to get back to the center of gravity, we're talking about a timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., correct?
That is correct.
And when you issued your first report in May of 2023, the timestamp you were looking at was 2:27:40 a.m., January 29, correct?
I was looking at multiple timestamps associated with the same 2 searches.
Right. So what I'd like to do, you said multiple timestamps. What times are in the multiple category?
What I was tasked to do was to look at the times, the search, the Google search history, I'm sorry, not Google search history, the Safari history, which includes Google searches, associated with those 2 search terms within that 12-hour period. That was the particular task, not the task of looking at the 227, just for clarity.
Right. And I appreciate that, but my question wasn't that. My question was, I thought I heard you on direct examination, which is why I repeated the question, what I thought I heard on direct, but I'll ask you the question.
Sure.
You looked at and talked about on direct 2 potential times for a Safari search, which includes Google, one of which was 2:27:40 and the other one was 6:23 a.m. Is that correct?
I analyzed the meaning of those 2 timestamps.
Right. So we're just talking about 2 times, 2:27:40 and then 6:23. Is that correct?
So you are only talking then about the one that we're also talking about 6:24 a.m.
Okay. So we
Eastern
got
time for clarity, because some of these records are in UTC, some are in local.
fair enough. So you've got 2:27:40, you've got 6:23, and you got 6:24 that you were looking at, correct?
There are other timestamps that exist in the realm of what I was looking at, but those ones, correct, are the ones that are relevant in this report.
Exactly. And that's what we're talking about.
Okay,
We're just talking about this report.
Yes.
And so if you look under relevant findings, at the very bottom paragraph, you say, second sentence, a Google search for how long to die in cold at approximately 11:23 a.m. And then how long TIDIE in cold took place at 11:24.
That is in UTC. I apologize for not having the time stamp format there, but that is the UTC time. The UTC time equivalent in Eastern Local Time would be 6:23 and 6:24.
So to be clear, in your report, you wrote 11:23 a.m. and 11:24, and you didn't put UTC next
Correct.
to it, did
They
you?
should. You are correct. That should say UTC. That is a typo.
And there's a significant difference between
That is a -1 point nerd war point deletion.
11:23 and 2:27:40, correct?
11:23 is UTC, so its equivalent in Eastern Time would be 6:23. The artifact of 2:27 is already in local time, so that is in Eastern Time. So what we would be comparing is 2:27 and 6:23 and 6:24 to be appropriate. They're taking into account the data storage and which ones are in UTC and which ones are in local time.
I understand your explanation now,
Perfect.
but in this report,
You had a
there is
typo.
no UTC time down. You have two additional times in addition to the two different numbers added to the two, correct?
The UTC was a typo. It should say UTC next to those. And the chart shows all of those artifacts in EST and is clearly labeled that they're all in EST.
So you would agree that it's better stated to state it a different way than you have in your report?
I would say that both are equivalent. I should have had UTC there. But yes, it's easier for the audience to speak
This is a
in
non-point.
EST. I would say forensics examiners typically communicate in
Right.
UTC, but we translate for our reports. And I should have
agree.
either communicated that in EST or included UTC. I will definitely contend that.
So in terms of your May 2023 report, your first report in this matter,
Yes.
All right, people are seeing it as an omission.
you on page 5,
Mm-hmm.
in the sentence underneath the block paragraph state, in the instance of the Google search, house long to die in cold that was recovered from the write-ahead log associated with
That's correct.
the X browser stage with a timestamp of 2027:40 a.m. was marked by Celebrite as having this timestamp and being deleted. Did I read that correctly?
You read that correctly.
Now let's move ahead to page 7 of your.
I'm gonna tell you right now, if anybody is under the impression that Jessica Hyde is rattled, you wrong. She's fine. This is an epic nerd war.
No
Like,
one's saying she looks rattled. I don't think.
report.
Mm-hmm.
Up at the top above conclusion. Importantly, at this time, you state, testing shows great inconsistency
Mm-hmm.
with timestamps parsed from this file. It is, however, definitive that the page existed in a tab.
Correct.
While a definitive reason as to why the timestamp is listing the time of 2:27:40 is unknown,
Mhm.
the time is inconsistent with the timestamps associated with the same search. Did I read that correctly?
You did read it correctly.
So as of May 2023,
You didn't know.
said the definitive reason as to why the timestamp is listed as 2:27:40 is unknown, correct? I'm just asking, is that what you wrote? Unknown.
I believe that the wording here is, sorry. I know I do use the word unknown. It says, while a definitive reason as to why the timestamp listing is the time of 02/27:40 is unknown. Sorry.
So you use the word unknown, your word in your report.
Yes.
Okay, so now what I'd like to do is to go on to.
Now that was a straight right jab that connected. She was, she was like, it was like her head went back a little bit. She's like, shook it off.
She added the while. While it's
The
unknown,
first
blah, blah, blah.
proceeding in this matter, do you remember giving testimony in a proceeding about a year ago under oath?
Yes, I do.
I am now going to go to that testimony, and if at any point you would like to have a copy of that, if it's the honor, if your honor would like, I will do it, but I'm going to start and then we'll see how it goes. So bear with me a moment. Do you recall in that testimony stating that you processed the image in several forensic tools? I use Cellebrite Physical Analyzer, and then you list many other tools. Do you remember giving that testimony?
We have a page.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brennan, I thought I'd given it 1-12. My apologies if I didn't. It's June 14, 2024, page 1-12.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So do you recall giving testimony about the various tools you use for this timestamp?
I do.
And do you recall stating that those tools were commonly used digital forensic tools that are very standard? Do you recall that?
I'd have to see the wording that I used at that exact time.
Would it be helpful to refresh your recollection if I showed you that?
It would be great. I would greatly appreciate that because I do not recall the precise wording, but I know that I
Fair
spoke to the
enough. I'll
tools
get
I
that for you.
used.
Judge
May I
Canoni
approach
wants to
Your
say
Honor?
something.
Yes, Mr. Alessi, you offered a transcript. Do you have the whole
I have the
transcript?
whole transcript if that helps.
It might speed things along.
Agreed.
Okay.
We have one out provided. On this height, I'm going to give you a transcript.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
May I approach Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan?
You know, typical expert cross judges sawn wood.
Thank you so much. And you said we're on 112?
Yes, please.
113, I see it. I see it's highlighted on the copy, so I
Right,
figured
so
that's the
what I
one.
wanted to do, the reason I said 112 is that's where I
Oh,
started with my
sorry.
previous question. So I'm not going to repeat the question, but just to orient you, so you have a fair context for the questioning.
Fair.
So I started at the bottom, 112, now I'm moving to 113, and I'm starting with line 7. Do you see that?
I do.
And it says, yes, they are commonly used digital forensic tools that are very standard for other forensic examiners to use on mobile exploitation. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
And then if you go down to line 22, you testified in that proceeding. So it's important to use multiple tools so you can see the results from different data sets and be able to compare those results and enhance those with manual analysis. Did I read that correctly?
You did. That's correct.
And then going up to page 114, line 5.
Slow down a little bit, Mr. Alessi.
I will, Your Honor. Thank you. Yeah, that's very, very typical for me to process with multiple tools to ensure that I.
Occurred. That is correct.
Right. So
It wasn't me.
you stated, and it was your statement then, we cannot tell by this particular artifact
All
what
right.
time that
I
search
think it
occurred,
jumped to
correct?
the end.
That
Yeah.
particular artifact.
Okay, so now let's keep going.
Mhm.
Wait, you think it jumped?
Yes,
half?
you got to rewind.
How much?
Not that much.
Oh,
You stated, and it was your statement then, we cannot tell by this particular artifact
sorry.
what time that search occurred, correct?
That particular artifact.
Okay, so now let's
just go there.
let's keep going.
Mhm.
If you go to page 129 of this transcript,
I'm there.
at the top,
Sure.
line 1,
Ooh, this must be a good one.
227 isn't necessarily one time when the tab was closed. That's in my report. I say it's undetermined. Remember, we were just reading your undetermined
Absolutely.
in your May 23 report?
Correct.
Because there's a lot of things that can cause that timestamp to be there, including tab being moved, tab being minimized. The next sentence. I don't know exactly what caused the tab to get that particular entry, but it's not, that timestamp is not indicative of the time of the search or any URL that's visited. But the first part of it is, I don't know exactly what caused the tab to get that particular entry. Did I read that correctly?
You read 100% correctly.
Thank you. Now, if we could turn to page 130 of your testimony.
Oh boy, look at her now. She's going over there.
I'll see you both.
I think there was an objection. Oh,
To
I
her
love it.
face.
God, I love it. I love this so much. So much.
We've got some blooping time.
We do. Yeah, I don't know what that weird
I
thing
do
was.
think technically you missed some stuff.
No, so here's what happened, Bay. I think they restarted their stream because the stream that I have only goes back 7 minutes. I think that glitch was like their
And it-
stream restarting. Like
and it
if
put
I
us at
rewind
real
it all the
time.
way, huh?
And it put us at real time.
Yeah, maybe.
So
Maybe.
I don't think we missed much, but
I don't think we missed much either. I mean, that was a Boston 10 problem, not a Bob Motta problem. Bloop, bloop, bloop. So, needless to say, we don't have much blooping. I'm blooped out. I'm all out of bloop. Ain't got no bloop left. Ain't got no motherfucking bloop. I'm all blooped out. Yeah, I mean,
dork.
He is really, he's nitpicking the shit out of her report, but I mean, it's what he needs to do. You know, I mean,
Where's someone telling me if the jurors are asleep or not? This is
they
what
are
I'm-
not asleep. No one can sleep with Bob Alessi roaring in there. They're like, I don't need to do the 2 times on the sound for Bob. I have it up anyway. He projects very, very well. He's a very, very learned man who speaks very, very loudly in courts of law. This is glorious. Yeah, she's no newbie on the stand. She's done it before. You know what I mean? I mean, because it's like, you're not going to get a smarter guy than Bob as an attorney coming at you. It's just fact. And he knows her reports forward and backward. So somebody had made the comment recently that I wanted to pull it up. I thought it was an interesting statement. Decline had said, and thank you, by the way, I believe the CW underestimated Alessi. That look that Hyde gave Hanky was surely suspicious. Now, I mean, if you're Hank Brennan and you've sat in the courtroom for even just one hearing with Bob Alessi and you've underestimated him, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, you know immediately, and maybe it's just because I'm an attorney. I recognized immediately he's one of those lawyers that, you know, if he wasn't doing this, he'd be a patent lawyer because he's got that kind of brain. Like he's very scientifically minded. It's like listening to a law professor up there who has a very, very strong grasp of science.
Well, Brennan can't understand him though. He said, I don't understand a word that man just said.
Oh, Brennan's
but,
up there in front of him, like with the wheels just spinning up there. It's like, I mean, he's not following along at all. He's going to make his little
Milo
point.
says Sue's on Twitter is saying jurors are paying attention.
You can't help it. The man's like screaming through a bullhorn. Even if you start to doze off, it's like Bob's going to snap you out of it. Part of the technique.
Thank you for your patience, Ms. Hyde.
Absolutely, sir.
What I'd like to do is to go back to your testimony in the first proceeding, and we can go back to page 1-30.
I am there.
Thank you. So I am going to go back just because there's been some time and give some context. So we're talking about the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct, at this page location?
We've been talking about that for several pages. Yes, that's correct.
You're absolutely correct. We've been talking about it for several pages, and bear with me. I think this
No
may
problem.
be either the second to last or the last. So
He's done?
there you testified with regard, this was when you're referring to an artifact. You've agreed that timestamp is a fair synonym. You say on line 5, that means it wasn't in the regular database, it was in the write-ahead log. And to Cellebrite's credit, that tool actually parsed the write-ahead log and displayed it where the other tools did not. So did I read that correctly, number one?
You read it correctly.
So am I correct that here, what you're stating is Cellebrite was actually showing the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp at that time during your testimony in the first
On
proceeding?
that date, that is correct.
Okay,
Yes.
so I just wanted to establish that, and you were
Absolutely.
giving Cellebrite credit for actually showing that timestamp at that time of 2:27:40 at the time of your testimony back in June of 2024, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so now let's go to page 1-36.
136, you said?
136, yes.
Thank you.
And on line 12, you note that so Cellebrite and Magnet Axiom,
Mhm.
and then you elaborate, both Cellebrite Physical Analyzer, which is a specific tool, right, of
Correct.
Cellebrite, and Magnet Axiom, another specific tool, correct?
Correct.
Both have file system viewers that then have SQLite database viewers. And you skipping down to line 17, you talk about they don't allow for deep analysis of the write-ahead logs, which is why in my analysis I use the specialized Sanderson forensic browser for SQLite, correct? I read
That is correct.
So is it fair to say that what you did up to this point in June of 2024, with regard to the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp on January 29, 2022, you applied a variety of tools to analyze the issue of when did the Google search occur, that you use the words associated with a Safari Google search, how long to die in the cold?
There's a little bit of wording I would correct there if that's okay.
Right, but so let me see if I can ask the question
That'd be
a
great.
different, more simple way.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So you used a variety of tools to analyze that house long to die in the cold search, correct?
Plus manual analysis and testing. Yes.
Plus manual analysis and testing. Alrighty, now let's leave the testimony
Okay.
and let's go to your next report. And your next report is December 2024. Do I have,
I have
the
it correct.
chronology correct, Ms.
That
Hyde?
is correct.
So in December of 2024,
Mhm.
just approximately 6 months ago, you issued another report, correct?
That is correct.
And you got the request for that report also from the Norfolk District Attorneys, correct?
That is correct.
And you state in regard, well, that report regarded the analysis of the same timestamp, correct?
Correct.
To 2:27:40 timestamp.
Mhm.
And in that report, under relevant findings, you state, and this is December of 2024, so it's from your May 2023 report, it's approximately a year and a half, is that approximately from your May 23rd report? Approximately a year and a half?
Yes.
So a year and a half after what we just reviewed in your May 23rd report, and then just months after the testimony of June, right? So about 6 months after your
6 months later.
June testimony that we just went through, you went and looked at this issue again, correct?
That is correct.
And isn't it correct that when you were asked to look at the same timestamp in December of 2024, that Celebrite removed the timestamp from their tools?
Celebrite did remove that timestamp from the tool. That is correct.
Okay. And that timestamp was the subject of extensive reports and testimony that you participated in the first proceeding, correct?
That is correct.
And even though that timestamp, 2:27:40 a.m., that showed up in Celebrite tools, Magnet Forensic Axiom showed up, that was removed by Celebrate, correct?
Celebrite no longer reports it. The evidence is still in the data. I want to be clear, just that it doesn't change the data. They just removed it from their automated parsing and reporting.
Right, so they
Correct.
removed it from their automated parsing and reporting, correct?
Yes, they did. That is correct.
But it's still there. They just don't report it. Okay.
However,
These are not the droids you're
your
looking
former
for.
company, Magnet Forensic Axiom, still shows it.
Magnet Axiom Forensics currently shows it as a carved artifact and still shows that and gives a description in their artifact reference guide as to what they believe causes that artifact.
I'm going to ask the question.
Yes, it does.
Magnet Axiom Forensics, where you used to be the director of forensics,
That is correct.
still shows that timestamp.
Yes, yes,
But Celebrite doesn't in the
that is
automated
correct.
tools.
That is correct in their automated parsing.
And you would agree that Magnet Forensics is a very reputable company, correct?
Correct.
This is not the question you end on. He's about to clear that up and redirect.
Well, she worked for
Let's go
Magnet
back
for 5
They
years.
define it
your
differently, though.
December 2024 report. Do you recall just moments ago when we went through your testimony in June of 2024 in the first proceeding, where you stated various times how it was, I'll use the term best practices, to use multiple tools to analyze the timestamp?
Correct.
And you used many tools back
I've
then
used-
to analyze that timestamp. And you testified to those many tools on your direct examination, correct?
Correct. Yes.
However, in December of 2024, when you returned to analyze the 2:27:40 timestamp, how many tools did you use to analyze that timestamp? Can you give me just a number? How many tools?
At least 4.
Well, in your report, let's go to your report, what your report says.
Mhm.
So in your report, you state that under relevant findings, do you not, that review of data from Celebrite shows that the artifact of a Google search from a Safari suspended state tab with the search term "house long to die in cold," and I'm going to skip over, in addition to my own previous report, no longer shows a last visited timestamp.
I think that is not clear. The skipping there makes it sound like my report no longer shows that, and that's not what's being
That's a
stated.
fair statement. That's a fair statement. Let me rephrase it
Thank
this way.
you.
You're welcome.
Look at her.
In this report,
Mhm.
you speak about
See that,
Celebrite release reports, correct?
Are you referring to the Celebrate release notes
The
that come
release
out?
notes at the bottom,
Perfect.
right? You
Yep.
referred to that?
That's correct.
And that release note states that Celebrite has removed the timestamp value from records, and I'm assuming that's a reference to Celebrite's.
Celebrite no longer parses that result. That is the statement in this report. Correct.
Right. And so I'm going to go to page 4 of your report.
For sure. I'm there.
And I'm going to go down all the way down to the conclusion. In that report, is there reference to any company other than Celebrite in this entire report?
In this report, no.
Okay, thank you. Now let's go to your prior testimony in the first proceeding, where you said that it was important to use multiple tools.
Absolutely.
Do you still stand by your position that you've given today and that you gave in June, that it's important to use multiple tools?
Absolutely.
Now let's go back to the issue of the extraction of Jen McCabe's phone.
Oh. I don't even know. Did he?
And what I want to do is to cover a concept and see if I've got this correctly. Are you familiar with the phrase Apple source codes?
I'm sorry. Can you please repeat?
I couldn't hear over the death hack.
Are you familiar with the phrase Apple source codes?
Apple's source code? Absolutely. Yes.
And isn't it a fact that Apple keeps its source codes proprietary, meaning very few people have access to it?
That's correct. It is closed source is the term we would use.
Closed source.
That would be the term of art, correct?
And they keep it so close that they call it closed source.
And it's not just Apple. Lots of tools are closed source. That just means that the code isn't available like it would be for the tool I mentioned earlier, iLeap. That's an open source tool. Anyone can look at the code. For Apple, we cannot go look at the code that makes your phone run. That's correct.
And isn't it the case, and I referred to that as the MB postulate, to shorthand it, but I don't need to have you refer to it that way.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that phrase? I was unfamiliar with it.
I'm going to skip it.
Okay,
I'll
thank
just
you.
go on. Basically, the concept that Apple has source codes that are closed sources. So I just refer to them as Apple's closed sources. Wouldn't the best information about when a search occurred, what it's associated with, wouldn't the best information be in the Apple source code to answer that question?
It is acceptable in digital forensic science and in accordance with
not the question.
the
Not the
Science
question.
Foundation papers to conduct testing to determine
not
how
the
the
question.
functionality of something works.
My-
You do not need access.
That's not
to
what the
source
court
code
said
to be able
in
to speak to an artifact.
Massachusetts.
Not the
case.
My
question.
question isn't that. My question is, isn't the best place, the best place to go is to the Apple source codes themselves? Or are you saying these physical analyzer tools are just as good, and the information they pull is just as good as an Apple source code?
Those are very, very, those are incongruent statements. Apple's source code is not a healthy way to do an examination because it would be so onerous, and we do not know the level of documentation. We don't know the language. That is not necessarily the most effective way to determine what data is. Forensics tools parse results of how data is. They don't interpret them. The examiner interprets them and provides meaning. And I would like to state that those three things should not be conflated. They are very individual concepts.
I think you misunderstood my question.
I probably did it because that's what I was seeing.
My question is this. Isn't the best source for information about data in an iPhone contained within Apple source codes?
Of course.
Not necessarily.
Oh, God.
Because that doesn't perform. Operational performance is a better source in a practical sense to being able to determine what something is, as opposed to zillions, and no, I don't know the number because it's closed source, lines of code that may or may not have different levels of documentation. Apple themselves wouldn't be able to, any individual there who has access wouldn't know every feature of how every element works. Testing through the methodologies described in NIST is the accepted methodology in our science, not reviewing the source code.
I'm going to try it a different
Well, that's not what the
I
court said in
understand what you're
Arrington.
saying is, if I got it correct, you correct me. Are you saying that these physical tools make it easier to interpret and view the data?
I did not speak about the tools at all in the statement I just made.
Okay.
I spoke about manual testing and checking the functionality and what results. Parse tools, again, these are three separate concepts. The concept of code and actually reviewing code to make a determination is different from parse tool results, is different from doing testing and validation. Those are separate concepts. They should not be commingled as if they equate to each other.
So have you ever learned of, have you ever spoken with Mr. Whiffen? Ian Whiffen?
I have spoken with Mr. Whiffen historically, but not since the term of this trial.
Have you ever spoken to Mr. Whiffen about whether the Apple source codes are the best source of information about topics like timestamps? Have you ever spoken? That's just a
I have
question.
not had
Have
that
you ever talked to him?
conversation with Mr. Whiffen, no.
Okay, all right. I want to move on to, and do you regard Mr. Whiffen as a reputable?
Mr. Whiffen is a reputable forensics examiner, and I've actually reviewed his work in other instances and peer reviewed his papers.
So you have regard for his
I have regard
reputation?
for his
I'm sorry, we
reputation.
have to-
And
we have to
opinions.
Wait for each other.
Oh,
to
yes,
talk
I'm
through the
sorry.
transcript.
And
It's all right, no
knowledge.
worries. So you have regard for the opinions of Mr. Whiffen generally, correct?
Absolutely,
And
yes.
you believe he has a solid reputation, correct?
Absolutely, that is correct.
Now
Firm
let's
grasp on the
turn to
technology.
the
Would have asked that.
History DB database. You are familiar with History DB? History DB, are you familiar with that phrase?
I am familiar with that phrase.
Okay. Do any of the house-long searches appear in the History DB?
In this instance, no, we do not have artifacts in the history DB of either of those two searches.
So I want to just repeat that in a different way. So the History DB, is that considered a valid and valuable source of information in an iPhone?
That is a valuable artifact for Safari history. That is correct.
But the house-long searches we've been discussing do not appear in that History DB, do they?
That is correct.
You spoke about PYF PDF on your direct testimony. Do you recall that?
I do. It's the Python framework for PDF. It is a GitHub tool, one can download from GitHub to utilize to create PDFs using Python code. So a developer and a tool would integrate that to create a PDF.
And the PYF PDF can have the variables set, correct?
Yes, the Python script allows the developer to set things such as their name that they created the document. Yes.
I want to go to the extraction of Jen McCabe's phone that you talked about on direct examination. Is the hash value signed or unsigned?
A hash value isn't signed. I believe your question you're asking me is if the Adobe document that contained the PDF that contained the hash values, are you asking me if that's signed? Because a hash value is something that matches. A hash value isn't signed.
Let me ask it this way. Is there any hash value associated with Jen McCabe's phone that is unsigned?
That is not a valid question. I apologize. We don't refer to hash values as being signed or unsigned. We would refer to the PDF that contains that value as being signed or unsigned.
Have you ever read a report of Mr. Ian Whiffen in this case?
I have, but I have to be clear. I have not read all of Ian's reports. I've only read some, so I don't know if I read some of his earlier reports.
Do you recall reading a report of Mr. Whiffen where he references a hash value being unsigned associated with the iPhone of Jennifer McCabe?
Can I see said report so I can validate if I did or did not?
Why is
I'm
Alessi
not sure
getting
based
what
on
she's
just that,
saying?
because I wouldn't use the term hash value being signed. I did see a report in which Mr. Whiffen spoke to the PDF not being signed.
Right. The PDF that contains the
I
hash
just want
value.
to try to
is
shortcut
unsigned.
this and work off your last statement. You're now saying you do recall seeing a report of Mr. Whiffen where he said a PDF was unsigned?
I need to see, I do remember him referencing the PDF. I would need to see the report, especially since the characterization of hash value being unsigned is not a term of art that I am familiar with in our field.
Let me ask if you agree or disagree with this statement. This value can be used to compare with the original hash calculated at the time of extraction in order to validate the extraction data. However, this requires authentication of the original hash value, which is not possible with gray key extractions, as the PDF containing the extraction hash value
you
is
go.
unsigned.
The PDF.
Therefore, this hash value could be used as a suggestion of authentication, but cannot be guaranteed 100%. Do you agree or disagree? with
His
that
statement there says the PDF is unsigned, not that the hash value is unsigned.
Right, but it's nonetheless unsigned, correct?
The PDF is not signed. That is a correct statement. Gray key PDFs that purport that value are not an Adobe signed document.
Do you know the history of the extraction of Jen McCabe's phone? It's a yes or no.
Can you provide more clarity? What do you mean? Do you mean from the time the image was made? Do you mean from the time the device was received? Because I don't know the information pertaining to the receipt of the device into evidence, and then I only have the documentation of the image forward. So I want to be clear about what period we're talking about.
It's an excellent point, and I am going to follow up with some questions.
Okay.
In an extraction, doesn't the extraction from a phone start with the raw data, raw image? You tell me, when someone brings a phone in, what's the first step that gets taken in order to do a full file extraction? What's the first step?
It depends. There's got to be steps with regard to network isolation. I need to know if the device is AFU or BFU at that point. So I don't have that information from this case, if that is the question. I get from the image forward.
So what I'd like to do, and this may be my last section of questioning, I'd like you to describe the ideal situation as to getting the most reliable data from an iPhone from the start. What's the most reliable way to do it?
I would say the most reliable way is following the recently released SWIG-DE Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence document on best practices of evidence handling, preservation, and imaging. I may have that title slightly out of order, but it is the document released this January.
And tell me what that is.
Sure. In that, the first thing, from which point are we starting? Are we starting like extracting the data using a tool, or are we talking on scene, taking the device into evidence?
Extracting the report.
The latter.
Okay. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to ensure that you are isolating the device. This is also going to depend on condition from the network. So typically this would be done with a Faraday enclosure in a best practice. However, there are alternative ways of isolating from the network, such as disabling all of the communication protocols, such as Wi-Fi, airplane mode, etc. The next step, once you've isolated, but prior to, you also want to make sure you're continuing battery stat. So if a device is on, you want to keep it powered on. If it's off, you want to keep it powered off. That's a general statement. So the best way to do that is to attach a battery charger. Just like when your battery runs low, you plug in a charger in the back of these battery packs. We do that with that before we put it in the Faraday bag. A Faraday bag is an enclosure that blocks signals from coming to the device. This is so a remote wipe command couldn't be sent, or so that more data isn't received to the phone, because phones are live and constantly obtaining data. So we're going to have it with a battery pack in the Faraday, presuming it was on. Again, I don't know the status of this device. The next steps are going to depend on what state that device is and what make and model that device is and what the current support for that device is. There are multiple types of extraction methods of phones. In the modern day on iOS, a full file system image, what we had on the devices in question in this case, is considered the gold standard because it has the most robust information. So at this point, the next question is what's the best image type? And that's going to depend on if we have a passcode or if we don't have a passcode.
If I could,
Please.
and I'm going to allow you to continue.
Yeah, please.
I want to break it down for the jury. So what I now want to do, you've stopped at a certain point, but you've talked about securing, what I would call securing the phone, right? And then making sure that there's no data swipes. You talked about airplane mode, Faraday bag, Faraday box, right? Do you know whether any of those protocols were followed for either the iPhone of Jen McCabe or John O'Keefe?
As I mentioned, I was not there for those processes. I don't have documentation of it. As mentioned, what started where my receipt of the device is from the image.
Exactly. So you don't know.
I can't testify to processes I did not or was not available or aware of.
Fair enough. But do you have a little bit of hint as to whether the phone of Mr. John O'Keefe was properly secured in airplane mode, a Faraday bag, or a Faraday box, based upon your own report of the iPhone of John McCabe? Can you determine that from page 5 of your report?
Yes.
Obviously, there is data signals that are still being made and created. I believe that is what you're referring to. So the assumption is that I don't know at which point a Faraday bag is employed, but I also want to be clear, I don't know when, I don't have information outside of the digital forensics realm about this case, so I don't know precisely when the phone was taken into custody by law enforcement.
Fair enough. So assume that Mr. O'Keefe was deceased around the latest 9 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Isn't there activity on that phone, health data activity, up to around noon of January 29th?
Health data activity would continue to be reported regardless of if the device was isolated from the network or not. Health data has to do with the movement of the device. So if the device was being moved even within a Faraday bag, that data would still be populated.
How about location data?
Location data is unlikely to be reported in a device that is Faraday enclosed, but I do not know what location data you're referring to, so I cannot speak in absolutes without having a better reference to the artifacts in question. If you're saying it's in my report, I'll look at it, but again, I never knew when the phone was seized, so it was not part of my initial analysis. Do I have permission to look at that time now? Yes. Thank you, Your Honor. So bear with me. It's a big report, as you know.
It is a big report.
Oh, Lord.
And it was at the bottom of my stack.
Pardon me?
All right. It was at the bottom of my stack. I had to lift up the other ones to find it. All right. So
Your Honor, may I assist and point her to a page?
Sure. That'd be
Thank
great.
you. If you could turn to that report on your page 47 and continue on to page 50.
I do see incoming data that is consistent with the device not being Faradayed, such as the receipt of SMS messages, notifications from Ring, etc.
So, the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe was not secured in the manner you described before we got to this, as would be the best practice with regard to getting the most accurate data from a phone. That is, once it comes in, that it's to either be put in airplane mode, Faraday bag, or Faraday box. That's correct. by your own report, you see activity.
I do see activity. It was not Faradayed. Faraday prevents wiping of the device and additional data. So actually, in this instance, it doesn't appear that the device was at risk of wipe because it was not wiped. And we actually have more data because we get to see the data that continue to come into the device. I'm not saying that's in accordance with best practice. I'm saying that that's what I see based off of what you just had me reviewing the data.
It sounds
Wow,
like
now
you're
she's
trying
making
to
excuses.
justify-
Oh, I'm not
if
trying to
right or
justify.
wrong, you tell
Oh,
me. It sounds like you're trying
oh.
to justify the fact it wasn't secured. Am I correct? or
No, you're incorrect. I'm just
No,
stating
I
we
heard
have-
it.
You asked if we had more data or less data. We
We
actually
just-
have more
that's
data
not what
with
he
not
asked.
inserted, but no, best practice
That-
would be to Faraday.
that
I
wasn't my
100%
question.
agree.
My question
Okay.
wasn't, is there more or less data? My question was simply,
Did they
does
follow best
your
practices?
own report,
Sure.
show activity up until noon on January 29, 2022?
Correct. And for clarity, my scope was till noon, so I don't know if there was activity beyond that.
Right, but as far as your scope goes, I want to be clear.
Yeah.
There is activity on
Absolutely.
this phone,
Absolutely. The
which
phone-
shows that it was not put in airplane mode, it was not put in a Faraday bag, and it was not put in a Faraday box, and that failure is not best practice.
Correct. It is not in accordance
Thank
with
you.
the best practices. I agree. I would have Faradayed it.
Thank you. So
You just said, but here it kind of worked.
that's okay. I have no further questions. Thank you for answering my questions, Ms. Hyde.
Thank you for your questions. Have a great day.
I hated that actually.
Thank you.
I don't even think he used the whole Massachusetts. I mean, no, he couldn't use the Massachusetts, but wait,
Did you see that look from Brennan?
I missed it. No redirect. Oh, he is redirecting. Hey, pause it a sec.
Okay.
She said, well, it was not at risk of being deleted because it wasn't deleted. That's what those are the freaking words she spoke. Well, here it wasn't at risk of being deleted because we can see it wasn't deleted. And we ended up getting more information, not less, because we got to keep seeing stuff happen. Yeah, but every time something happens, more information deletes something else.
Yeah, I'm giving the nerd war to Alessi, but on points, and it went the whole 12 rounds. So like he did not have her on the ropes. Anybody who thinks that's just it's not being honest. Like she never really got rattled. I mean, she's got she thinks she's the smartest person in the room syndrome, which, she's knowledgeable. You cannot deny that. The woman knows her shit. I mean, in terms of an expert witness, she ain't bad because Bob Alessi's a smart motherfucker, man. And he was coming at her.
He didn't understand that. And I noticed it when he did Ian Whiffin's thing too. You're bouncing on your chair, babe.
No, I'm moving back and forth. Bouncing's up and down.
Oh, I'll do that then. I'm
That's
just kidding. He did it on Ian Whiffin's testimony too, like kept calling the hashtag unsigned. I'm like, why is he saying those words? And then I don't know.
Look, at the end of the day, the reality is 98% of that was completely lost on the jurors, which are the only people that matter. I think that the two of them sparring loved it. She's a professional witness. Like, make no bones about that. He is a professional lawyer and cross-examiner and a absolute science nerd. So, I mean, I think if you were to ask Bob Alessi whether or not he has respect for her, I think that he'd say, yeah, I do. She knows her shit. When you just watched Trooper Paul. So make no bones about what a hot garbage expert witness is and somebody who's competent up there. So I think that Bob made his points the best he could. Ultimately, to me personally, the 227 thing is not what this case is going to be hinging on. It's just not. Like,
Did he ever get
to be anything definitive brought out by any expert that's going to have the jurors hanging their hat on it one way or another? That's just the way I see it. So rest assured that the ARCA guys, they're indisputable. Like, I don't give a shit what Welcher's going to come in there and say. His is going to be a more wordy, articulate, educated version of what Paul said. That's it. It's not going to change anything. ARCA's going to come in, and what they testify to is going to be what their testing showed. And that's it. So I hope what's going to be happening is they're going to be leaning into that science, you know, and giving the pushback on this. I mean, Brennan was trying to get in front of the 227. He picked this fight anticipating. He did it anticipatorily. So, you know, I mean, they had to get into it. What I'm hoping is that the defense isn't going to lean into that 227 search as heavily as they did the first trial. And that's where I'll leave it with that.
All right.
So-
Well, I just wanted to say, like, I hope the points that he was able to make weren't lost in everything else. And I'm not sure, although I did miss some of the beginning, that he ever was able to make the point that she wrote this amicus brief in support of the reliability of information, of data that she said was so reliable, but a court said, well, you may think that, but in a court of law, nah, it's not reliable.
Not in the way that you wanted him to. I mean, he didn't hammer that home in the way that you wanted him to, where it was crystal clear. Like, I mean, like that kind of shit being brought up to a jury, they like not one person on that jury. Well, maybe one person on that jury knows what an amicus brief is.
But the only point needed to be made was you wrote a paper to a court in support of the reliability of data that you can pull or whatever off of a cell phone, and that it should be admissible in court because it is reliable and accepted in the scientific community, right? Yeah. But the court disagreed with you and found that no, it is not reliable. It is not scientifically reliable as determined by a court of law. And despite the fact that you tried to explain to the court, this is really, really reliable shit here, court. I mean, we all think so. The court said no. I mean, just that concept without even what they were talking about or why they were talking about it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, short of having like an IT or a phone data person on that jury, to me, this is now I took like 2 years of Spanish in high school, so I can listen to two people speaking Spanish to one another and probably understand 3% of what they're saying in terms of when they really start talking. I think that's exactly what just happened here for this jury, listening to those two go at that. I mean,
an amicus brief is a friend of the court brief. It's where you're not a party to the action and you want to submit a brief to the court in support, of something. And here it was in support of it was like the scientific community speaking through them. Like if you followed Richard Allen or something else, and then you'd have like the civil rights ACLU writing, or the criminal defense bar writing a brief and being like, this is ridiculous. I don't care what either party says. Think about this. And that's what an amicus brief is.
And I just want to be clear, babe. I'm talking about the entirety of the testimony, from starting with Brennan, ending with Alessi, in terms of what kind of is going to resonate and stick with the jurors for the long haul. From that,
yeah,
we'll see. All right, let's see what Brennan does.
Of course.
Whenever you're ready.
Chipmunk face. Let's see it.
You're welcome. You were asked when you began working on analyzing phones in this case, and you said it was in May. Was that of May of 2023?
May of 2023, May 4th, 2023 is the email I have of a note. Thank you. Yes. It's easy to remember because May the 4th be with you.
When you first were asked to begin work on this case in May of
Nerd
2023,
status confirmed.
what was the catalyst for you to begin working on this?
I was contacted by Mr. Tully and then contracted, a SOW was signed, and I began work on the initial request to look at those two search terms on January 29th. Does that answer your question?
Sure.
Okay.
Was there a certain claim that was lodged that you were to focus on?
I was to focus on the two search terms from January 29th, 2022.
And would you inform Why? Was there any context to that?
Hey, Grandma.
Probably, I don't recall the
congratulations.
exact conversation that I had with the DA's office and Lieutenant Tully at that time, but I'm assuming that I was given that context. I have in my notes that I was to look at those two searches on that date and do an analysis about those.
Were you asked to reach any particular result?
No, I was asked to provide my report, not to reach a
Trying to
particular
make
result.
everyone sound
Were
like
you
Arthur.
asked to reach a conclusion that the 227 timestamp was inaccurate?
No,
When you engaged in your analysis, was it independent of the district attorney's office?
my analysis was independent of the district attorney's office. I actually, in the
See?
first case, had very little communication with the district attorney's office during the period of my analysis.
Was there any input from any outside source on
Oh.
what your result or ultimate opinions would be?
Hey, congratulations.
What do you think we've been doing over here?
Oh, I don't know. I was typing some shit. I was like, like going at Brooklyn. 'Cause she's still never seen
Congratulations.
Star- Congratulations, Pokemon. That's
Congratulations,
wonderful.
Grandma.
Love it, love it, love it. I think it's her godson.
No,
Would you ever allow anybody to affect
No.
your input?
Her
No.
godson had a kid.
Oh, so she's a god grandma.
Yeah.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Throughout the course of your efforts with this phone, have there been changes to software?
absolutely. As mentioned on direct, software updates are near monthly.
I want to ask you about changes to the Celebrite software. You were asked about certain reports you wrote. Were the reports that you wrote relative to different requests for analysis?
Yes,
The report regarding report number 3, regarding changes to Celebrite software, was that report limited to the timestamp change, or was it to include other efforts?
the scope of that report, may I review what I have documented as the
Please.
scope? I believe we're talking about report 2. That's the one about the Celebrate change.
Yes.
And I have the request was to understand changes made in the newer version of Celebrate Physical Analyzer to artifacts pertaining to the timeline of a particular Google search on January 29, 2022, namely how's long to die in cold.
When you looked at the Celebrite software and report, was the timestamp characterization changed or removed?
Yes, it was removed. That timestamp in the version starting in May of 2024, Celebrite actually removed that, and they put a release note stating that it was due to the ambiguity and potential for misconstruing the meaning of that data.
Was there any other releases informing other reasons why that was changed other than the potential that somebody could misconstrue, misinterpret, or distort the information?
Or distort.
Can I read Celebrite's own statement?
Please.
Celebrite's statement in
To
Right.
yourself.
to myself? Okay, roger that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Can you
Could
repeat the
share with
question?
us,
Adam?
was there any reason other than the concern about misinterpreting or
They
distorting?
said that
So what's your understanding?
my understanding is that it is not a reliable timestamp, and that is why Celebrite removed it.
You were asked about Axiom. Axiom, is it the same or different?
Magnet Axiom and Celebrite Physical Analyzer are two different tools that both do forensic analysis of mobile phones.
You were asked whether Axiom still has a timestamp that was similar to Celebrite before the change.
Axiom shows what I spoke to on direct, where they have it as a parsed versus carved result. And so that particular result shows in the suspended StateDB artifact as carved.
Do companies like Axiom and Celebrite give releases, updates, information about how to interpret their reports?
So Axiom actually has a document that's released with it called the Artifact Reference Guide. And that actually gives a brief description of the fields and of artifacts. All tools, when they release new artifacts, they put out in a release note Not all artifacts are clearly documented that are parsed. However, all of the vendors regularly put out webinars and blog posts that explain their new artifacts, but not necessarily all.
Is there any releases or cautions from Axiom on the same issue about misinterpreting a timestamp?
Axiom, in their artifact reference guide for this artifact, does speak to the possibility of misinterpretation and states that the timestamp can be earlier than the search had occurred based on what different reasons could cause that timestamp.
Let me ask you about a Faraday bag. You said that best practices is to isolate an item in a Faraday bag.
That's correct.
Or
Do
airplane
you
mode.
have any information, or did you know the travel of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that night or where it went after?
I'm sorry, can you clarify the time period?
On January 29, 2022, from say 6:04 in the morning until later that afternoon.
She's just sitting there thinking, you're not brilliant like that other guy. Like, this is not fun. This sucks. Like, be done with me.
I did not have access to that information.
When you analyze data from certain devices, are they always placed in a Faraday bag immediately after an incident?
There's a lot of times when this is situation dependent. An example of when you would not put something in a Faraday bag is when you have a deceased victim and you're going to be using their biometrics to possibly unlock the device. Because a Faraday bag is enclosed and then can't be opened, if your intent, if you don't have the password, is to use a deceased person's fingerprint to unlock the phone, we don't want to put the person's finger in the Faraday bag. So usually those phones would not be Faradayed, but they would typically have airplane mode enabled or SIM card removed. But no, SIM card removed doesn't actually work on iOS, so I won't get into that.
Understanding or having the opinion that this item was not placed in a Faraday bag at 6:04 in the
Or
morning,
airplane mode.
does that in any way affect your opinions about the data that you analyzed on this phone and the conclusions that you reached regarding Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
It does not have any impact on the conclusions other than the fact that it wasn't Faradayed and more data came in. So we have additional data.
You were asked a very specific question about History DB, and it was simply whether or not How's Long to Die in Cold, whether it appeared in History DB. That isolated question, does that provide any context to you and your analysis and conclusions about How Long to Die in Cold and that it occurred at 6:23 and 6:24 the next morning?
The absence of the History DB artifact doesn't mean that that search didn't occur at that time. We have multiple corroborating artifacts, which is usually what we look for, 2 artifacts that demonstrate is like very good. You don't necessarily need that, but in this instance, we have both from the Mobile Safari PLIS, which tracks the history, as well as the Knowledge C DB. So we do have 2 artifacts showing that those searches were done at that time. Of course, 6 seconds apart for the difference between the Knowledge C and the Mobile Safari PLIS.
On direct examination, you were not asked questions about Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
That is
but
correct.
You were on cross-examination, so let me follow up. You have a report that you authored regarding Mr. O'Keefe's phone,
That is correct.
and you had an opportunity to look at the healthcare data for January 29, 2022,
That is correct.
page 6 of your report.
Thank you.
You noted that there were steps that began at 12:11:09 a.m. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And the way healthcare data works, do you have an understanding whether steps means a person actually took a number of steps, or does it mean something else?
Steps doesn't necessarily mean that you took a number of steps. It's based on the motion of the device. So it could be steps. It could be you're carrying it. It could be that you're in some other kind of motion. You could be on a bicycle. You could any number of things. And the number of steps is based on the presumed gait, based on the input into the Apple Health app in terms of gender and height. So it determines a gait and then prescribes a number of steps, but it is possible for other things to cause steps to occur.
You were asked specifically if you saw that there were reported movement or health steps at 12:21:10 a.m. and specifically pointed out to you notation or characterization of 80 steps. Is that accurate?
That is what's stored in the database. I try to clarify, as I did for you, sir, that that's what's stored in the database. I'm not saying that 80 steps were taken.
And by the way, in addition to the healthcare analysis, you did some analysis on the movement of a car, didn't you?
From Ms.
Outside the scope.
I'm going to deny that question.
Oh.
Can these health steps occur if somebody's holding a phone while traveling in a car?
As mentioned in my report, it's caused by motion. It could be various motions that could cause it. You could be using an elliptical. You could be in a vehicle. You could be on a bicycle. It's not necessarily steps taken.
Based on your analysis of Mr. O'Keefe's phone and the report that was pointed out to you on cross-examination, and do you have
Ian
information
said you
or
have to be
opinion
bouncing your hand.
where Mr. O'Keefe's phone was located around 12:21:10 while those steps registered?
Objection, Your Honor. So,
That's beyond the scope of the class.
It
Oh,
was
we got the
pointed out
scope.
to you at 12:21:10, there was a registered 80 steps. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And then you were also asked about the last healthcare data, the last movements of this phone. And it was pointed out that that began at 12:31:56 for 20 seconds.
That's correct. Per the data in the database.
And is that the last movement of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that evening before 6:04 that you saw when you analyzed the entire data in the phone?
May I have one moment to review?
Yes.
That appears to be the last before the 6 a.m. hour.
So that 20 seconds, if it began at 12:31:56, what was the last movement in seconds in time at that time of Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Yes, if that was a 20-second interval at
That's correct.
12:31:56, what was the last second that evening that Mr. O'Keefe's phone moved?
12:32.
12:32:16.
And then when you analyzed the phone and were asked about these times, is there any movement between that last movement and 6:04:01?
Between the 12:32?
Yes, 12:32:16 and 6:04:01. Any movement of that phone whatsoever?
I do not have anything supporting that in my report.
Do you know what was going on with Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 6:04:01 a.m. on the morning of January 29, 2022?
I do not know precisely what was happening with his phone at that time in terms of movement. If that's, or are you asking me? I'm sorry. Can you clarify what you mean
Yes.
by the question?
The next movement after 12:32
Is the 6:04?
6:04:01
Correct.
a.m.
Correct.
Do you have any information about where or why there was movement of the phone at that time?
I don't. That wouldn't be inside my digital evidence. I don't believe.
And the last question is the next movement at 6:15:14. Do you know if that phone was being moved by somebody or somebody else than Mr.
The
O'Keefe?
phone was in motion. I do not know if it could be by a person. It could be on a rail car. I don't think it was on a rail car for clarity, but I don't know what is causing that motion at that time.
Thank you very much.
Any follow-up, Mr.
Yes,
Lewis?
please, Your Honor.
we have a moment here.
Yes.
Excuse me. Go ahead. There you go.
Thank you.
Ms. Hyde, you were asked questions by Mr. Brennan just moments ago about Celebrite and release notes. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And did Celebrite, beyond stating that their opinion was the 2:20:40 a.m. timestamp was not reliable, did they give any reason at all for why they concluded it was not reliable in that? I'm sorry, we'll wait for the,
Thank you. I appreciate it.
and I'll repeat the question.
Thank you.
May I, Your Honor? Thank you. In that release note, does Celebrite state any reason for why they wrote not a reliable timestamp?
There are other.
I'm sorry, my
published, but
question
not
is, do they
Celebrite?
state in the release note whether there's a reason for why they concluded?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Your Honor.
Please try not to talk.
I will,
Sorry, Your Honor.
Thank you.
2.
Not asking you to read it, just asking whether or not they give any reason for the conclusion, not a reliable timestamp.
One moment, I'd like to review what they wrote. Thank you.
Absolutely. You're welcome.
Yes, they do. They state that further research since is the reason that they're doing it, that there is further research.
Did they state what that research is?
They don't, but
All right, but they don't state what the further research is.
that is correct. They
All right,
state
now
that
what I'd like
it's
to do is
unreliable.
move on to Axiom.
Mhm.
You were asked questions by Attorney Brennan, and you referred to Axiom as using a different parlance with the timestamp of carved, correct?
Celebrite uses this deleted demarcation or recovered demarcation. Axiom does not do that at all. They speak to how they recovered the artifact, be it that it was parsed. When I say parsed, I mean the item was where it was expected to be in the algorithm, found it, located it, and said it's
She said all, like she's from Philly. Somebody find out where she's from.
here, versus carved, which is when they have to go into an unexpected area, such as slack space, which would be the areas that are not yet used or were previously used to extract the data from that.
So Axiom actually recovers the timestamp, but Celebrite does not. Is that correct? Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
currently, previously, when we did the first case.
Right, but
It's the
currently,
opposite.
Celebrite
Correct.
doesn't, but Axiom does. Axiom recovers 2:27:40 a.m., correct? Timestamp? They
That
recover-
is the timestamp that they show for that artifact. Correct.
Exactly. So now I'd like to go back to the next topic, our discussion about Mr. O'Keefe's phone and secured or not. You talked about one example of maybe needing to use a biometric to unlock a phone. And that might be a reason, as I understand it, as to why someone might not put it in a Faraday bag or box. Do I have that correct?
Correct.
Okay, do you know whether the passcode was immediately provided on the phone of Mr. O'Keefe?
I do not have that information.
Assume that the passcode was immediately provided for the phone of Mr. O'Keefe. Can you think of any other reason why that phone wouldn't be put in airplane mode, Faraday bag, or Faraday box?
Best practice would be to put it in a Faraday bag.
Okay. And that phone was obviously not put in airplane mode, Faraday box, or Faraday bag after 6:04 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to,
Well, I don't know if at some point past 12 o'clock. My report only goes to noon, so just for clarity, I don't know
Fair enough.
anything past noon.
fair enough, but from 6:04 a.m. until approximately noon on
Correct.
January 29, 2022, at least that time, that phone is not in airplane mode in a Faraday bag or a Faraday box, correct?
It would appear such. Because I didn't analyze past that, I don't know if it had been potentially Faradayed and then it broke Faraday and got data, but I don't suspect that based on this. It appears that that data was live. But I just have to speak to the fact that I just don't know because I didn't go past noon.
Right, but you're going past noon.
Right.
I'm not.
Okay.
My
yeah.
question,
6
and
a.m. to
I'm-
noon, it does not appear to be Faraday.
So to be clear, from 6:04 a.m. on January 29, 2022, until at least noon of January 29, 2022, the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe is not in airplane mode, it's not in a Faraday bag, and it's not a Faraday box, correct?
Unless it was in a broken Faraday bag, like they put it and it was failing. But it does not appear to have been placed in Faraday bag.
All right.
Well, I'm just being honest. You should test your Faraday bags. They go bad. I use Dr. Katz's testing methodology, but 100%, it appears to have been receiving signal for that entire period and not in a Faraday bag, which would be best practice unless biometrics were needed.
So let's now go to hopefully what are the last two categories of questions. With regard to the iPhone of Jen McCabe, do you have any knowledge as to whether over 200 calls were auto-deleted on her phone? You analyzed it.
We can see that calls were auto-deleted. You're asking me if the number of, I just want to make sure I understand the question. If the number of calls that were auto-deleted, if that exceeded 200?
My question is, do you know whether there was auto deletions on Jen McCabe's phone? Do you know that?
I'm uncomfortable with the term auto deletions because
How
I
about
don't know what
deletions?
what that is inferring.
Okay. Did you analyze her phone at all for deletions?
I analyzed her phone to see if there had been deletions of call logs. And what I found was that there were records that were removed by the system and not recoverable from that database, but were recoverable from Biomes.
Understood. Now, what I'd like to do is to address your answer in response to Mr. Brennan's questions, where you said that the issue with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's, or just generally your proposition, that there was no impact on your conclusion because more data had been obtained. Did I get that correct?
I believe my statement was there was no impact on my conclusion with the fact that it had not been in a Faraday.
Right. So isn't it, though, the case that when a phone's not in a Faraday and is therefore active, data can be overwritten?
Yes.
So if data can be overwritten when it's not in a Faraday, you can lose that data, correct?
Is there data that we're concerned? Yes, theoretically.
Right.
Yes.
Everybody knows that. Don't try to play. Don't you play?
You talked about, in response to Attorney Brennan, the 12/31/56 steps, and you said the last, according to you, last movement 12/32/16. Do you recall those questions?
I recall the questions.
Yeah. To boil it down, isn't correct that that phone was moving at that time?
May I check the timestamp again? I
Absolutely.
apologize. There's
Oh, no.
a lot of timestamps going back and forth.
Please do.
12/31/56. Is that
Yeah,
the?
that's the start. Yep.
Oh yes, this one there definitely is. Yes, yes, yes.
So, doesn't matter what kind of movement, but that phone was moving starting at 12/31/56 and still moving until 12/32/16 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate again you answering my questions.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Hyde, you're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
RIC counsel about scheduling. First, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Wow, I've been talking.
Oh, so have I. I've been talking too. I'm mute the whole time.
Anything but average is comment.
So I've been working on the wheel. I want to make sure that I got everybody from Cash App, as well as Venmo and PayPal.
May I?
Yes.
Wait, something's about to happen.
I would like to play clip 15, please.
Absolutely more than Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
What the hell does that prove?
All right, so folks, I talked to the lawyers briefly about scheduling and sidebar. And
It's like, well, we just proved to you it wasn't Jennifer
So with
McCabe,
that,
so
rather than
even
beginning
she
the
said it
witness
was
is
her.
Probably going to take a while. We may as well let you go and enjoy the rest of this beautiful afternoon. So we're on schedule, ahead of schedule. We'll reevaluate that tomorrow. Now you will see the lawyers and sidebar asking for as well about to talk a little bit about scheduling. Those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone.
Got another
Don't do
Venmo.
Independent research or
Good.
investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case.
All right, do some
please
bloops.
disregard it and let us know.
I think it's
Be very
over.
careful with the decision you use.
Well, to see if I thought they might have.
Looks like they're done for the day.
No, I think they're at a sidebar. Calm down.
She's working a tiny table there. It's a lengthy sidebar.
I don't know why it has to be a sidebar.
Me either. It's weird. All right. Okay.
So you're live?
All right, here. If you are still here, this is why, because I do not want anybody getting stiffed. If you sent a Venmo or a Cash App, just right now, throw a message in and just give me like the hi sign, like the little hand or whatever. I just want to make sure that everybody's in there.
You just got the one that just came in, right? And Dixie. Well, while you're doing that, I was starting to say that anything but average Joe. Has anyone discussed John O'Keefe's gait? Taller equals longer gait, less steps to the house. Is my thought process flawed? No, not flawed. I dated a 6'4" dude. At 5'4", I had to take 3 steps to keep up. No, it's a good point. The closest we got to touching on that was this witness testified that Apple Health includes your height data when it's determining how many steps you took. So assuming that he had that in there, it would be accounted for, but also that doesn't necessarily translate into somebody pointing out that it would take less steps for him to get to the house.
Let's see. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, let's see.
Tomorrow morning. Do you have to sign my signature?
Okay. Okay. I think, let's see. Okay, I'm working on this. This is challenging.
He's working on it. It's challenging.
It is. Okay. All right. So what I'm gonna have to do. So we have. It looks to me to be. Oh wait. And Claire sent a PayPal. Thank you, Claire. I did get your PayPal. I saw Dr. J said he sent a PayPal. I didn't see that in there, dude. And I looked from the last few days. I'm not seeing that. So double check with your PayPal to make sure that went through.
John Miller, Cash App. Oy. Giving out Cash App too. You gotta keep track of all this.
I know. That's what I'm saying. People, you got to put your.
Put it in. Somebody wrote John Miller did a Cash App.
I know, but don't read his last name. I don't know if people.
He's got his name here, and it's this.
Oh, he does. Okay. Okay. I just try to be careful. Some people don't like giving their last names out.
Well, I just mean that might not even be his actual name. So
yeah, that's cool in the gang. Okay, and then John. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So we have a total. I think that's everybody. I think
including duplicates.
Including dupes. Well.
Right. What?
Shit. I don't know.
Oh no.
I don't. Trace, were you putting dupes in there? Duplicates? I think so, because I saw Happy Annie twice when I was typing.
There should be four for
yeah. Who gave the 20? She's like, I want 4 entries. Who was that? Just look in the starred.
I am. I know how it works. Thanks, babe.
So here, look. Just look in the starred. Let me like I want to mansplain that to you a little bit.
All right. Steph.
I mean, West Joe dropped a 30 bomb on us. Are we giving like 5 out or 6?
It would be. Yeah, I guess it would be 6.
I mean, I mean, if they separated them up into 6 different supers, we'd put them on, right?
Right. So, yeah.
All right. So where's that?
Steph Annie, she at least specified. I want 4 entries.
Who was it? Oh, Steph. Okay. So I get Steph. Okay. All right. Then I'm gonna. Okay. So Steph, I got to put her in 3 more times. And okay. And then I'm gonna mix it up. Bear with us, kids. This takes a minute.
This takes a minute. Let me see if we've got any comments to talk about.
Who was the one I just read with 6? Wes. I think it was Wes Joe.
JD tried to Venmo. Oh, he needs the last 4 digits of Bob's number.
Oh, god dang it. Hold on. I keep putting it in the wrong one.
We'll give it to him for next time.
Yeah. Trying to get this done here for y'all. You're not having to wait. There's got to be an easier way to do this. Okay. And then West Joe has 5 more. Okay.
Well, thank you, Little Miss Velvet.
Okay.
Up, JD's in twice.
What do you mean? Right now?
He tried to Venmo, but
okay. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that's 6. JD. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Now I should.
You have West Jojo.
Yeah, I put West Jojo in 6 times.
Okay. Oh, West says they only needed 1, but
all right. So what's 86? So there's going to be 43 per wheel. Because if you look at this wheel with 86, it's a lot. Because I can't. even if I tried to open another screen, so I kept mark of
So it should be like 40 something per wheel.
that's what I said, 43 per wheel.
Seems like there should be more than that.
Are you woman splaining math to me? What 86 divided by 2 is 43.
I mean, there's 89 starred, which means there were at least 89, but I guess some of these, not counting.
Yeah, no, some of those are
Not really. It was like this one that I meant to answer. Double D, I starred that question.
don't make my life more difficult. Let me see.
I'll have to answer that tomorrow. Double D, come back.
Okay, so there's 31, 32, 36, 37, 38, 40, 41, 42, 43. Okay. So all from down here, I have to cut. Oh, shit. Okay.
I vote that Bob needs to be
I'm going to cut those.
filing this sooner.
Dude, I started like 20 minutes ago. That's why I wasn't like cracking wise. What did you? I was like working diligently back here.
Diligently working.
What were you? Were you doing the wheel? Keep talking shit. I'm gonna have you do the wheels.
No, thank you.
Hold on. All right. Okay. So, all right, pull it down. All right, stop that. I got to get the wheel over here.
So the answer to Double D's question, if he or she is still even here, is that I do think that there are things she's done. I think not allowing them to say that ARCA was who ARCA was hired by is an appealable issue. There's a couple of things I can't really think of right now, but that's one of them.
Okay. All right. So wait, that one doesn't look like the right one.
Oh Lord, look what he's done.
That's it. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. So here's the first wheel. So we got 43 contestants. Here's all your names over here on the side. Make it a little bigger. Can you all see that? All right. So remember the rule. If you win, I'm going to take a screenshot of who wins. It then shifts to your burden. You then have to email us with the email we're going to throw on chat. Go on to Bonfire, pick out what shirt you want, what color, what size, and mailing address. We need that. Otherwise, you're never getting your shirt. And it's on you, not on me. All right, you guys ready? This is exciting. Are you guys ready?
We're ready.
Are you
We're
ready?
ready.
Are you ready?
Ready.
Here we go. Woo! Oh.
And Piccolo.
She's got still one time to retire. I love it. Got Ann. All right, let's do this wheel.
I'm trying to turn. Jesus.
Okay, so all right, I gotta. What's the Price is Right getting to you, Bay? All
It's
right,
a little much.
all right. God damn it. Okay, I gotta. What do I do? Dadgummit, Bobby. Let's see. All right, get rid of all these. Okay, delete. All right. Whoa. What did I do? The wheel. What?
Just
what?
stick some names in there and it'll all work out.
Wait, what? You think?
Yes.
All right. Boop. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to shuffle. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to shuffle a few times since we had some multiple. There we go. There we go. All right. You see 43.
All right, go. Click it.
Okay, you ready? Shirt number 2. Wait, you stopped the music, right?
They can hear the wheel spinning.
Oh, who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Second. Oh, it's a liner.
Oh, Amanda.
To Amanda V. Who's another ride or die. So happy with that too. All right, let me take another pic of that. All right. So Ann and Amanda, do your work. Do your work. Send us the email. Two shirts going out today. We're excited. You guys were incredibly generous today. It was amazing. Final thoughts, babe. Final thoughts on the testimony today. You know, like most specifically, like not so much the redirect, but I mean, you think headway was made one way or another for either?
I honestly don't think so. I don't know. I don't know. I can't even think anymore. It just felt like I was just scrambled about and left.
Yeah, I feel the same. I mean, I was pretty clear about how I felt. I feel that it's kind of like erudite topic, and if you don't have a knowledge base in that topic, that I think that a lot of it's lost on the jurors. Kind of just like, I think that Bob's style is good enough to keep them engaged, but I don't know what the retention level is going to be.
Right. I thought he made some points. He made some headway. I just don't know if they got lost.
Yeah, I mean, he won the fight. It was a decision on points, but I mean, to me, 227 Google search ain't it. It's not how you're winning this case. If you're the defense, like, I mean, there's plenty of reasonable doubt here.
Well, again, you said unless it was even remotely conclusive, then yeah.
Right. Well, if it's conclusive, then it's
or if it's like a little bit stronger than it has been.
Dunk. It's a slam dunk.
We won't know until we hear from their experts.
Well, yeah. Yep. True story. True story. All right. So we'll be back same time tomorrow.
Put the link in for the members only.
I haven't created that yet. Oh, but the website is right there. It's that SpeakPipe, www.speakpipe.com, Defense Diaries bat phone. That if you plug that in.
Where? Let's highlight it.
Oh, Josh says that witness was good for the CW, but then the defense made major points. Big score.
All right.
So I forgot that, I'm assuming you weren't available today. I know how Wednesdays are for you. That's why I didn't even send you an invite. I know you're a busy boy over at Court TV on Wednesdays, but I'll send an invite if you can pop in tomorrow, brother. All right. So that'll do it. Like I said, tomorrow, 7:50 a.m., be here with bells on. Another exciting day of the Karen Read Trial 2.0. Mods, thank you for all your incredible hard work every single day. You guys are the best in the business. Chat, you're amazing. You are amazing.
Yes.
What we love about this chat is that, like, when newbies come in here and they just wander in, they're like kind of looking around and they're like, oh, who's in it? You guys make them feel right at home. You're the best. You're smart. You're funny. You're kind. You're all the things that are positive attributes for human beings. You are, in fact, beautiful humans. So I could not be happier that we've built this community, and you guys are it. You guys are the community. So thank you.
And if there's anyone whose Venmo we didn't get, we'll add you to the next one.
If somebody got stiffed on the wheel, and you guys can go back on the live and look on the wheel to make sure on the list that your name was there, we will not stiff you. I promise. If you for some reason were not on today's wheels,
we'll make the next
let us know, and we will add you to the next wheel. You got that? So, all right, you guys. And remember, like, share, subscribe. Like, share, subscribe. Like, share, subscribe. All right, y'all. We love you, because without you, I'm just an old man
talking to his wife
and watching Allie bounce on a ball. Love you. Bye.